credentials what, and not 6 minutes into the conversation, I'm like, let's get a rock and coke. Eat your pussy and shit. Her face turned pale. I mean, she's crazy as it is, but I knew that I had done something wrong. And then 3 months later, she was dating a friend of mine. And I went to
a black guy?
No, a white guy. And I went to a party and saw her. And the look she gave me was just horrid. And after that, somebody came up to me one day and they go, why did she hate you so much? And I go, because one night she caught me, like just sometimes women throw you off. You know what I'm saying? Like you have no idea how good she looked that night.
Yeah.
Like this is when Chelsea had the Volvo. That's what she had the Volvo.
Wow.
She banged. She would go up to the store and do a 915 spot every night. Fucking bang. But I'd never met her before.
Yeah.
I'd never met her before. I saw her and we started talking. Next minute we were talking about cocaine and shit. The next thing you know, I'm like, Chelsea, I gotta tell you something. You look fine in a mother.
Wow, yeah.
Let's go somewhere and do some blow. And she was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of you, disgusting fat slob.
Really? Were you fatter?
No, I was just, a gross person. And I didn't know I was doing coke.
Yeah.
And to this day, you can't mention my name, right? It's fucking hysterical. But at least I'm honest about it.
Yeah.
I didn't grope her or argue it. I just asked for the truth. I was
on cocaine, man?
From 98 to 2000 until I met Terry, 97, 96. That was all I had. I wasn't a handsome guy.
Yeah.
So I would just tell you, I got an 8-ball. You got a pussy. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
You want to sit here and talk to Lee all night on my fucking computers? Or you want to come up to the room and get your little monkey?
Yeah.
You said it's 10 women, 2 of them are going to go home.
Dude, I'm about to go home with you, bro.
If you say it that time, if you look at 10 women and say that, one of you is going to take you up on your fucking home.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Hunt that fox with this rock.
It was fucking crazy.
Oh, dude, that was crazy. So I remember, yeah, man. And I remember she came into working at some club over there. They used to have that. When I moved to town, man, I really started doing comedy in Los Angeles. And when I really think about it, like, I think the first time I ever went up on stage was in New Orleans, but after that, I just happened to be out here. I came out here to visit a buddy, and then next thing you know, they had comedy. I ended up living with my friend, and they had comedy down the street from us over on San Vicente, over Brentwood. And so they had a place over there. That guy with the wooden leg used to run it. TJ, White Boys of Comedy, Mark Franco, and TJ Ewan, somebody. Not Mark Walker, different TJs. But it was 2 blocks away, so I walked down there on Wednesday night. They started letting me get up. But anyway, Baruco had a room up there in Westwood. Chelsea Handler would come in, Jim Dorn would come in and stuff. And Chelsea wasn't like famous or anything. She was kind of popular, She was a comedian. So it was like real amateurs over there. And yeah, I just didn't like her. I went and did her show one time, and she wouldn't even look at me. She just treated me. And then on social media and stuff, social media is not a good way to judge somebody, but sometimes we do. And she just doesn't seem to have any empathy for people. There's something about her that makes me seem like she's just disconnected.
You did the TV show.
Yeah.
How many times did you do it?
Just one time.
And what was her behavior towards you?
She wouldn't look at me, She would talk to me, but wouldn't look at me, and she just made me feel. I don't know. She made me feel like welcome, And when you're young and you're nervous, and I already got nervous, and the industry, is never really giving me much. This industry's never giving me much. It's crazy to me. You're just getting a show over there at Fox, Or I don't know if we talk about that or whatever, but, or an opportunity for that, It's like, it's crazy. It's like, but anyway, I've always had that little bit of chip on my shoulder, maybe. But yeah, she just made me feel like, I don't know, like I wasn't funny or I wasn't good enough or just stuff like that,
There's nothing worse than going on something and somebody shuns you. You expect it.
Yeah, because I had expectations. At least it would be some niceness, like there's some excitement. Instead, it was like she's just kind of like this star, this thing. But now to me, I have this vision of her, and this could be wrong, of like a lonely, older woman in like a castle with all this money, and she's just lonely. and it could just be me thinking that way to make myself feel better, you know, that I felt like she was mean to me. You know, but she seems like a real cunt to me, so whatever.
You know, you gotta give something, you know. And with fame comes, you know, like I remember watching some program and Jennifer Aniston said when they shot the pilot for her friends that to celebrate, the guy took her to Vegas, the executive producer took everybody to Vegas.
Wow.
And then gave them each $500 and said, go to the casino and gamble this because that's the last time you're ever going to be able to walk through a casino again.
Wow.
That's how big you guys are going to be, you know.
They knew it out of the gate, huh?
They knew it out of the gate, you know, and it's so weird how you...
That's amazing.
Listen, man, I was in this for so long, and I struggled for so long as a human being, that no matter what you throw at me now, it would change.
Yeah.
I'm done. Right?
Yeah, you already baked.
You only had me to go crazy when I was maybe up to 32.
Yeah.
33, 34. Yeah, I would have gone a different crazy. Drug crazy at that age. But I always knew what I was. What makes people crazy in this town is not knowing what they are. Either they're too much or too little. It's like being somewhere where you don't belong. I always stress that because one day you're going to do that and you're going to see how bad you feel. And you're going to think of me as a comedian or an actor. You know, when you shoot a show, you ever shoot a show with somebody, and you go to these shows and you see the same fucking comics. They're always coming by to say hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never invited to this, so I came and you were looking at me, you shot the show, and they go, no. And you feel bad for them. They're kind of fucking weird. Because I shot this show, one episode, and I feel bad being here. Like I shot one scene on one show, and I feel like a fucking asshole. So you didn't even shoot the show. You're down here doing what? What is your purpose?
Yeah.
What is your fucking purpose? You look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You're eating free food, whatever. You don't belong somewhere. Do not be at that fucking place.
Yeah.
Do not be at that place. You asked me a question before. You take Lee on the road. He's been doing comedy less than a year.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. I didn't know it.
Do it really famous.
Yeah.
It would not do it really famous. It would ruin it.
Yeah.
It would ruin it. I know that. He's not ready by no means.
Yeah.
He's 2 years away. By ruin his whole perception of stand-up would be ruined.
That's a good point. That's very
Whole
true.
perception. He took him to the Uber dealer. He saw what it's like. Now the rest is up to him.
Yeah.
He's 2 years away from even stepping on the stage and being out of the plane.
Yeah.
Because I know what it would do to him.
Yeah.
He needs to go on his own now and go to Lexington, Kentucky, and go to all the places where they've never seen a Jew.
Yeah.
And do that. And then
Stay
come back
down,
to
brother.
do it 3 years.
You can do blackface if you're Jewish, I think. Don't you guys get that?
No, I think I'll hold off on
I
that.
just fucking fired Kevin Megan. Now you gotta bring up blackface. What the heck is wrong with you? I don't want to hear blackface. I don't want to talk about blackface. They just fired Megan Kelly. You want to bring up blackface? You got great things happening in your fucking life with blackface alone, all right?
I just didn't know if we could do it.
No,
I'm gonna hold off on that one.
No, it's the truth.
Yeah.
I would not be doing them any favors.
Oh, you wouldn't be doing
The
it.
first guy that took me out, I've been doing comedy 4 years.
Yeah.
First time I got taken out of that, I wasn't ready. But it was fraternity. So
Really?
yeah, it was,
Who was it?
his name was Todd Jordan. They took me on like 2 or 3 or 4 weeks of fraternities every night. It was rush season, whatever that is. And he would have a different frat every night. Do like 2 frats, 3 frats. And I've been doing comedy 4 years, and I was just bombing. I was like an arrow. I was just going into places to bomb. I would call it bomb. You guys are prepared, you're gonna get a bomb. I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And at that time, that's all I wanted. And I would say to myself, I'm happy I didn't get this call 2 years ago. I still remember going, like, doing comedy a couple months, like going to an NBC. No. Johnny Walker.
The liquor?
In the 80s and 90s, if you were going to be anybody, you had to win the Johnny Walker Red competition in San Francisco.
Wow.
That's what elevated you every year. Johnny Walker did a national comedy competition, and it would end up on Channel 13 or something, where you still got national exposure.
Yeah.
And now you went into clubs. That was one of the credits. It was either that, The Tonight Show, or HBO.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the exposure.
For certain Todd Jordan taking the club.
So Todd Jordan.
Johnny, you were ready, you said.
I was almost ready.
Bombing. Sorry, you were. Yeah,
I was
you were
bombing.
not saying that.
He took me
Yeah.
on a 3-week camp.
Wow.
What that is 3 weeks of doing comedy every night. 3 weeks, 5 nights a week. And you get to adjust. And that really helped me right away. That was a big push. When I finished those 3 weeks, I was a better comic. And
Wow.
I was doing triple. And I started doing triple one.
Yeah.
I did triple one for 4 years.
Wow.
And that's a completely different adjustment. That's every night you gotta adjust. Plus drive 8 hours, plus fucking do radio. But oh yeah, that's fucking navigational comedy. You know, sometimes you finish the gig and drive that night because you got an 8-hour drive. I might as well get to the hotel and sleep all day. You know, it teaches you how to deal with this.
Yeah, that's what I struggle with now.
Yes, a lot of
Not
people,
taking care of myself and not timing things.
a lot of people don't know. You know, there was a comic. His name was Doug Williams, a great guy. Great guy. He created a show. He got Martin to sign off on it.
Wow.
And it was one of the first comedy shows to go to Stars. Stars was a black network at the time, and they had a comedy series. They did like 3 years. That guy today, a friend of mine called me and said he went on the cruise ship and he saw Doug Williams on the cruise ship.
Wow.
That was Doug Williams. He went to a roast.
Oh, yeah. Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx tore him up.
That's kind of mean of Jamie Foxx. Do you think that?
Very mean of Jamie Foxx, but the problem was he didn't belong there. He did not belong there.
Doug Williams didn't.
No, he was nowhere to belong.
He was too young to be up there.
Not too young. He just didn't belong there. Just did not belong in that room. He knew it, but he was a gobbo. His eyes were bigger than his stomach.
Yeah.
And he went there anyway and he got burned.
Yeah.
And that ended everything. You cannot go somewhere where you do not belong in comedy or in life.
Right.
If you don't belong there, don't go down there because you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah. That's a good man. That's a really
With stand up, I hate that shit. When people say I'm out there, what do they call it?
I'm the light.
No, what do they call it? When they go out and make them. It's the name of that.
Network.
Oh, you can get
Fuck
networking.
that.
Rub my ball for you now.
I never been to network.
You network on stage. You network on stage.
I've always been nervous to talk to people. I used to be nervous when I would come in here. I used to be nervous when there's some comedians that still make me kind of nervous sometimes when I see them, to be around. It's just because you don't know them well, you always look up to them, and then you see them, and it makes you nervous.
Well, the one thing about a comic that you look up to is when you go to the store and you meet them. And this happens to comics with me probably. You don't get the reception that you're looking for.
Yeah, that's what I worried about.
Some of my idols, I didn't get the reception I was looking for, so I didn't talk to them. I didn't talk to Andrew Dice Clay for the first year I was in the store. And I'd see him up there 5 nights a week. Why? Because
you want your place.
No.
You had no table, no circles, so it was saying, yeah.
no. You know, and then you get emails from people, well, it's terrible to be your heroes because you're coach people.
And at the wrong time, yeah. There's a dude that comes up to me a lot. He's always kind of coked up, I can tell, at the comedy store. And now I hate that guy coming around. He knows it's uncomfortable too. I'm like, why does he keep doing this,
I don't judge people on the drug aspect. I don't care if somebody does drugs.
He's always trying to get me in Ponzi schemes and shit.
Yeah, no, those people, I tell them, get the fuck out of my face. I don't want to hear about, well, I'm doing comedy, bro.
Yeah.
And like this week, I have a rough week. Like tonight, I'll be in New York, and that's my roughest week because I have to deal with family.
Yeah.
Talk to people. I got 200 people waiting to take a picture.
Yeah.
And you pay $20. I got to talk to you for a half hour. I got to find a way to say, listen, bro, can you step aside and let people wait. Remember the time we would know? Let these people take the pictures, and then you can talk to me all you want. It's very tough for people to understand that.
Yeah.
It's
It's
very
weird. That's where I'm getting, it's getting I've been struggling a lot with this because it's like, I love, it's like you work so hard to get people to come out, and people start coming out. And it's a lot of like my audience is dudes like me, that struggle with stuff, or just regular people, good people. I feel like a lot of our audiences are probably similar, like good people that come out to enjoy themselves, And I want to be able to spend time with each one of them afterwards, like
You sell t-shirts out there?
as a regular person, yeah.
See, I don't.
Right.
Because I want them to be able to come to me and talk to me.
And not have to do that, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a t-shirt go online.
Yeah.
I'm not carrying t-shirts across the country.
I don't carry all this shit. I'll mail it there and sell it.
Still the same fucking point.
Yeah.
Because then again, you have a different complication. Now,
Yeah, people that feel.
now I bought a t-shirt. So now I'm going to give you a fucking
Oh, I
beat.
see what you're saying.
I don't have time for any beat in between shows.
Yeah.
I need to focus in between. You want a good show from me?
Yeah.
You want a fucking t-shirt?
Right.
You want a good show? I forget about the fucking t-shirt.
Yeah, I'll tell people. You don't feel obligated to buy a shirt to come and say hey or to.
But yeah, just think about it. Did you go say, hey, not buy a shirt from somebody? No, I'd rather you not sell the fucking shirt and let them come over and shake their hand.
Yeah.
It's like people pay for VIP packages. I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
I feel bad for you. For two reasons. I would never charge to do a VIP package. Because now I'm forced to talk to you and you're forced to talk to me. That's not a relationship.
Right.
That's bullshit. I would never sell a VIP package. I want you to come up to me after the show, take a picture, tell me what you got to tell me, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
If you pay me the $85 for the VIP, that means I got to hear you fucking eat me for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like 2 hours.
Right.
I want you to come to the shows. I want you to enjoy yourself. I want you to communicate while we're taking a picture. And then you got to go. There's 200 people behind you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take money from somebody to feel that I have to talk to them after a show.
Yeah.
So they can come to a certain gated area. I think that is the most process.
Is that how they do that?
Yeah, man. You sell VIP package and 20 people come to the back afterwards and talk to you. You take a picture with them. Listen, how about we do this? How about I don't say you dick? You shake my hand, we take a picture, you go your way, I go my way.
Yeah.
We talk for 2 minutes. You got to be considerate of other people.
Right.
That's it.
And most people are, but here's the thing that I'm running into, right? And so this is a good thing that I can ask you actually because you have experience. Is I'm noticing so I'll go out after the first show, right? And there's a line, like you say, there's 100, 150 people wanting to say hey, wanting to meet me, and I want to meet them.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
The Jamie looking yoke like a motherfucker. It balls across the fucking desert.
Yeah, he said this is that wrong. See him up in the city.
He told me it was out in the backyard. Good for him. What? You still wanted a couple? I've hit a couple.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
The Jamie looking yoke like a motherfucker. It balls across the fucking desert.
Yeah, he said this is that wrong. See him up in the city.
He told me it was out in the backyard. Good for him. What? You still wanted a couple? I've hit a couple.
But then by the end of that, I am so just exhausted emotionally, bro. That then it's like the second show, I find myself being more temperamental because all of your kindness and you just feel a little empty, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't care about those people. It just gets hard. You know what I'm saying though? And am I complaining? Is that just a?
No, you're not complaining. People who are listening to this have to decide what they want to do. I have to decide what do I want.
Yeah.
Me, I want to see a fucking great show.
Yeah.
When I go anywhere, to a concert, anything, I want to see a great great fucking show, man. That's it.
Yeah.
I want to leave there going, you know what? My $26 was worth it. My $27.50 was worth it. So for me to do that, guess what? Sometimes, number one, the shows are sold out.
Yeah.
The staff, as soon as I get there Thursday, they say to me, listen, you sold out Friday and Saturday. We only have one exit. Is there any way you can't come out in between? News. Now, you know anything about me, that breaks my heart.
Right. Yeah, that's how I
I
feel.
know you got a babysitter. I know you drove, you paid the park. I'm aware of all these things.
Yeah.
But guess what? I got to do what's best for the club and for the people for the second show.
Yeah.
Somebody talked to my wife and be selling t-shirts. And I noticed that emotional hour between, by the time I got on stage for the second show, there's nothing left.
Yeah. That's what I'm starting to notice a little bit.
People, there's nothing left. There's nothing left. The hugs, the kisses, the pictures. You go back in, it's showtime. Now you're running late because your people didn't get in.
Yeah.
Now that show starts 25 minutes late. That means there's 20, every time a minute ticks past showtime, it's one more minute, don't be drunk.
Right. Right. Yeah. And they're
Now,
drunker. Now the babysitter's later.
there is nothing that pisses me off more than a club that starts a show late.
Yeah, me either.
You want to not make me come back to your club,
Yeah.
start a show late. 7 o'clock and 7:05. I understand people are driving.
Right.
And 9:30 is 9:35.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on stage at 12:30 at night for a 9 o'clock show.
Yeah, fuck that. That's not what you do. That's what do I do?
You know, man, the first show is sold out. I cannot go out. If the first show is sold out, the club does not want you to go out.
And your fans are okay with that?
They have to.
Yeah.
They have to be. We're not in the picture business. We're in the comedy business. I'm in the business of giving you the best show that I can give you.
Yeah.
So for me to be able to do that, I can't be out there between shows slinging shirts with glasses on, taking pictures. You're absolutely right. It draws your energy.
Yeah.
You know, this is the week that everybody wants to take me out to dinner at 5 o'clock. We say that. You know me a long time. You don't see me yet.
Yeah.
You do not see me yet. I will, when I go out in the morning, I will buy a protein bar.
Yeah.
So I do not have to leave my room before after 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Take a rest.
Those 3 hours before the show is my time.
Right.
I put my feet up. I watch an episode of Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
I hit the vapor pen, and my notebook is wide open. There's a pipe close by. And I also got another notebook open somewhere else.
Oh, what is that?
Whatever. Comedy over here, and the story over here. Sons of Anarchy over here. A glass, 2 things of water, a pack of nicotine gum,
Yeah.
and a vapor pen. And that's what I do from 4 to 7.
That's cool, huh?
The show starts at 7:30. About 6:15, I start stretching. I throw some punches. I turn the shower on. I let the shower get nice and hot. I start stretching a little bit just to get my body
man.
to work.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
No, I'm feeling you.
I don't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? My agents, they're great. You sit here all week.
Yeah.
And on Friday at 6:30,
They want to call
you. Listen, call your mother on a Friday at 6:30. I'm only concerned with the 2 shows.
Yeah.
That's all I'm concerned about.
And this is what works best for you.
This is what works best for me. A great headliner once told me, that if you headline, rest is the most important thing. For me to give the audience the show I want,
Yeah.
there's no medicine for me. Not me to smoke out. I'm not being nobody.
Yeah.
I'm not being nobody.
Man, it's so crazy. I needed to talk about
When
this.
you pay $25 to $28 to see me,
Yeah.
you don't see me out of the hotel room. This Thursday I go to do about 2 podcasts in New York.
You see the show.
And Friday, and I'm back in my room by 1. And Friday, I go to the cemetery and bring flowers for my mother.
Yeah.
Besides that, nobody sees me. The reason why I stay where I stay is because it's 2 of my favorite places in the Inland.
Yeah.
And this hotel has breakfast for free.
Yeah, I like that.
And even though it's a half a Hindu hotel,
Yeah.
the eggs are good, it's white bread, and they got oatmeal that's fucking out of this world. So I'm at least held over to one of my friends can pick me up at 10. Or I take the fucking bus to the city. Every city I go is planned out.
Yeah.
But I never take away from my show. That means there's no t-shirt.
Yeah.
There's no contact in between shows. In between shows, I sit, I reflect on the last show, and I reflect how the next show's going to be better.
Interesting.
That's it. I don't care if my mother's there. I don't care if your grandfather's coming. I don't really want to do much.
Yeah.
I don't really want to do much.
Wow.
Game day is game day for us. People work hard for their dollar, and I have to give them their value for their dollar. And for me to give them the value for that dollar, I gotta take care of myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with right now.
I gotta take care of myself.
I'm feeling exhausted.
So Friday night, you stay up. Like Friday night's my pill night. If somebody gives me a pill at the show, I take it. I bring my protein bar, maybe a fucking
Banana.
Yeah. Maybe I have an apple from the lounge. I go upstairs, I drink soda, and I watch 2 or 3 episodes of something. I have no curfew on Friday night.
Yeah.
That means Saturday morning I wake up nice and early. I eat breakfast, a nice breakfast. I smoke a joint. I go for a nice walk at 8:30. I go for a half-mile walk just to let my body normalize. I go back to the room. I watch a little Netflix. I pass out for another 3 hours. Now I get up, take a shower. Then I go for a nice lunch, a nice cut of salmon.
Yeah.
A nice salad, water. You take good care of yourself.
Yeah.
And you go back to the hotel room and you write for an hour.
Yeah.
And while that hour, you're right, you're digesting your meal.
Uh-huh.
So now at 4:30, you go down to the hotel gym.
Yeah.
And you stretch out, you do 25 minutes on the elliptical, 10 minutes on the bicycle, then you draw some weights around 45 minutes. You get that funk out of your system. Now that energy's up, now you're building your own energy.
Yeah.
You're working on your own chi.
Yeah, you're not letting the world just give you a jump.
I don't want to hear your stupid story, Jack. I got time. I'd rather not have physical contact all day. We know that they look on the road with me. They know. They see me for breakfast, lunch, and I don't see you till most of it.
Yeah.
I'll read it back. I don't want to see nobody.
Yeah, man, that's
And
interesting.
that's the best show I can give you as Joey Diaz. If I deter from that plan, we don't have a big show.
So after the second show, you'll do picture experience.
Yes.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Jackie, look at you. Like a motherfucker. Hey, balls across the
Golf. See how they simulate this one.
He told me it was out the backyard. What? You still wanted a golf ball?
I've hit a couple golf balls. I'm just not going to play golf.
Okay, the sexy shot, the pictures.
What? Get addicted to it. They're all addicted. Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, him, all these guys, they're addicted. Look at them. So they're Johnson.
They go every day. You guys go every day.
He's on the simulator every day. Like, motherfucker can whack a golf ball.
Like you can jump shots though. You got practice for jump shots.
Yeah, you gotta pick it up. Yeah.
Tremendous.
Tremendous.
How long does it take you to do?
I've only 2 fucking years.
Jesus.
And then I hooked up with Erica Florentine, Jimmy's niece, and she put it all together. And I'm happy I did it. Got it over with.
Nice.
I got all that shit off my fucking chest.
Joey Diaz. Awesome. Look at this. I'm like, this is great. I've heard most of these stories, I'm sure. But I don't know what you. You know, I always think I've heard all the fucking stories, then another one pops up. You know, if you really could, like, document everything you've been through in your life, like, no one would believe it. They don't believe it. People still sometimes don't believe some of those stories. Yeah, we're all.
Good to see you. One thing that writing it and reading it, I did the audio book.
Oh, nice.
The audio
How was that?
good. And everybody said it's gonna suck. They go, give me 3 hours a day. Give me a space in between. And I'll go in there and just knock it. I knocked it off in 2.5 weeks.
Nice.
Once I read it, like, you know, because it's been in your head for a long time and shit. Once I read it, I only got one thing out of this book. I got my money's worth. When they picked me for life, I got my money's worth. Whether it was good or bad, you know what I'm saying? Whether it was good or bad, I got my money's worth out of this life. If I get hit by a plane tonight, I'm good. And Seriously, that's what I came up with. Adventures, fucking stories. I was the biggest loser. How many times I started over? If you read that book, I must have started over 60 times. You know, just move, pick up, move, and go to another town and rob them one, and then pick them up and go back. And I was like a fucking yo-yo, man.
Yeah.
I was very unsettled.
You were unsettled when I met you.
Very.
It was so funny because I remember I was talking to some guys the other night about when I met you. I was like, I had come to LA and I was just so not used to actors. I was so not used to those kind of people. But I was so used to like comics and degenerate football people. And then I met you and I was like, oh, I know you. This like I knew you. I knew you right away. You and I became friends like that. Like that. And I remember like there's so many people I know. It was so fun bringing around like news radio. Joey was building a football player back then. You would go into the green room where all the executives were eating all the shrimp cocktails. And they were scared to say anything because like that room was separated from everybody else's green room. So they had their own thing where they would go in there and everything was catered and beautiful and champagne and you just strolled in there and started eating shrimp cocktails.
Well, they had the table because the regular food that had chili. I'll never forget that chili on I was hungry. I was like, that looked so I walked right in there, right past him. And I just thought it meant that was it. When they came to you, dying. And then that's why I went to band shoot.
Oh, yeah. We had some time for that.
I think the first like 8 years.
What are you talking about? I did my best.
With Sussex when I went off on the owner.
Remember that? Oh, yeah.
August. Being back there. And he's like, you're not going to get a spot. I didn't ask for a fucking spot, you asshole. It just looked at me and said, I didn't like that. So, but no, at the beginning, I know that you were like shaking your head. This guy's.
Yeah, but it made me comfortable. I love being around you because I know people like you understand. Like, I didn't understand actors. It made me so uncomfortable because I never knew who they really were. I never knew what they really thought. They were never like present. Not it was just like there was enough of them out there who were trying to make it in Hollywood or put on a show for everybody, everywhere they went. So you never really knew who they were. You know, with you, I was like right away. I was like, oh, I know guys. Like right away.
It was rough those couple of years because I was going meetings and stuff.
Yeah, you were rough.
I was like, success at all. I was great success at all. Except for the cops. What did that mean? There's something. When really actors, agents involved. Yeah, it's an idea. Okay, show. They just take it so I just went. Picking the bodies, going to fucking JFK, bringing the bodies back, slinging them up. Guy's body, I'll roll up the body. Remember that if you don't know. This is stuff. I just started going off with them. Like, we play here more. Put these together with notes. Okay, and then after we gave the notes. And I was like, I'm fine. Like, I didn't tell anybody. This is okay. It took me to the green room. I was 6 feet up. So we were on. Like, I was like, okay. And what we thought was going to work. But then they turned me down. Like, they didn't know, like, this happened. This went out for like 2 months. 6 months later, fucking 6 feet up. I don't think they took me.
Listen, that happens all the time.
I had it developed. But my idea was going to be different. Right.
wasn't about whatever that shit. But I think the concept is just constantly handling dead people. There's something about that never was really covered before. That's kind of affected the way people see life. I remember the first time I saw my grandfather with the open casket. The first time I saw his body, I remember immediately, it was very interesting because one of the first things that I felt was like, oh, he's not there. You know, like it's not just that someone's not alive, like he wasn't there. That was when I started wondering when a soul is a real thing, what that is, that concept of what is the force inside of someone to be alive or sensing around. Because the strange thing about dead bodies is not just that they're a human body that's dead, it's also there's no one there. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a feeling. It's very intangible. It's a feeling. When you're around a person, when there's a person, when a person's not there, somebody's up there, there's no like, yeah, body. It's not as simple as the heart's not beating, the lungs aren't catching oxygen. It's something more. It's like you feel it. You don't know if it's real. But it's also, you're looking at a body that's in an open casket. It's drenched in formaldehyde, covered in makeup. It's very odd. Very odd. They say that people die up to this. I don't think that's real. There's 21 grams. Yeah, that's weird. You know, well, let's see that. What was that based on? It was based on some sort of study. But from what I understand, it's not real. I don't think you sold it. It's just this electricity. This episode is brought to you by AG1. I love AG1, and you've probably heard so many of my guests rave about it too. It's easy to drink, tastes great. I have sustained energy, improved focus, and know that I'm covering my nutritional basis no matter where I am in the world. I've been taking AG1 since 2018, and you are gonna love how it makes you feel. But if you're still on the fence, the folks at AG are giving you 90 days to get the shot. If it's not for you, just say the word and you get your money back. No questions asked. You've literally got nothing to lose. Each scoop of AG1 is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens that support cognition, immune health, gut health, and digestion. Order now and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Supporting your health should be simple, and it doesn't get easier than AG1. Go to athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by True Classic. It's finally spring. That means one day it's 60 and sunny, the next day it's 40 and freezing. But when the weather doesn't know what it's doing, True Classic has you covered to a T. Literally. I don't need to tell you how hard it is to find a good t-shirt. Too often they're expensive, they're itchy, they're uncomfortable. Here's what I like about True Classic. Their best-selling t-shirts are stylish, affordable, and ridiculously comfortable. They're fitted in the chest and sleeves with just enough room in the torso so you can breathe and look your best. It's not just t-shirts. True Classic is your one-stop shop for your entire wardrobe, including polos, long sleeves, and jeans from straight fit to slim. And for a limited time, you can upgrade your wardrobe with 25% off using the code Rogan at TrueClassic.com. Again, for 25% off, use the code Rogan at TrueClassic.com. Tap the banner to shop now.
What's his brother? Jersey, you're gonna wake up. That's the way it's a thing. use the whole process of it. I would never let my daughter go what we do just because the effects of it. I remember my father. When my grandma is weights, most people is fucking to the point where somebody else died and I was like, I seen it next to me. I don't think it's healthy. I don't know. For me, it wasn't. I got exposed to it at a young age. It was fucking me for a while. I watched The Exorcist. As much as those cats have killed. So when my buddy had to call me later, I volunteered for the job because I didn't want to have nothing creepiness. I saw how he responded. It was like everything that was like together. They're picking up a dead body. You know, I saw how he getting up. That's you know, but it's so weird now. It's like the number one reading it. A is off the bat, people just bombers, what are they doing? It's like that, you know, directed, they cover everything. It's like a year. Like here, make $100,000 now. That's not bad. Yeah, if you want to work, my friends, you're fired. But that whole process, and then you go back and look at what the Vikings like that motherfucker on fire. Light them on fire. Everybody had their own death, which is very interesting. Every aspect is that everybody had their own. So I'm right back. I just want to make one of them say they're watching. What's that ring of more than 17 and a half? That's a straight, that's fucking straight. You're not just gonna bend that arm in. An arm bar or a claw. It's not gonna fucking happen. It's there, right? You know, to put the arm. So when I was a kid, my mother always told me, hit your mom. Arm pops out. You fucking casket. So I'm just saying, I'm not gonna hit my mom. I'm gonna walk in the fucking hell. Arm off my head. You know, you motherfuck you.
You were the first person to tell me about the scams of the whole mortuary industry, about how much money they get. Even if you want to get an embalming, you still, or even if you want to get someone cremated, you still have to get involved. You still have to build yourself out. You're explaining the caskets, that guilt you, getting a nicer casket.
Oh yeah, when you want to be buried in one piece of wood, you put down like a casket. I give it for the sun. They got everything.
Give a fuck where the box looks like. Buried. So strange with the things that people do to show they care. Buy a fancy box to it. That's me saving money.
I remember I had that joke that hurt me in the yard, my friend. That's how you saw those died. When I 15 grand, that yard. Yeah, it was an old joke.
But not only that, then the person gets cycled back into life, become part of the earth. It's like what we're doing is very natural. You stop the body from decaying, so you stop bacteria from eating it, you stop the soil from being enriched by it. It's all a natural part of the things. We removed ourselves from it, you know, and say, well, it's a good thing. Because you watch that HBO show with Dr. Michael Patton, autopsy, sometimes they zoom people and they find out that the wife really did it. watch that show?
Well, yeah,
That fucking show was amazing.
In fact, they took my, that was his name, he was retired. They took him back to the autopsy on Epstein.
They found out that he had a fracture in his neck that was indicative of being strangled in the future. Like some sort of fucking horror. Yeah, this wasn't like when people hang themselves. When they hang themselves, the weight of it goes up because your body is hanging down. So it's like this was down on his neck, like low, like someone strangled him from behind his throat. The bones in his neck were fractured, which is also like a future strangulation.
His neck just went down.
Still going down, like it
Disappeared. Like
Ghislaine, they put Ghislaine in jail and they never released the climax. That was insane. The fact that that's okay with people. And everybody's freaking out about Bud Light. Okay, you care about Bud Light? You care about Bud Light. You should really care about that because it's showing that people that are in power probably have people killed, probably hide evidence that they did something to find the truth.
like that. We just got the question. He died. We know he's a fucking mystery man.
I think it's good. It's more of that. The more of that shit that's out there, the more people realize how fucking ridiculous it is to think that these people that are in positions of power can fucking
Wow, fucking power. I don't. Because at the end of the day, it don't matter. It don't give a fuck about me. I just want to offer the rest of it. And why can't we do this? Some couple asked me if I was a fucking a couple of weeks. Yeah, at the restaurant, you had a bar, you eat. There's a couple of legs like watching the game. And she goes, oh, man, she just shit. You know what he's talking about? Let's not play that shit, okay, lady? Motherfuckers don't do it for the last 10 years. What happened? And what got here in 66, I always paid attention. Like, I always did. By the time I was 18, I realized, you know what? You can come home every 4 years and say, well, so I chose a different path in real life instead of focusing on that. Call me when the president says, listen, you don't have to go to work, you're going to get involved all day. That's one vote. Don't know that fucking time. I can kill it because I still got to get up and be a thief every fucking day. I still got to get up and hustle every fucking day. So what good is it? Every day they're going to lower taxes, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And I'm still getting up, busting my fucking up every fucking day. Well, who gives a fuck?
I think a bad president is very bad. I think a good president is just take for granted. You don't think anything, you just go about
It was very good. It was a lot of
Yeah. But it makes the country safer. If someone makes a good decision, if someone's a good figure. The problem with this, whether it was Trump or whoever it was, when people mock them, they're angry with them. It's just it's bad for morale. It's bad for everybody.
I saw all that shit. I saw the last two presidents of the church back when
when I was a kid, we went back like that.
Did that fight like the president?
Like the
Attack
president.
the president?
Yeah, attack the president.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that hated Kennedy, right? Like that was one of the things about when he got assassinated. There was a lot of people that were happy. What was that? For sure, Republicans. There was a lot of Republicans that did not like him. It was right after the Bay of Pigs. There was a lot going on with him, and he had all this talk about secret societies and Warren. He wanted to disband the CIA. That motherfucker wanted to get us out of Vietnam. Like Kennedy was a different cat. For all of his sexual proclivities and all of the things that he made free, they're all freaks. That's why those people became presidents in the first place. That's why they wanted power. Or men who wanted power. And men who wanted power were all like stereotypical men in power. There's a reason why that stereotype exists. But when you look at what he was trying to do for the country and trying to unite it, the speeches that he did, to this day, they're fucking incredible. Everything just off a lot. Even talking about going to the moon, just the way he phrased it. We choose to go to the moon. Not because it's easy, because it is hard. Like he talked about that. Like he wanted it to be like a symbol of American excellence. He wanted to like set a tone for the country. He shot his hands.
Most Cubans feel like you fucking.
Yes.
The Bay of Pigs.
I don't understand that story told several different versions of it, that he was double crossed, that he pulled out support. Yeah. I don't know, I've heard he was an idiot, and I've heard he was a piece of shit, and I've heard, he got fucked, and so I'm gonna have to go dive. It's very difficult when you're reading some versions of history. You can read a lot of versions of history to treat the Lee Harvey Oswald lone assassin stories if it's plausible. You can read a lot of versions of that. When you go, oh yeah, I guess so. And then you'll read David Lifton's book, Best Evidence, and you're like, there's no fucking way they killed him. They fucking killed him. They just kill him, Joe. For sure, someone in the CIA had something to do with it because of Jolly West's involvement. Jolly West was the guy who was the head of MK Ultra. He was the guy that dosed up Manson, and they ran the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. The CIA ran a free clinic in San Francisco for fucking decades. And then they ran Operation Midnight Climax, where they would dose up Johns. These guys would go into brothels, they would dose them, and they could go to have sex. And the woman would give them a drink, and they're drinking acid. And they just get dosed up, and they'd study these guys. They did some wild, freaky shit. One of the things that he did when Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald, he went to visit Jack Ruby in prison. And from that moment on, Jack Ruby lost his fucking mind. He was hiding. Saying the Jews are being incinerated, they're coming to kill us all. He was tripping balls. I think I killed her. Dosed that guy into a fucking coma, and after they dosed him into a coma, they gave him cancer, and he was dead like within a year. And it's all connected. And the the idea that no one was involved in that assassination other than Lee Harvey Oswald, that doesn't make any sense. Even if Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the trigger, even if that, Lee Harvey Oswald was traveling back and forth. Lived in Russia.
If anybody's got the answers.
Like the Federalists in the middle of the Cold War, they're not investigating this guy. They're not. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so they sent him over from A to Z. Yeah, somebody to give it a blood, let them know. It's like,
It's Chaco. Got any answers?
Oh,
If anybody's got the answers, it's Chaco. Got any answers?
I'm not quite so sure about that. I'm not sure how this movie ends.
This is the dumbest fucking movie ever. Do you know Magic the Gathering is now racist?
I don't know what Magic the Gathering is.
It's some
What is it?
dorky game that nerds play.
Oh,
Sorry,
how
nerds.
is it racist?
I don't know. I was just reading. I only saw the title of the article, but they're trying to cancel Magic the Gathering. I'm like, oh Christ! I thought that's what you guys liked. I thought they liked Magic the Gathering.
I have no idea.
Everything's problematic. Everyone's getting canceled. It's amazing how many people did blackface.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange. It's very strange. It was on primetime TV, right?
Yeah, a bunch of times. Yeah.
I mean, like in the modern world,
Oh, yeah,
primetime TV.
Jimmy Fallon was he's doing a Chris Rock impression, which, by the way, you used to be able to do. When I was in high school, my friends were Mr. T for Halloween. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody was like, Jimmy, what's wrong with you? Everybody's like, oh, you're Mr. T for Halloween. It was never like a problem. It's a very strange thing, you know. Like you can do whiteface, no problem. Here it is. What is this? Magic the Gathering? Vote prejudice card. So it's an enchantment card which restricts the caster's opponent to only using summons that match the skin color of their opposing creatures. Huh?
If you brought me on to talk about this, I should leave now. about Magic the Gathering. And this is why I'm here, man. We're in a bad
It
way.
just shows how fucked up everything is.
Yeah, there's a lot of thin skin out there right now, apparently.
I just don't. I mean, it seems like a perfect storm. Like if you wanted to engineer the downfall of society, you would do it in several steps. You'd have a reality show president where everybody's mad at him, and then all the liberals get their feathers in a ruffle, and everybody gets real super uptight. And then there's this big divide between the left and the right that's kind of, manufactured. And then you have this disease.
Just lock everyone inside.
Yeah, unprecedented. Lock it, shut down the economy, force people to not work. So if your business falls apart, you can be the most hardworking, diligent, disciplined person who's always at work an hour early, always has your I's dotted, your T's crossed, and you still go broke. You're still fucked. And then you have this George Floyd thing. And then, boom, it just ignites the power grid.
The other thing that you have to wrap around all this is this social media, which is, I'm only going to post things that are just going to completely make everyone that sees whatever I'm posting emotional and filled with rage, whether you're on the left or you're on the right. My goal is to enrage people. That's the goal. And then that just gets spun up over and over. So you're taking all these little incidents and you're multiplying them times thousands and thousands of views.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, mainstream media is the same thing, right? It's not like there's this huge difference between what the mainstream media shows and what social media. They're both the most emotional media, just trying to make people emotional, which is the worst possible thing. No one makes good decisions when they're emotional.
No.
I spent my adult life trying to train humans to not get emotional in pressure situations. Why? Because it's going to end up bad every single time. Every single time. And yet, that's what our society is based on right now. It's based on these emotional reactions.
Yeah, because of social media, I think, and because of things like YouTube and user-created content where anybody can kind of make videos, so many things are vying for folks' attention that mainstream media has resorted to clickbaity type shit. Whether it's New York Times articles, which used to be beyond reproach, that they've gone social justice warrior and clickbaity. And all these other websites are 100% clickbaity. That's the only way they can get people to pay attention. Like I saw the dumbest fucking article. I couldn't believe how dumb it was. It was an article on Ozark. It's like, has Ozark been canceled? And I'm like, fuck, they canceled that show? That show's amazing. So then I clicked on the article. The entire article is about a guy who couldn't find season 1 on Ozark because there was a glitch, and then he found it. And so it's not. So the whole article was just bullshit. But they got me. They get everybody.
They got you to click. They got their advertising dollars because they can show the engagement with the audience.
Exactly. Well, here's a good one. CNN showed a guy got shot yesterday in San Bernardino. Hispanic man got shot in San Bernardino. So that's the title. The title of the article is Hispanic man gets gunned down by the police in San Bernardino. What they leave out is the guy had a gun and was shooting at the cops. So this guy's got a gun. There's photos of this gentleman with a gun. And there's a cop on his knees about to shoot the guy. The guy's standing in front of a gas station. There's gas pumps. I mean, maybe he felt like they wouldn't shoot at him because the gas tanks were right behind him. The pumps were right behind him. But why would they leave that out? Guy with gun in gunfight with cops dies is the right title, not Hispanic man gunned down by cops. Like, they're literally trying to incite anger and violence. They know that you read that and you see Hispanic man shot by cops, like, these motherfuckers, they're murderers, they won't stop. And they leave out this picture of this man with a gun pointing.
You're looking at me like I'm going to say some kind of really profound answer. I got nothing for you. Because you're exactly right. What do they set up that headline for? It's to outrage people. Yes. Anyone that actually opens it up and reads it would actually probably say something like, sounds like the cops did a good job on that one and killed a bad guy before he blew up a gas station or he killed a bunch of innocent people. But that's obviously not that. I think if you tried to write a headline the other way of how these heroic cops face man with gun, eliminate him before he can cause terror in this neighborhood, that would be a nice headline to read. But you're not going to see it.
You're not going to see that. Not today.
Because it's not going to drive enough people crazy.
Today, if your wife tweets, "All lives matter," you can get shit. You can get fired. It doesn't even have to be you anymore.
Yeah.
All lives matter. Just imagine a time where saying "all lives matter" is so controversial that you can get fired.
Now, didn't that happen to a soccer player or something?
Yes, a soccer player's wife tweeted something like that.
Yeah.
The guy who runs the Kings, or the guy who's the commentator for the Kings, they fired him.
You know, and then this is a lot of it is this, right? So people are feeling a certain way, and they're not feeling like this girl that wrote "All Lives Matter." Do you think that was her clandestine way of showing that she's all about white pride? You know what I mean? No, she was thinking, hey, everyone matters. She's probably having some nice thoughts, you know? But then all of a sudden, no, this chick is evil, right, for doing this. And I think there's a lot of that. I think there's a lot of people I think most people are pretty sane. I think most people are pretty reasonable. I think, anybody looking at the George Floyd case, like, yeah, that's completely wrong. That's disgusting. It's horrible. It's heinous to watch. I haven't heard anyone say anything other than that. So how are we just getting so completely divided on this whole thing and start attacking each other just over absolutely everything?
That's a good point, because this is literally a case where no one is saying there's nothing wrong with that cop did. No one.
Zero people.
But yet everybody's still at each other's throats.
Zero people have stuck up for that guy in any way, shape, or form.
Even law enforcement. No law enforcement people say, you got to understand, this is how you control a man. You got to lean on his neck for about 8 minutes, 40, 45 seconds, 46 seconds. No one's saying that.
And unfortunately, you know what they're saying? They're saying, defund the police.
Yeah.
They're saying no more chokeholds, right? Which
I think is crazy.
Yeah. If you want to get someone to be under control and you can't choke them, you know what you have to do? You have to hit them in the head with a baton.
Yeah.
7 times. And you got to risk giving them brain damage, permanently injuring them. If people know what they're doing, I mean, obviously, if people know what they're doing, we'll put a chokehold. They'll wake up, they'll be cuffed.
Yeah.
We're all good.
Yeah, obviously. But, it's the people that are doing it wrong is the problem. The people that shouldn't be doing it in the first place. It's untrained people. But if you're a cop and you're in a fight for your life, and you can't use chokeholds. That's fucking crazy.
It's insane.
You're gonna get shot and killed, or somebody else is gonna get shot and killed. Someone's gonna take your gun.
Yep. And the idea of defund the police, and I understand the premise, okay? And this is once again where many people that say defund the police, they don't mean, hey, just get rid of police. Of course, there's a fraction of people that are saying defund the police means we don't want any more police anymore. There's a portion of people saying that. There's some people that are saying, well, if we defund the police, we can relocate some of that money and we can do, better schools and we can put money into the infrastructure inside these neighborhoods. But here's the problem. You know what the police need more than anything else? They need money for training. And the way the police departments are set up, they do the most ridiculously minuscule amount of training for what their job is. So, as you know, I was in the SEAL teams. We would train for 18 months. 18 months we would train to go on a 6-month deployment. Cops, they get like 2 hours or 4 hours of combatives training a year. A year. That's complete insanity. It's complete insanity. The thing I've been saying is cops should train 1/5 of the time. 1/5 of the time you should be training, whether it's 2 hours a day, 4 times a week, or whether it's 1 day a week, where you're going to go and you're going to go through scenarios. You're going to do combatives. You're going to work with simunition. You're going to do de-escalation drills. Because it's really hard. I mean, being a cop is the hardest job in the world. And by the way, they're not going to have to worry about defunding the police because no one's going to want to be a cop anymore. Who is going to be fired up to be a cop right now? Who's going to think, you know what? When I grow up, I want to be hated by by a massive portion of the country. I want to be viewed as someone that kills innocent people. The recruiting in cop for police is going to go down so hard. It's going to be ridiculous. And then who are you getting there? You're going to get people that are worse level people, worse level humans are going to show up to be cops. So the training piece, though, they should do very scenario-driven training, right? Where you come into a room, and this isn't like super expensive stuff either. You come into a room, there's a person there. They appear to be compliant. You learn how to talk to them. You very quickly learn that instead of yelling them out of the gate, you say, "Hey man, what's going on? Hey, well, what's your name? What's going on? We got a call here. Is everything okay?" You just immediately de-escalate. Then you learn what to do when they don't respond the way you want them to respond. Then you learn what to do when they start to do something drastic. What's the best thing for you? And you play through these scenarios. It's just like jiu-jitsu in the fact that what makes jiu-jitsu good? What makes jiu-jitsu good is we can go hard against each other over and over again and not really get hurt, not really get killed. So you get really good at it. That's what you need to do in training for police. You need to go through these tough scenarios over and over again because you do get better at it. You learn how to mentally detach and not get emotional and realize that there's other things that are happening. When you see the George Floyd case, a couple of the other cops, I think two of the other guys were complete rookies, right? They've been on the force for a very short period of time. No one in that group before, obviously you got the killer himself, he's actually conducting the act, but all the other guys are not paying attention. They're all emotional themselves. Hey, stay back. And they're probably watching and saying, why isn't that guy moving? And they're just caught up in it. Whereas if someone would have showed up on the scene or one of those guys had been through some good training in their life, they would have said, what's happening here? Hold on, my partner over there has been on this guy for 2 minutes. He's not moving anymore. I'm going to walk over and say, hey man, let me take over. I got this. Go over there, decompress. This takes training. You have to train people. And I saw this over and over again in the SEAL teams, training guys. You get a young kid that's coming through training for the first time, and they go into a room and they're getting shot with simunition bullets, or there's someone yelling and screaming, or we put Arabic women coming walking out of rooms. We'd have people get blown up with wounds. We would do this to them over and over again. So they realize, okay, I just got to relax. I got to take a step back. I got to detach from this situation so I can process what's happening and I can make a good decision. Because, as I said earlier, no one is making a good decision when they're panicked, when they're freaked out, when they're scared. As a jiu-jitsu guy, when someone puts hands on you, you're not actually scared, right? You're like, oh, okay, I know what to do here. If you don't know jiu-jitsu, if you've never had someone grab you before, or you haven't had someone grab you in 17 months or 14 months, no one's laid hands on you because you got a badge and a gun. So people, when you tell them to do something, 95% of the time they go, okay, yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. But then somebody grabs you. You're instantly, your emotions are spiked, your adrenaline spiked, and the only way to overcome that is through consistent training that happens on a regular basis. You can't just train somebody one time. It's like ring rust. You can't just train somebody one time and, oh, now I don't need to train anymore. No, you need to do continuous training. So that fact right there, if we want to help the police through these situations, we need to invest more money into them. We need to get them better training. We need to pull them out of the field to train and pull them out of the field to decompress. Because you ever done a ride along?
No.
Like whether you're doing a ride along, whether you're going into any situation where you're thinking you could be killed, and even if it's just a remote chance, but you're doing that all the time, and you're seeing on the news, you hear this, your buddy got shot, your buddy got whatever, this other guy got, his gun taken away. Like that stuff happens. People get killed. I mean, there's been 31 cops killed this year. 31 cops killed this year. And a lot of those, that's not including, like a car accident or COVID. There's been a bunch died of COVID, but just people that have been engaged with bad guys and they got killed. So you're a cop. When another cop gets killed, you're thinking that could be you. So that's your mindset, and that mindset builds, and you're working 10-hour days, and you're working 12-hour days, and there's no training, and there's no breaks. Where do you end up, right? Where do you end up? You end up being a little bit paranoid. You end up being a little bit angry. What happens when you get in a fight with your wife? It's like all these things, you add them together. It's a freaking hard job. And from an entire systemic way of training and recruiting and keeping police ready to do their job, whatever that job entails. Because let's face it, most of the time that job entails, most of the time it entails, hey, I'm about to go have a bad relationship with another human being. That's what's about to happen, right? Whether I'm pulling you over, whether I've been called to your house because you were yelling and screaming and people heard your wife screaming or whatever. That's what's happening. I'm showing up in a bad relationship. You don't like me and I already don't like you. That's where we start. So we got to train people for that. We also got to train them for all the times that they go in to help people, save people. They're the first people on the scene at car accidents. People are bleeding out. We got to train them for that. And then they have to also be trained for, hey, this is a bad guy this is the guy that you just talked about at a gas station with a weapon that wants to kill a bunch of people. You got to be prepared for that whole spectrum as a police officer. And yet we send them to a 3-month-long police academy, and we send them out in the street. And that's what they do, day in, day out, day in, day out.
It seems to me that they need to be vetted too, much better than they are now. Just like the SEALs. Like, you can't get through buds unless you are a superior human being. You have to be able to tolerate a bunch of shit that most people are going to fall apart during. And this seems to me is a great way to weed out people that just don't have it.
Yeah, there's one thing that's interesting, just from a physical perspective, most police departments don't even have a minimum physical requirement to continue to be on the force. You have to be at a certain level to graduate from the academies, but oftentimes there's no standard beyond that.
Yeah, I've seen cops before. We're like, this is hilarious. Like, what is going to stop someone from closing the distance on you? Like, you ain't getting to that gun.
Yeah. But the mental aspect is stuff that you can get better at.
Yes.
You can get better at it, but you only get better at it through training.
Right.
And you only get really comfortable through training a lot. And yet, we put these people in these horrible positions over and over and over again, and we don't give them the proper training.
And now there's this politicians that, because of the current social climate, they're encouraged to want to defund the police. That's a great way for them to get brownie points from their constituents. People want the police defunded, which is it's the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my life. It's so crazy that this is actually gaining steam to the point where in Minneapolis, because they're trying to quiet down the mob, they've actually gone ahead and done it. What the fuck is Minneapolis going to look like in a year from now? It's going to look like Mad Max. I mean, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be criminals will go there to commit crimes. If there's no police there, are you crazy?
By the way, it's Jocko. Shit. Thanks very much.
Right.
Yeah, I just don't understand where they think this game ends. I don't think they've planned it out. They're not playing chess.
The other thing that you're talking about, this brownie points for the politicians, and there's brownie points and there's people trying to create sides. It's my side versus your side, and that's a completely political thing, right? And all that does is increase the divide between the police and the civilians. And this reminds me a lot of counterinsurgency, right? So counterinsurgency, insurgents are bad guys inside of a country. The country's not bad. There's some bad guys in a country. So what you have to do is you actually have to go out and build relationships with the good people inside that country, so that the good people inside that country can help you get rid of the bad people. What happens if you go out, and this is Ramadi, Iraq, this is my last deployment to Iraq. There's a bunch of just totally normal, good people, Iraqi people that are living in the city of Ramadi. What do they want to do? You know what they want to do? They want to send their kids to school. They want to run their little market. They want to do whatever it is that they do. That's what they want to do. They have the same goal as a normal family. They're just a normal bunch of people. And inside that group of people, there's a bunch of bad people. And these are insurgents. Some of them are foreign fighters. Some of them are foreign regime elements from Saddam, but they're bad. And they want to create chaos and mayhem. So, Americans, we go in there. If we go in there super heavy-handed, and while I go to capture or kill one bad guy, I kill or maim a couple of those normal civilians, what happens? Well, a couple of those normal civilians' family go, wait, you guys aren't good. You guys are bad. You guys just killed my brother. He didn't do anything wrong. And then we do it again. And then we do it again. And then we do it again. And each time that we do this, we're creating more animosity from the local populace, who, by the way, like I said, they're just good, normal people. So what we had to do is really focus on going out and building relationships with the local populace. How do we do that? And one of the things, this happened after I left, but you remember the surge that took place, and they sent a bunch more troops over there. Part of the reason that they sent that surge, and part of the reason that was allowed to happen, was because the Battle of Ramadi, where I fought, went very well. And since it went well, people said, well, maybe we can pull this off. So they sent more troops. And one of the directives that General Petraeus gave is he said there can be no more drive-by counterinsurgency. And what he meant by that was, when you go to a neighborhood, you can't just drive through the neighborhood in your Humvee, in your bulletproof Humvee with your windows up, drive through, show of force, and then leave. That doesn't work. What you have to do is stop your vehicles. You have to get out. You have to talk to the local population. You have to ask them what's going on. You have to ask them if they need anything. You have to build relationships with the local populace, the good local populace that just wants those insurgents out of there. And that's what I don't see happening. And the more we increase this divide between the police and the civilians, the worse that's going to get. And so the police have to start doing a better job of outreach of, hey, I asked you if you did a ride-along. They should be offering ride-alongs all the time to the local kids, 17-year-old kids, 15-year-old kids. Hey, come and see what my job is like. Come and help me out. That 15-year-old kid, he knows who the bad actors are. He knows who the good kids are. Bring that kid along on a ride along. Let him see what it looks like from your angle. Get out, meet the parents, meet the families. We're failing to build relationships between the police and the civilians, and that causes these problems.
I think you're 100% correct, but I don't hear anybody repeating what you're saying. That's what's terrifying. I think everything you're saying is logical. It makes sense. It comes from experience. I don't hear anybody saying this.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's because people don't realize what's happening because they're too in it, right? They're too in it. They're wrapped up in it. And And that's another part. I talked about recruiting. Who you recruiting? Recruit those kids. Recruit those kids, but you have to build a relationship with them before you can before anyone's going to go to the police. And look, I think it's the LA Police Department. If you look at the LA Police Department compared to the racial makeup of LA, they're pretty equivalent, and they're pretty equivalent on purpose. They do that for a reason. So you got to get that. You got to continue to build those relationships so that we talk to one another. We actually communicate with each other, because anytime, I'm allowed to sit over here in my area, and you're sitting over there in your area, we're building animosity. We build that kind of animosity between each other, and now the littlest thing. I mean, there was a woman that was killed in Minneapolis 2-3 years ago. Do you remember this one?
Yes.
Female.
Yes.
A yoga instructor. Called the police. Called the police to report a disturbance. The police showed up, and there's no video, no footage. She gets killed by the cops. It's insane that these things happen. But we also have to remember what is a police officer thinking about? And what kind of training are you giving them? And what kind of psychological screening, to your point, what kind of strike? And it's not just one-time psychological screening. Because guess what? People get burnt out. And it happens at different times to different people. You take 35 guys in combat. I've got some guys at the end of a 6-month deployment. You know what they're telling me? Can I stay longer? I'm doing fine. You get 1 month into that deployment, you've got other guys that are saying, hey, do you need anyone to head home early? Right? That happens. So you think in a police force of 1,000 people or whatever size your police force is, you're going to have some people that are steady, mentally stable. They can deal with it. They can go. They can be in an officer-involved shooting today, and tomorrow they can go back to their job and be perfectly fine. There's other people, they could never work again after they're in an officer-involved shooting. What kind of investment are we making into this psychological health of police? And look, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm sitting here just putting it all on the police, because everyone is playing a role in this. And one of the things that you need to look at as well is how to get arrested, right? There should be a public service course on how you should get arrested. This is what you should do. If the cops are pulling you over, if the cops approach you about something, here's what you should think. One of the things you should think is, okay, this cop may not be bad. This cop may be looking out for my welfare right now. That's a great, hopeful thought. The other thing that you have to think is kind of worst case scenario. This cop might be agitated. This cop might be looking for somebody that fits my description. This cop might have just been in a fight with his wife. He might have just lost a partner. There's a million bad things. Use that scenario in your head. To contemplate how you're going to interact with a police officer, which is, you know what they're looking at? They're looking at your hands. You know why? Because that's where the threat comes from. The threat comes from your hands. So when you're making quick movement with your hands, don't do that. Listen to what they say. Move slowly when you move. This should be public service. The police should be putting out, hey, if you interact with the police, we hate to have to say this, but since our police sometimes are in bad situations, here's some things we recommend and we highly suggest and we beg. We beg that you do this. We beg. Because what happens to these cops when they kill somebody? What happens to them? Their lives are just totally destroyed.
That was the thing about that guy in Minneapolis. He'd already killed people. He'd already been involved in, I think it's at least 2 shootings. And he had more than a dozen complaints against him.
Yeah.
Not good. It's obvious by the end result.
Yeah.
That's the type of guy he was. It's pretty obvious by the fact that he was able to do that to a man. The guy's literally calling out to his dead mother. You know, I mean, the type of man that can stay on someone's neck while they're doing that, when all that guy did was have a counterfeit $20 bill. That's it.
This is where, when you talk about psychological screening, and that's why I'm saying it has to be constant.
Yeah.
Because people change,
Yeah.
right? And red flags. I mean, like you said, hindsight's 20/20. We're looking at this case now. We're going, oh, who the hell lets this guy continue to police? And by the way, interestingly enough, if you talk to internal affairs at police departments, the vast majority of the complaints that they get about police are from police. So they report each other. That's a little known fact. Most of the reports don't come from the civilians out there saying, hey, this happened or that happened. Most of the time it's cops saying, hey, this guy was out of line here.
That's a good sign. It doesn't look rosy. When I'm looking at the future, I don't see a way during this climate.
What scares me the most is I don't see a way if we don't talk to each other. That's where there's no solution. Because, look, for every 10 viral video that you see of a cop hitting somebody with a baton or a rioter throwing something through a window, for every 10 of those viral videos, there's another viral video that has, the guy with the free hugs t-shirt on that's out talking to the cops and saying, hey, I get it. And they're communicating with each other and talking. And when you communicate, it's just like the hostage rescue basic technique. You want to humanize. You want to humanize instead of dehumanize. And right now, we're just dehumanizing each other completely. And that's what scares me more than anything else, is if we can't talk to each other. Because, look, you take the most hardened soldier in war. Some badass soldier that's done 4 deployments, 6 deployments, whatever, and you put him into a room with a kid and a mom, an Iraqi kid and a mom, or an Afghan kid and a mom, and you put them in that room and say, hey, sit here for 15 minutes, find out what they're about. Here's an interpreter. That guy's going to come out of there going, yeah, I get where they're coming from. And same thing, vice versa. You take a hardened jihadist and you say, hey, talk to this guy over here about what he's trying to do inside your country. But just talk to him. Will you open up the communications? And are you going to get some extremists on both ends? Yes, you will. So maybe I shouldn't have said the most hardened soldier and the most hardened, because the most hardened soldier becomes a killer. That happens all the time. I shouldn't say it happens all the time. It happens from time to time. That's how you get the My Lai massacre. It happens. The most hardened jihadists, they're not going to change their mind. They're not going to come to any rose-colored view of America. But barring those total extremes, you've got people, you've got other human beings, and if you can get them to talk to each other, they can find consensus, they can find common ground. But if they're not talking to each other, then we don't make any progress. And to your whole kind of point, there's less and less communication between people, open communication. Because if you talk to someone and they say, the cops did this, this, and this, and you say, oh, okay, explain to me what happened, tell me what went down. And then you say, hey, let me tell you what it's like for a cop, being a cop, when he sees something going on. You know how many domestic violence cases happen and the person shows up and they're getting assaulted by both parties? So maybe that's what this cop was thinking when he showed up and saw your mom in this situation and did this to your dad, right? Like, this is real conversations, but we don't have them. And not only we don't have them, it seems like there's forces that are actively trying to prevent us from talking to each other, from sitting down at a table and saying, hey man, tell me what's going on. Who wants the country to be divided? It's the people that we're talking about earlier. That how do they score points? How do I score points with this group? How do I score points with the other group? It's by making everything as divisive as possible. It's horrible to watch, man. It's sickening to watch.
I was reading a whole series of tweets with a journalist that was talking about how cops shooting black men is a real problem. But another real problem that's not being discussed by this Black Lives Matter group is black on black crime. How do we stop all the murders that are taking place in Chicago? This is something that should be discussed. And this guy was getting attacked. And one of the other journalists was literally tweeting at him saying, "You have been told not to discuss this." But yet he ignores these commands that he should not discuss. Is a very real issue. As if somehow or another bringing up another issue that is also a problem diminishes the original issue of this guy getting killed by cops. Of course it doesn't.
Yeah.
But the idea is that there's problems, there's real problems. It's not just the cops killing these people. Look, the cop killed this guy in Minneapolis. He didn't do anything in Seattle. How the fuck did that shit happen in Seattle? Well, it happened in Seattle because of this reactionary world where one person does something somewhere, it gets through social media, it gets through the mainstream media, it becomes this huge inflammatory subject. And then the next thing you know, windows are getting smashed, things are getting lit on fire, cars are getting turned over, blocks are getting taken, and that's where we find ourselves.
I think it was May 29th. There was a cop killed, I want to say in Texas. And he was killed when they rolled into a scene. They got a call, hey, suspicious person running through the neighborhood. They roll up on the scene. They start, a few cops are now searching for this guy. And they see a building with an open door. They go, okay, maybe he's in there. Let's go clear this building with an open door. They go in this building with an open door. There's shots fired. One of the cops killed one of the other cops. So just, friendly fire, death. That right there, if you take that, you just extrapolate that over how hard it is to be a police officer, that you can be going into a building, you shoot one of your friends because you think they're bad. That is a real problem. That's how hard this job is. My point is, that's how hard this job is. But we have to do a better job of explaining that. We have to do a better job of explaining how hard this job is. As far as the, hey, don't talk about black on black violence, I was talking with my podcast bro, Echo Charles, who is a black guy. And we were talking about that. And I said, I think it might have a little bit to do with this. If you're watching UFC, and there's two guys that are fighting, and the round ends, like just at the end of the round, all of a sudden the referee comes in and punches one, just Muay Thai kicks a guy in the head and knocks him out. Everyone would be completely, utterly outraged about this, right? Because of course that guy wasn't in the game. What's that guy doing?
Right.
So I think there's a little bit of that. That's the referee is supposed to not do that. And when you see a cop, the thought is, hey, that guy's viewed as a referee. That guy's not supposed to be doing this. So I think that is kind of where some of that outrage comes from, because this is a cop. This isn't supposed to be happening here. This guy is not supposed to be killing people.
Right.
And he did.
It's also that the cop is just a person who has this extraordinary power. Yes. And extraordinary responsibility too. What's terrifying to me is that when I'm looking at this idea to defund the police, and then I'm thinking, what do these neighborhoods look like if you wind up doing it? And then how do you get back out of that? What do you do, police? Do you ramp it up and do it better next time? I mean, this is a long process. You're looking at a lot of trial and error here over, perhaps multiple years before they figure out what they fucked up.
Yeah, and I know there's some city, I think it's in New Jersey, that completely dismantled their police, but then they rebuilt a new police department. And I actually get that. You could get a department that was so completely and utterly corrupt that you said, you know what, we're getting rid of all of them.
Did you ever see Cocaine Cowboys? Great documentary. One of the things it talks about is the corruption during the cocaine era of the 80s, where the entire graduating police force, from the police academy, the entire graduating year, everyone was either murdered or went to jail for corruption. The entire graduating class. That's how bad it was.
So if you have that kind of problem, I get it. You might want to dismantle that police force. You know what happens in the SEAL team sometimes? Sometimes there's a platoon that's so bad that they just dismantle the whole platoon.
How often is that?
Very rarely, but it does happen.
Really?
Yep.
What causes it?
Usually the problem is bad leadership. It's always bad leadership, because you can take a bunch of knuckleheads and you give them a good leader and they'll do fine. So it's always comes down to the leadership. So sometimes they'll replace a leader, but and usually when they replace a leader, you'll watch the platoon will turn around almost instantly because someone steps in and says, all right, here's what we're doing. Here's how we're doing it. And they make that change. But sometimes you have just like a bad platoon and they say, you know what? You guys are done.
It seems incredibly difficult to be a good leader. One of the more interesting things about what you're doing with your platform, whether it's your podcast or the Instagram videos you put out, you're showing what good leadership is. There's not a lot of people. When you look at, if you get 1,000 people, how many of those people are going to be a real good leader?
Well, this is what has become my career after the SEAL teams, because I got very, very in the SEAL teams, very, very lucky. First of all, my whole career was just luck. I was the luckiest guy ever in the SEAL teams, and I happened to be in the right places at the right times, and I got some great experience in some very tough situations. And then the last thing that I did in the SEALs for almost the last 3 years I was in was I ran the training, the tactical training, not the training where guys carry boats on their head and carry logs around. I didn't do that. I went through it, but I didn't run that training. I ran the training where everything I was talking about, you're running scenarios, you're putting people in bad situations, you're using simuation, you're doing all these things. So I got to see over and over again leaders get put into pressure situations and how their leaders responded and how the team responds to that leader and what these different things wash out, how they wash out. And what's interesting is, and what I really realized when I was in that position, is that their leadership is a skill and you can get better at it. Now, just like fighting, just like jiu-jitsu, there's certain people that have a natural propensity to be good at it. You got some, let's say someone's really strong, right? They're going to have an advantage. Let's say someone's super flexible. They're going to have a little, they're big, right? These things are advantages in fighting. In leadership, it's the same thing. Let's say someone is super articulate. That's helpful. Let's say someone doesn't have a bad temper. That's very helpful. But everyone is at a different level. Well, just like you can take a bunch of different sized and shaped and athletic ability people and you can make them better at fighting, you can take a bunch of people with different levels of leadership characteristics and you can improve them. And then there are actual moves. There's actual moves that you can do as a leader that are just like a jiu-jitsu move. Oh, Joe comes to me and he's yelling and screaming at me that I didn't give him 2 extra people to go on his job. Instead of me going, hey, Joe, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. Instead, I actually listen to you, right? I listen to you say, well, hold on, I didn't know you needed that many people. What do you need them for? So I show a little sense of urgency. I kind of reflect what your emotions are. So I'm not just creating a fight between you and me. Because if you and I are fighting, you and I are not finding a solution. So I'm going to reflect a little bit of your emotion, and then I'm going to diminish it a little bit so you and I can have a real conversation. So there's moves that you can do as a leader that function like a jiu-jitsu move. And they're very, very powerful. The more of them you learn, the better off you'll be. And you need to practice them. You won't be good at them out of the gate. It's going to take some, just like if I showed you an arm lock and you've never done jiu-jitsu before, you're not going to be able to just get on the mat and do it to somebody. You're going to have to try it a couple times. You have to learn the little nuances to the move. So there are ways that leaders can get better. And yes, there's absolutely natural leadership qualities that make people just a natural better leader. But even those people can improve. So your question of out of 1,000 people, how many really good leaders there are, well, you have to ask, okay, you're just talking about how many people are just naturally born great leaders. Your suspicion is correct. It's not a huge amount. But how many of those leaders can you improve exponentially in their ability to lead? And that's what Company Echelon Front, that's what we do all the time, is we go and work with companies, we work with leaders. That is exactly what we do. And we take we work with companies that have 150,000 employees, and you start getting everyone, all the leaders aligned, and getting the frontline troops, understanding where the leadership is and what they're thinking, and so you can become a much, much better leader over time. Now, how much of this do we see in the civilian sector? How much even more directly, how much of this do we see in the political world? The answer is an unbelievably small amount. I mean, it's a ridiculously small amount.
Yeah.
It's a ridiculously small amount. Why is that? I mean, there's a lot of reasons. First of all, who at this point in the world thinks that sounds like a great job, right? Hey, I'm going to go get attacked from all sides. I'm going to have my personal life picked apart. I'm going to get, I'm going to work really hard and really not, I'm going to pay cap on how much money I make. There's all kinds of reasons why becoming a politician doesn't look like the best job for most people that would look and say, hey, would I rather be the CEO of a company and make a ton of money and create a huge product and leave a big impact and influence thousands of people that work at my company in a positive way? Or would I rather go and get ridiculed and get broke down and have to try and get my job again in 4 years or 2 years or whatever the case may be? That's a tough job too. And a lot of people say, oh, I'm not going to, why would I jump into that game? Well, I know I say that. Why would I jump into that game? Why would I want to go and be a politician right now? Right? It's crazy. Like for me to want to go into the political world, there would have to be complete and utter chaos in America. I mean, way beyond where we're at
Have
right
you
now.
thought about this?
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you what I think. Because people ask, oh, you should do this, you should do that. I say, we're not at a point where we need this.
We might be about 4 days away from
We
it.
could be. I think the answer, let's get Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
I agree with you.
He's the guy that could really, I think, unify people, and I think he would have to run as an independent. And I recommend he does it right now. Right now, he should be like, yeah, you know what, I'm in.
I think he would win.
I think he would win.
I really think he would win as an independent.
He's obviously a smart guy. He's super articulate. He listens. You can tell that he listens. I mean, when you see him interact with people, he's very genuine how he interacts. He's built businesses, right? He's built big, really productive businesses that are doing great. I think he'd be great.
He's got a fantastic work ethic.
He got a fantastic work ethic that he came up from nothing, right? He had $7 in his pocket. We all know the story, and he has more bucks in his pocket than that now. So, and most important, I think he's just a popular guy. He would get up and when the country's going through hard times, I was talking to a friend on the way up here, and they were saying, hey, people want leadership and they're looking for it and they're not hearing it. And a lot of times people don't even recognize the fact that they don't have leadership. They don't even recognize it. It's a leadership vacuum. So they don't even know what they should be thinking. Well, let me give you an example. Let's take a SEAL platoon. SEAL platoon raids a house. There's some explosions. There's some gunfire. And no one's really sure where it's coming from. And no one's really sure what to do. Now that individual, a lot of the individuals in that platoon are just kind of holding on security. They're not really sure what to do. And they're not really even recognizing that there's a leadership vacuum. But then someone comes in, the leader, the platoon chief, the platoon commander comes in and goes, everyone get to the roof right now. And everyone goes, oh, cool, now we know what to do. So same thing happening in America right now. There's no kind of voice saying, hey, everyone, this is what I just saw on this video. This is what I just saw. This was a heinous crime. This obviously, we have some deep-rooted problems that we need to fix. Here's the way I'm going to move forward, addressing these problems, getting to the bottom. And by the way, my ears are open, and you know where I'm coming right now? I'll be in Minneapolis tomorrow afternoon. That's, oh, we got a problem like that. If we have a problem like that, I am going on the ground. I will be there. I'll be there. I'm the president. So I'll be there in 2 hours? I'll be there on the ground. I'm going to find out what's going on. I'm going to meet with people. We're going to talk. I'm going to listen. I'm going to find out what this means. I'm going to get to the bottom of these problems. That's what. Then you can actually speak from a position of, okay, I just spoke to these 9 people. Matter of fact, they're coming with me. We're going to come up with a plan. We're going to come up with a plan together. That's another huge leadership. Everyone thinks in the military that the leader's sitting at the top going, all right, gentlemen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to approach this building from the west. We're going to assault the front door. No, that's not the way it works. That's not the way it should work. The way it should work is I say to you, Joe, hey, Joe, here's the target I want you to go after tonight. Come up with a plan. And you say, okay, cool. And then you, if you're a good leader, you get with your team and say, hey guys, here's the target we're going after. How do you all think we should do it? And now you all come up with your own plan together. And then you come back to me and say, hey, Jocko, here's how we're doing it. And I said, looks good. And maybe if I got to make a little adjustment, I'd say, hey, make this little adjustment here, or maybe use this weapon over here, or whatever. I make little tiny adjustments, but it's still your plan. And from a leadership perspective, that means you and your team are totally bought into the plan. You made it up. As opposed to me coming down and barking orders at you and telling you how we're going to do it. It doesn't work. I mean, I can force you to do it because I outrank you. Or I order you to do this. That doesn't fly. You know how many times in my entire military career I said, hey, I'm the boss. You better do what I tell you to do. You know how many times I said that? 0. 0 times. No one thinks like that. So in a leadership position, what you have to do is say, hey, I'm going to come. I'm going to find out what's going on. I'm going to talk to people, and we're going to put together a plan to figure out how we're going to get this solved. This is not acceptable in America.
That sounds fantastic, but what if you're a Republican and they're Democrats, and then you get on the ground and you have a mayor that's non-compliant, you have a governor that disagrees with your strategy, they don't want you there in the first place, they want to work it out themselves, they want to defund the police, they're voting unanimously to defund the police, they don't like what you're saying.
Cool. What? Okay, if that's where we're at right now, let's come up with a plan. Let's see how we get through this. Here's some things I'm worried about. Because if you're telling me you want to defund the police because you think that this police department is completely and utterly corrupt, okay, let's explore that. Because you could be right. You could be right. This is where a lot of leaders make a mistake where it becomes an ego thing. Especially like you're talking Republican and Democrat. So that means if I'm a Republican, no Democrat can have a good idea ever. And if I'm a Democrat, no Republican can have a good idea ever. So that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. So even right now, like when you threaten me, right now, you're like, hey, what if I tell you I want to defund the police and I tell you I don't want the cops now? You tell me all those things as a good leader. You know what I'm going to say? All right. There must be something really bad going on here beyond even what I just saw on this video. I'm coming and I want to hear what's happening and I want you to tell me what your suggestions are. And if your suggestions are to defund the police, let's explore where that plays out. Let's see where that ends up. Because as we start peeling back the layers, even the most ardent anti-police person, you're going to get to a point where you say, okay, when one of your constituents' house is being broken into, who are they going to call? What mechanism are we going to put in place for security? How are we going to keep people safe from crime? And then they've got to answer that question. And maybe they come up with a good answer. I don't know yet. But as a leader, you have to listen to other people's ideas. And we have to, you absolutely have to do that. There's a saying from Pat, the leader on the front line is always right. The leader on the front line is always right. So I've always tried to embrace that theory, not just from a leadership perspective, but even from a human perspective. You know, when you want to tell me something that I don't know about, I'm going to listen to you. I'm actually really going to listen to you. I'm going to try and ask myself, well, let's say Joe lives in this city, and Joe's here with this community, and Joe is telling me right now that we should have no police here. Well, could he be very emotional? Yes, he could. Does that mean I should not listen to anything he says? No, it doesn't. It means I should monitor your emotions and I should take that into account. But I should also be saying there's got to be some core of truth to what he's saying. Now, is it possible that Joe's just a bad actor and just evil? Yes, it is. How do I know that unless I listen to you? Your answer is you don't.
You know what I'm hearing right now? Jocko and the Rock. 2020. That's what I'm hearing.
I think, yeah, well, I really hope it doesn't get to that point.
It all makes fantastic sense, but the problem is everybody is so partisan. It's so difficult to get people to work together, and people are they're so much invested in keeping this party divided by these party lines, keeping the country divided by the right and the left. It's so nuts.
It's completely nuts.
Yeah.
It's completely nuts. And when you hear the extremists on either side, you should say to yourself, they want us to fight, right? It's like,
Yes.
you know, here, I'll drop dime on myself. I'm a big, like when I was a kid in the SEAL teams, I was an instigator. If I could talk smack to two different people and let them start to get escalating like they wanted to fight, I would do that all day long. Especially once I started training people jiu-jitsu. You know, I'd be the guy that would say, "Oh, he thinks he can take you now because he trained for 2 weeks. You haven't been here." And you go, "What? You said that?" You know, I would do that all day long. Escalate. So we have
Why
to
did you do that?
because it's fun to watch people fight to the death.
That's what I did when I was on Fear Factor. It's like instigating people. It's fun.
Yeah, there's some level of fun to it.
Yeah, but fighting to the death is a different kind of fun.
Yeah, but when you recognize that when people on the extremes are telling you extreme things, that what they want is to create a divide.
Yeah.
That's what they want. So that you just go, you know what? I just can't have that, so I'm voting here. Or I just can't have this, so I'm voting here. It's a nightmare.
It is a nightmare. It's a very difficult one to get out of. You need real leadership to get out of it.
Yep.
And that's just absent right now on both sides.
Totally absent, and there's no middle ground. No, there's no one that says, well, you know, I like some of Trump's policies, right? Someone says that, it's like, oh, just destroy that
You must
person.
be a Nazi.
Yeah. Or, you know, I agree with Nancy Pelosi on this thing. You must be, you know, a communist. You know, either way, but that's the way. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
That's why, unfortunately, well, fortunately, but if The Rock was going to run, I think he would have to run as an independent.
Right.
To just say, listen, I'm not down. There's some things I agree with over there. There's some things I agree with over there. So you know what I'm doing? I'm going in the middle, which is where most of America is. So if you want to vote extremist, you can go to this side. Other extreme, you can go to this side. Everyone else vote for me.
When was the last time someone even won as a governor that was an independent? Was it Jesse Ventura?
Possibly.
Minnesota.
Yeah, possibly.
Might have been him. I mean, you never even hear about it.
Yeah, well, there's a whole like money thing that happens, right? There's a whole money thing where if you're not a Republican or a Democrat, you're not going to get those big coffers full of money to put paid advertising out and get people in the streets to vote for you.
Yeah, you don't have the machine behind it. You don't have the DNC behind it. Republican Party. Yeah, it's a real weird situation we find ourselves in with no clear path to sanity.
Now, there's no clear path to sanity if we don't talk to each other, and right now we're not. We're not. I've seen, you know, the people are so just angry, when you talk to them about this stuff. Just anger comes out. It's horrible. It's horrible to watch.
Yeah. What disturbs me is that I don't see, in the past when there's been disputes or things have been wrong, it seems like there's a clear path to sort of work things out. It doesn't seem like a clear path. It seems like every day it kind of gets a little worse. Like you get ramped up even more. And then there's this event that's looming on the horizon, this November event, this election event. And no matter what, whether it's left or right, whether Biden wins or Trump wins, it's going to be madness and chaos.
It seems hard for me to understand that Biden could maintain his health, you know, through a presidency. That seems very challenging to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like he's been going down, you know, with his coherence level. You can kind of see it over even months, right?
Yeah.
He's on a really, really rapid downward spiral.
It seems stressful for anybody. Except Trump, for whatever fucking reason. That guy eats it up. But for most people running for president alone, just the grueling, just the schedule that's involved, traveling, doing all these speeches, it just breaks them down. I mean, one of the reasons why Hillary lost was she just wasn't willing to travel as much. There was all these different events that she was supposed to go to. She just couldn't go. She couldn't take it anymore. She thought she was going to win anyway, so she just stayed laid back.
Yeah. It definitely is a brutal thing, but it's really also just completely insane that the two candidates are these two people.
Well, yeah.
Right.
First of all, the best the Democrats can do. I mean, they had all these other people, well spoken, seemed like young and healthy, and, you know, there's so many.
That is hard to comprehend,
Yeah.
right? It's really hard to comprehend that.
Yeah.
That you're looking at this group of whatever, 350 million people, 320 million people in America, and this is who you end up with.
Anyway, I mean, we don't even know who's vice president is, right? That's going to make a big deal. That's going to make a big difference. The vice president is compelling, interesting. He says he's going to pick a woman. Whether he picks, probably he's going to pick Klobuchar. Klobuchar was responsible for a lot of those guys skating in Minneapolis. So that's not good. And then if he's going to go with Kamala Harris, Tulsi Gabbard kind of took the legs off of that lady.
Yeah.
So then who's left? Mayor Pete? He seems like a guy who's just, like he's got a playbook. He's kind of like following this Obama playbook. I just don't feel it from him at all. At least he's gay. We'd have a gay guy in office. That'd lighten people up a little bit. I believe that. We had a powerful gay leader. I think it'd be great for the country. Like, I think, like the one of the things about Obama being in office, beside the fact that he's very articulate and educated, well-spoken statesman, is that it's like, hey, look, we're making progress. We have a black president. Like, I felt that. I felt like a wave across the country. People were like, you can be president in this country. Like, even if you're born out of a single mother family, and you're a black guy, you can, as long as you've got the goods, you can make it. Like, this is great. This means we really are living in a meritocracy. And it would be great if there was a gay guy that had the same experience. Like all the people that are homophobes, like, yeah, but that fucking Mayor Pete, he's got me. The Bible says, but you know what? Fuck the Bible. I'm voting for that guy. He's better than Trump. I mean, that would be great. But he's just, I don't think he's, maybe he's the guy someday, but he's also a young guy, right? So who else? Who the fuck is there? Especially since it's going to be Biden, and he said it's going to be a woman. It's definitely not going to go with Tulsi. She's too fucking dangerous. The Democrats are scared of her. She doesn't play games.
Which is so crazy.
I know. She's got everything. Everything they want. Woman of color, congresswoman, served overseas, 2 deployments.
Yeah.
She's got everything.
She's
really
super articulate.
Super articulate.
She's level-headed.
Super level-headed. Very intelligent.
Yeah.
But she's just not corrupt. She's got this one problem. That's the one problem. I mean, other than that, you look at it like, Jesus Christ, this lady, she's willing to talk to people on the other side. She's, she's a stateswoman. She's the way she speaks like a leader. They won't even consider her. It's too dangerous.
Well,
so who else is there?
I'm going back to DJ, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Going back to
independent.
Yeah, as an independent.
Yeah.
And
Dwayne and John, 2020. Come on, man. We need you.
It's very, very, it's very horrible. And when I see all this divide, right, this is one thing that just to have been in the military and have been on the battlefield and fought alongside guys of every background that you can imagine. White, black, Mexican, whatever, Puerto Rican, Asian, everyone's out there. Everyone's out there. And by the way, going to memorial services for these guys overseas, there's not one thought in your head. That's thinking, oh, underneath the flag on that coffin, is that a black guy or is that a white guy? Not one thought in your head in any way, shape, or form. All you know is that person took a bullet, got blown up. That could be me. They took that from me. And to come back here and now see this country being ripped apart, that's the most horrible thing for me.
This is something that gets discussed a lot by guys in teams and by different guys in the military, period, that's considered them. It's your brothers, because you're literally, the consequences of your actions, of your day-to-day existence is so dire, life and death. It's the most drastic consequences that we are aware of. There's no, or you're not, or they save you or they don't. You're brothers, you're all together. But in this world, the consequences are less grave, and the requirements of people are less extreme. You're not as tested. You're not your character is not as exposed. You're not as vulnerable in that sense. And because of that, I think people are more outraged, and they're finding more reasons why we're separate, more reasons to divide us, more reasons why they're different from us, whether it's because of ideology or skin color. Sam Harris has a podcast where he's discussing all the different things, and he brings up one really great point. The podcast that's out now. He said, "Could you imagine a world where we think of color the same way we think of hair color? Like the color of people's skin is the same way. Could you imagine a world where I don't trust redheads? I don't. Those people with dark brown hair are fucking creepy to me. All the people in my neighborhood that are blonde are all shady. Like that seems so preposterous. Well, one day the goal would be so great if one day that's how we feel about all skin color. It's no different than hair color. It's just characteristics that you were born with. You have no control over. Who you are is what's important. That's it."
Yeah, and I think that's the position that the military puts you in. It puts you in this position of, look, I gotta rely on this guy. I gotta rely on this guy. And if they're reliable, I'm down. I'm good. If they're not reliable, I got a problem. And it doesn't matter what color they are. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter any of that. It's like, is this person going to be there? Is this a good person that's going to be there to back me up? And that's all we care about. And so for me, this is like super regressive to be going through this, to watch the country go through this and think, wait, wasn't I just 10 years ago, like overseas with a bunch of guys that didn't care about any of this? Didn't enter into our minds. We're not looking at it all the time. And I guess part of it is because you're in a fight, you're in a struggle. And right now, let's face it, in America, not a lot of struggling happening.
We're kind of making our own struggle right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think one of the things you talked about that's very important is that a lot of this divide is because of this really shitty way of communicating, whether it's through social media or whether it's through reading stories or watching videos. It's a terrible way to not just get information, but it's a terrible way to interact with people. Like, the way to interact with people is the way you and I are doing it right now, just talking to people. And I think the vast majority of problems would be solved amongst reasonable people if they just talk through it. They just talk, try to figure out, hey man, I didn't like that you did this. Well, all right, I was thinking when I did this, you're right. Here's why I did it. And this is what I was thinking. I was wrong because of that. And if people could just say that, and people could accept that, people could shake hands, hug it out, rather than have a fucking Twitter beef that leads to a gunfight. I mean, literally, that's the way we exchange information with each other back and forth through social media is the absolute worst way people can talk. You're not looking at each other. You don't get any social cues. You don't feel any empathy towards that person. You're not in front of them. You're not there. And you're looking to see how many people agree or disagree, who's liking or disliking, because it's a public thing, right? So how many likes did they get? Their thing got 400 likes. Mine only got 20. Shit. Am I wrong here? It's just a terrible way for us. It's a newfound way for us to communicate and a terrible way for us to communicate. We're not designed for it. This is not how we evolved. We evolved to communicate with social cues and to look at each other and be around each other. And, you could say something to a person and you both laugh at it, or you see it written down the same way, like, that guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, even from a leadership perspective, we'll talk about this a lot with, hey, I'll send you an email, that says, hey, Joe, can you get this project done next week? Thanks. And you're in a bad mood when you read that.
Yeah.
You're going, who the hell do you think you're telling? But if I was like, hey, Joe, can you get this project done by next week? We really need it. I'm looking at you, kind of give me a blank stare, and I explain it to you a little bit more, and all of a sudden it turns into a perfectly good conversation. Exactly. When I send you that email, or in this case, a tweet,
right,
then you hate me.
Yeah, it's like you got management to do, right? You gotta, when you want something out of someone, or you want some things to get done, you gotta manage that person's personality and mood, and you gotta manage the relationship that you have with each other. You have to be proactive. You have to call, what's up, man? How you doing? Everything good? You good? Like, they have to get a good feeling out of you.
Yeah.
And you gotta say, I gotta ask you this favor. I need this thing from you. and then you're rolling, and everything's good.
Exactly.
If you don't do it that way, then people go, fuck this guy. Well, this guy just wants things from me, or this guy's annoying, or, this guy's treating me like a bitch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The world through Zoom right now. So we're doing a lot of Zooming. So my company has a lot from. Just the video alone increases your ability to communicate, right? Massively. It doesn't get all the way there,
Right.
but just being able to look at someone and have a conversation with them, as opposed to either just, hey, hear them on the phone, or absolutely. So that idea of, hey, I'm actually going to sit down and talk to you. I'm actually going to sit down. Hey, well, I'll meet you. We pivoted, obviously, once, we used to go into, well, we still do, but going into businesses and working with them. Shaking hands, how you doing, talking to them, and then all of a sudden, in 3 days, we were doing everything online. Everything, hey, just meet me on this Zoom call, and you can get there and talking to them. Like I said, there's a little percentage that you're still not going to get, but if you think you're going to communicate effectively through social media, tweets, you're just freaking wrong.
Yeah, that's one step below email, right?
Yeah.
Social media tweets is one step below email. Email's one step above that. Phone calls is one step above that. Zoom is a step above that. Another layer. Person to person's the best.
Person to person.
That's what we're designed for. Everything else is just and that's what's leading to all this fucking madness and chaos. A lot of it is fueled. It's weaponized by social media tweets.
Yeah, because by the way, when you send me a tweet to be an asshole to me, I actually just retweet that and tell everyone what an asshole you are. A bunch of people retweet it as well.
Yeah.
Mayhem. Oh God, we're not working together. We're not working together, right? That's another thing that COVID did, right? All of a sudden, we took everyone and isolated them. You're not seeing them.
Yeah.
You're not talking to them. So now everyone is almost strictly communicating by these methods that you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is horrible for society. Horrible for society. The idea of coming to work in a place, right? The idea of, hey, I'm going to show up and work at a place with other people. That is such a huge part of getting back to where we need to be. Like when you pull everyone out of work, and even worse, I'm not even just beyond COVID. What happens? We've moved all manufacturing overseas, right? So all those people that used to go and work in the same place every day, that used to show up and have a common mission and a common goal, they don't have that anymore. Much of the middle class doesn't have that anymore. They used to have it, they don't have it anymore. And that's, interestingly, China's middle class is growing right now. Why is their middle class growing? Because they're manufacturing, they're making things, they're filling that void of people that have that level of skill set of, hey, you know what? I just got out of high school. I can't afford college. So what am I going to do? Right? Oh, well, in China, well, you can say, okay, well, I guess I'm going to work in a factory. Hey, it's a horrible sweat job. It's whatever. They need to improve their conditions. But hey, these people have a job. They have a purpose. They're moving in a certain direction. In America, we've kind of, on a massive scale, gotten rid of that class of people's purpose.
And that's a big focus for you, right? Your company Origin in particular.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I got the boots. They're fucking dope. You guys make great shit. It's like really high quality, really beautifully manufactured stuff. And there's something very valuable right now about American made. It used to be, it was very divisive. Like you said, American made. Like, what are you, xenophobic? You don't like foreigners? What the fuck is wrong with you? But now you realize, like, oh, well, with COVID, we were cut off from even getting goods and supplies from other countries. And then we were getting so much of our medical supplies from China. And then we were getting so much of our vaccines and medicine, all these different things manufactured by China. Like, why don't we do that here? Well, we used to, but it was cheaper by like $1 a thing to send it over there. Like, oh, Christ. And people are realizing now there's a great benefit to making things here in America. And it's not just this idea of national pride. National pride's great, but also like you don't have to go anywhere to get things, and you keep jobs here.
Yeah, and I think Kanye West is looking to build same thing as we're doing. He wants to manufacture stuff in America. Why? Because he knows when you have a bunch of underprivileged kids, the best thing you can provide a bunch of underprivileged kids is jobs that they can, entry-level jobs. And when I was a kid, it was almost like, hey, if you're not careful, you're going to end up working in the factory, right? That's what's going to, you can end up working in a factory. No one wanted a factory job. The thing is, so that kind of became a mantra. Oh, you don't want to work in a factory, you better go to college. Well, first of all, factory work has changed. There's jobs that people do in a factory that takes a massive skill set. And the boots, the origin boots, we're probably a year, 2 years, 3 years from losing the knowledge of how to actually do that. And luckily, my buddy Pete has started, grabbing people that know how to do it and passing that information down to the next generation so we can actually be a self-sufficient country. And we can bring back those jobs of people that, look, that's a proud way to make a living. These are craftsmen, like you said, these are craftsmen and craftswomen, by the way. Our factory is mostly filled with women. And they're out there, they have a skill set, they're learning a skill set, there's upward mobility. As you get better at your job, as you can do more things, you can make more money. And by the way, you're making something. You're making something with your hands, you're producing something here in this country. That's just like, well, it's like when you go hunting. When I go hunting, you get something for yourself. There's a certain feeling of being self-sufficient. And America, on a large scale, especially during COVID, we look up and say, wait a second, we can't even make that stuff. We don't even know how to make that. That's a nightmare.
Well, the boots in particular. Think about it. If you started from scratch, like if I started from scratch, I don't know shit about how to make a boot. If I had it would take a long learning curve of figuring out how to make an excellent boot that fits right, is well made and durable, like those boots that you guys sell. Like I was looking at this thing, I'm like, they fucking put some time and effort in this thing. Like this is a really well crafted piece of art. I mean, it's functional artwork.
And that knowledge, because that's not our generation that learned that.
Right.
We're pulling that information from the old shoe dogs up in Maine that are 60 years old, 70 years old, almost out of the workforce, having to bring them back into the workforce to educate the younger generation on how to actually do this. We got a kid up there, his name's Cameron. Oh, he's 22, he's a young kid. And he has learned now how to weave the material for our geese. So he's the guy that knows how to weave the material. This is so complicated where you can see all these different pieces of string coming together, getting this big machine with, so he's got like a loom. We've got looms up there, but we had to get the knowledge, right, from the old timers that say, okay, let me show you how to do this. And like you just said, how long would it take to figure out a loom on your own? First of all, I think I would fail because I don't think I'd have the patience if I just had this machine to look at. So capturing this knowledge so that we can become a self-sufficient country again, it's got to be paramount in what we're doing. And it's not just, hey, because I'm pro-America. Yes, I am. But if we want to get rid of the kind of social unrest that we have right now. Hey, in Ramadi, you got a 15-year-old kid that's putting a roadside bomb in the road. You know why he's doing that? Is he doing it for some big ideology? No, he's not. He's doing it because he's going to get paid $50 by the insurgents. He wants a job. He wants a life. He wants to make money. Well, what happens in America? What happens with kids in the inner city that are underprivileged when they don't have a job? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to fall into, oh, maybe I'll sell drugs, maybe I'll commit robberies, whatever I'm going to do. But they're not doing it by choice in many cases. Or if they're doing it by choice, it's because they don't see any other choice to even make. So we've let our manufacturing go away, and now we've got voids. We've got voids where people don't have an ability to make an income. And that's just a complete loss of pride, right? If you don't have the ability to earn money, to take care of yourself, to take care of your family, if you don't have that ability, what are you going to do? You're going to figure out how to make it happen.
It's so short-sighted, too. I mean, it was all done for just a small amount of profit per item. Small amount of profit per item, and it cost the country so much.
Yep, and then the narrative became, we're not able to do it. That's why we don't do it. We're not able to do it. That became the narrative. Well, even the big corporations would say, well, we'd love to make stuff here, but it's impossible. It's impossible. Completely and totally ridiculous.
It's also like, when you go through Detroit, you realize that Detroit at one point in time, early 20th century, was one of the richest countries in the world, or excuse me, one of the richest cities in the world. You go through it, you realize, okay, this is where they were making all the fucking badass cars. All the amazing American cars of the 60s and 70s, they were all made right there. And then they fucked up. Someone made some decisions to save a little bit of money and make a little bit of money, and completely short-sighted, didn't look at the economy as a whole, didn't look at the nation from a position of a patriot. Someone who looks at the country in a whole, what's best for the country? And just said, what is the best way that we can maximize our profit? Well, we need to set up factories in Mexico, China, all these other places where we can give people to work for nothing. You can't buy a fucking cell phone that's made in America. All the people that design and engineer cell phones for Apple, they're right here. They're not making them here. There's not a fucking single cell phone that's made in America. Try buying one that's made with all American parts, all American labor in America. What?
No such thing.
It doesn't exist.
And what you're going to be told is it can't be done.
That's
It
hilarious.
cannot be done. That's what's cool about Elon Musk.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, watch this.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'll make cars here. I'll make them awesome. I'll make rocket ships. Whatever the hell else that guy's
Like
making.
fucking tunnels under the earth. Yeah, we need a couple more of those dudes. Yeah, it's good that people are opening their eyes then. It's good that people are realizing, because of the pandemic and because of the fact that goods and services that were being imported on a daily basis were shut down, and then also people are terrified of getting things. What do you spray everything down? Everything's infected. I'm scared. What do I do?
Yeah.
But the medicine is the craziest one. The fact that we rely on China for some ungodly percentage of all of our medicine. Like, holy shit, guys. Like, is this the right way to do this? Just for profit?
Yeah. It seems like we got a little bit lucky with COVID.
Yes.
Like, right? A little bit lucky. Because it turned out to be not that bad.
Did you ever get the antibody test?
No.
Fuck, I shouldn't have tested it.
Sorry.
Because you think you might have had it, right?
So, the end of January, right as this thing was kicking off, I did a live tour. I did Austin, then I did Washington, D.C., then I did New York City, Seattle, San Francisco.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Stream by the Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Jamie looking dope. Like a motherfucker. Hitting balls across the fucking desert.
Yeah, he's addicted to that golf. See him out there with the simulators.
So what he told me was out in the backyard. Good for him. What? You still wanted a golf ball?
I've hit a couple of golf balls. I'm just not going to play golf.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Of what?
Get addicted to it. They're all addicted. Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, him, all these guys. They're addicted with them. So they're Jones.
They go every day. The guys go every day.
He's on the simulator every day. They can motherfucker can whack a golf ball.
Like jump shots. You got to practice. Yeah, you got to practice the jump shot. Yeah, man.
Tremendous.
Tremendous.
How long does it take you to
20 fucking years.
Jesus.
And then I hooked up with Erica Florentine, Jimmy's niece, and she put it all together. And I get there and got it over with. I got all that shit off my fucking chest.
Joey Diaz, awesome. Look at this. I'm like, this is great. I've heard most of these stories, I'm sure. But I don't know what you. You know, I always think I've heard all the fucking stories, and then another one pops up. You know, if you really could, like, document everything you've been through in your life, like, no one would believe it. They don't believe it. People still sometimes don't believe some of those stories. Yeah, we're all.
Good to see you. One thing that's right there and reading it, I did the audio.
Oh, nice.
I did the audio.
How was that?
Good. And everybody said it's going to suck. They go, give me 3 hours a day. Give me a space in between. And I'll go in there. Just knock it off in 2.5 weeks.
Nice.
But once I read it, like, you know, because it's been in your head for a long time and shit. Once I read it, I only got one thing out of this book. I got my money's worth. When they picked me for a life, I got my money's worth. Whether it was good or bad, you know what I'm saying? Whether it was good or bad, I got my money's worth out of this life. If I get hit by a plane tonight, I'm good. And seriously, that's what I came up with. Adventures, fucking stories. I was the biggest loser. How many times I started over? reread that book, I must have started over 60 times. You know, just move, pick up, move, go to another town and rob them blind. And then pick them up and go back. And I was like a fucking yo-yo, man.
Yeah.
I was very unsettled.
You were unsettled when I met you.
Very.
It was so funny because I remember I was talking to some guys the other night in Greenland about when I met you. I was like, I had come to LA and I was just so not used to actors. I was so not used to those kind of people. But I was so used to like comics and degenerate pool hall people. And then I met you and I was like, oh, I know you.
This is a
Like,
combination.
I knew you right away. You and I became friends like that. Like that. I remember like there's so many people that got weirded out by you. It was so funny when I bring you around like news radio.
So the Jack
Joey would go. Joey was building a football player back then. And you would go into the green room where all the executives and you're eating all the shrimp cocktail. And they were scared to say anything because like that room was separated from everybody else's green room. So they had their own thing where they could go in there and everything was catered and beautiful and champagne and you just strolled in there and started eating shrimp cocktail. They're like, who's this criminal looking fellow who's eating shrimp cocktail?
Well, they had the table with the regular food. They had chili. I'll never forget that they had the best chili in the world. I was broke. I was hungry. I must have ate 10 bowls. And I looked over and saw all these little white dudes. You know, ha 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 ha. You know, what the fuck? And they had the jumbo shrimp. So I walked right in there, right past them. And I just started mingling with them. Great show. Tremendous actor, Andy Dick. That was it. And then they came to you and you were dying over there. You're like, Joey, you can't. They just, and then the time with the man show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had some times with that one.
I think the first, like, 8 years, you were like, I don't know if I can handle this.
What are you talking about? I did my best.
Do you remember stand-up New York with Sussman when I went off on the owner?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
August, Fear Factor, we went in there. And he's like, you're not going to get a spot. I'm like, I didn't ask for a fucking spot, you asshole. He just looked at me and Sussman was like, what the fuck, you know? I didn't like that dude, so. But no, at the beginning, I know that you were like shaking your head. This guy's.
Yeah, but it made me comfortable. I love being around you because I know people like you. I understand. Like, I didn't understand actors. It made me so uncomfortable because I never knew who they really were. I never knew what they really thought. They were never like present. Not all of them, you know, but it was just like there was enough of them out there who were trying to make it in Hollywood and they were putting on a show for everybody, everywhere they went. So you never really knew who they were. You know, with you, I was like right away. I was like, oh, I know guys like you. Like right away.
It was rough those couple of years because I would go to meetings and stuff with people that I don't know.
Yeah, you were rough. You were rough.
I was like, I don't know. And then I went to HBO. Somebody got me a meeting at HBO like in 98. And I had no success at all. Like I wasn't having any success at all, except for the comedy store. And I went to that meeting and something like I went with like actors, agents, you know how proper they are.
Yeah.
This is an idea about the future of the show. And I could just take it for so long. And I just went. I talked about growing up in a funeral parlor, picking up bodies, going to fucking the JFK and bringing the bodies back and slinging them in the mouth. The guy's body, the mouth would open on the body because my friend had a funeral parlor. And they were like, hold on a second, this is stunning. And I just started going off on like, we want to hear more. Put these together in notes for me. And I was like, okay. And then after the new year, gave me the notes. And I was on fire. Like, I didn't tell anybody about this. Some guy had talked to me. It took me to a meeting. And that was 6 feet under. So we were on, like, I was like, okay. And they were like, we don't know if this is going to work. But then they turned me down. They go, we like the idea of funeral ideas haven't worked. After this went on for like 2 months. And then 6 months later, fucking 6 feet under came out.
These two guys.
Yeah, I don't think they took my
Listen, that happens all the
I
time.
think they had it developed. But my idea was completely different. It was about 2 rounds of work if you don't follow.
Right.
It wasn't about whatever that show turned out.
But I think the concept is just constantly handling dead people. there's something about that that never was really covered before. That's kind of affected the way people see life. I remember the first time I saw my grandfather, who was in an open casket. The first time I saw his body, I remember immediately, it was very interesting, because one of the first things I felt was like, oh, he's not there. You know, it's not just that someone's not alive anymore, like he wasn't there. That was when I started wondering, I wonder if a soul is a real thing. I wonder what that is, that concept of what is the force inside of someone that causes them to be alive, you sense them when you're around them. The strange thing about dead bodies is not just that they're a human body that's dead, it's also there's no one there. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a feeling that's very intangible. There's a feeling when you're around a person, like there's a person there, when the person's not there, somebody's not there, there's no anything. Yeah, nothing comes from the body, there's no nothing. It's not as simple as the heart's not beating and the lungs aren't catching oxygen. It's something more. It's like you're feeling. You know, I don't know if it's real. And it's also, you're looking at a body that's in an open casket. It's been drenched in formaldehyde, covered in makeup. It's very odd. Very odd.
No, they say that when you die, how much
I don't think that's real. There's 21 grams.
Yeah, 21 grams. That's
Yeah. Well, let's see that. What was that based on? It was based on some sort of study, but from what I understand, it's not real. I don't think you're so. Oh, that's weird.
it's just a spirit.
Yeah.
It's just an energy.
Does electricity?
This episode is brought to you by AG1. I love AG1, and you've probably heard so many of my guests rave about it too. It's easy to drink, tastes great. I have sustained energy, improved focus, and know that I'm covering my nutritional basis no matter where I am in the world. I've been taking AG1 since 2018, and you are gonna love how it makes you feel. But if you're still on the fence, the folks at AG are giving you 90 days to give it a shot. If it's not for you, just say the word and you get your money back. No questions asked. You've literally got nothing to lose. Each scoop of AG1 is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens that support cognition, immune health, gut health, and digestion. Order now and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Supporting your health should be simple and it doesn't get easier than AG1. Go to athleticgreens.com/Rogan to check it out.
How many days I grew up going on a lot of weeks early. Yeah, when you watch this problem, they go to a week every other week. In Jersey, you're going to wake every other week. I've been there 3 years, and I really could have gone for like 18 weeks. I've been to maybe 2 or 3. In 3 years, that's weeks of big. When you look at the whole process of the week, I would never let my daughter go to the wake until she's 18, just because the effects it did to me. I don't remember my father's wake. I remember my friend's wakes, grammar school, and I remember my mother's wake. And those 3 weeks fucked me up. To the point where somebody else died when I was like a junior or a senior in high school. I didn't go that way. I got thrown up. I read the weeks. Yeah, I don't think it's healthy. I don't know. For me, it wasn't. I got exposed to it at a young age, and it wasn't healthy, man. It fucked with me for a long time. I watched The Exorcist. It fucked with me as much as those caskets fucked with me. So when my buddy had the funeral 1 years later, I volunteered for the job because I didn't want to have that creepiness between us, and that eliminated. I saw how he responded to it. It was like an everyday thing. It was like you lived in kettle nuts. You were picking up a dead body, putting it down. You know, I saw how he get numb. You get numb to that. Yeah, that's the, you know, but it's so weird how it's like the number one career to get into, and nobody get into. Think about it. It pays off the bat. Like off the bat, you go to school for the bombing school, whatever they call it. It's like a correct the whole thing. They cover everything. It's like a year if you don't go to college. A year. Make $100,000. Think about it. That's not bad.
Yeah, if you're willing to work with dead people.
If you're willing to work with My friend's funeral parlor had a fireman that did the embalming. So he would just come in and do the embalming. You know, wanted to embalm it, whatever. I don't know what it's done during the embalming. It's very sacred. I know they break the spine, they drain the blood, they fill you with formaldehyde and shit. But that whole process, and then you go back and look at like the Aztecs. You know, they did the Chinese, they were trying to vote, they look the way they celebrate. So I think the Vikings,
light that motherfucker on fire.
Light them on fire. Everybody had their own day, which is very interesting. The Aztecs, this, that, everybody had their own way of viewing it. So we were on the right path. I just don't think we're going to sit with a dead body for 3 hours and looking at himself. And I heard stories from Cuba where they had no embalming fluid, and you would have to bury your body would die. You would have to wake in your home. Like in the 40s, they had to wake some people's home. Not be embalming fluid. And at one point, the fucking hand will pop up. And you have to break the arm, the casket down, because once that rigor mortis sets in that arm, that's fucking straight. You're not just gonna bend that arm in and do an arm bar or a Kimura. It's not gonna fucking happen. So they have to break the arm. Or put the arm down. So when I was a kid, my mother would always go, "We hit your mother." Your arm pops up and you go to your fucking caskets up. I decided I'm not gonna do my mom's like that. I'm gonna walk into fucking hell. The arm up like Hitler. You know, you motherfuck you.
You were the first person to tell me about the scams of the whole mortuary industry, about how much money they gave you for it. Like, no matter, even if you want to get an embalming, you still, or even if you want to get someone cremated, you still have to get them embalmed. You still have to fill them with formaldehyde. You were explaining the casket, so they like guilt you into getting a nicer casket.
Oh yeah. What do you want? You want to be buried in 4 pieces? What do you want? The Cadillac and caskets? I got one with a sunroof. It's, you know, they got everything now.
But where does the people give a fuck what the box looks like that they bury you in? So strange. The things that people do to show that they care that someone was alive. Buy a fancy box to put them in. Like, that's me, save your money.
We know.
Yeah.
I remember I had that joke just buried me in the yard. My friend,
That's how you're
almost
supposed to.
died, and they wanted 15 grand. We got a yard that's huge. Yeah, that was an old joke. You know, 15,000.
Not only that, then the person gets cycled back into life, become part of the earth again. Because, like, what we're doing is very unnatural. We stop the body from decaying, so you stop the bacteria from eating it, you stop the soil from being enriched by it. It's all a natural part of the cycle of life of all living things. And we've removed ourselves from it. You know, and you can say, well, it was a good thing, because you ever watch that HBO show with Dr. Michael Batten, Autopsy? Sometimes they exhume people and they find out that the wife really did it. You ever watch that show?
Oh, yeah.
That fucking show was amazing.
Numerous conversation. In fact, they took Biden, that was his name,
Michael Batten.
Biden, he was retired. They took him back to get the autopsy on Epstein, that dude.
And they found out that he had a fracture in his neck that was indicative of being strangled with ligature, like some sort of fucking cord. Yeah, and that this wasn't like when people hang themselves. When they hang themselves, the weight of it goes up because you're hanging down. So it's like you're getting pulled. This was down on his neck, like low, like someone strangled him from behind. In his throat, the bones in his neck were fractured, like ligature strangulation.
At least that went down.
Still going down. Like
It disappeared. Like
Ghislaine, they put Ghislaine in jail and they never released the client list. That is insane. The fact that that's okay with people, and you know everyone's freaking out about Bud Light. Okay, you care about Bud Light? You care about Bud Light? You should really care about that because it's showing that people that are in power can probably have people killed and probably hide evidence that they did something that people would find atrocious.
Like that, we just never questioned it.
Yeah.
He died. We knew it was the fucking mystery man.
I think it's good. There's more of that. The more of that shit that's out there, the more people realize how fucking ridiculous it is to think that these people that are in positions of power give a fuck about you.
They don't. That's why I don't fuck with politics.
Don't fuck.
I don't.
It's not
I
necessary.
don't. Because at the end of the day, no matter, I don't give two fucks about you. I just went off at a restaurant, something. Some lady, I don't know why people do this. Some couple asked me if I was a fucking
The couple asked you that.
yeah, to the restaurant, you had a bar, you eat. There's a couple next to you, all people watching the game. And she goes, are you a Republican or a Democrat? I looked at her, and she just shit. You know what are you talking about? Oh, it's not play that shit, okay, lady? I go, you motherfuckers have got too political the last 10 years. There was some political animals. I got here in 66, and I always paid attention to elections and what people said. I always did. And after, by the time I was 18, I realized, you know what? People come home every 4 years with the same fucking story. Nothing gets done. So I chose a different path in my life instead of focusing on that. Call me when the president says, listen, you don't have to go to work, you're going to get balls licked all day. That's one point. From that fucking time, I can care less because I still got to get up and be a thief every fucking day. I still got to get up and hustle every fucking day. So what good is it? Every day they're going to lower taxes, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And I'm still getting up, busting my fucking lung every fucking day. Well, who gives a fuck?
I think a bad president is very bad. But I think a good president you just take for granted. You don't think anything, you just go by.
It was very good. There was a lot of great presidents.
Yeah. But it makes the country safer. If someone makes a good decision, if someone's a good figure. The problem when someone isn't, whether it was Trump or whoever it was, when people mock them and are angry at them, it's bad for morale. It's bad for everybody.
I saw all that shit. I saw the last 2 or 3 presidents, how much as Americans we backbite. When I was a kid, we didn't backbite that much.
Backbite like the president?
Like the president.
Attack the president?
Yeah, attack the president that much.
Yeah, there was a lot of people that hated Kennedy, right? Like that was one of the things about when he got assassinated. There was a lot of people that were very happy.
That's one of the kinkiest things in our history.
Oh my God.
Who was happy?
For sure, the Republicans. There was a lot of Republicans that did not like him. It was right after the Bay of Pigs. There was a lot going on with him, and he had all this talk about secret societies, being abhorrent, and then he wanted to disband the CIA. That motherfucker wanted to get us out of Vietnam. Like Kennedy was a different cat. He was a different cat, and for all of his sexual proclivities and all the documented things of him being a freak, they're all freaks. That's why those people became presidents in the first place. That's why they wanted power. They were men who wanted power. And men who wanted power were all like your stereotypical man in power. Like there's a reason why that stereotype exists. But when you look at what he was trying to do for the country and trying to unite people, the speeches that he gave, to this day, they're fucking incredible.
Civil rights, everything pissed off a lot of people.
Even talking about going to the moon, just the way he phrased it, we choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, because it is hard. Like he talked about that. Like he wanted it to be like a symbol of American excellence. He wanted to set a tone for the country. He shot his ass.
He dropped those beating, those Cubans feel like he fucked them.
Yes.
The Bay of Pigs Cubans feel like
I don't understand that story totally. I've been told several different versions of it, that he was double-crossed, that they pulled out support. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard he was an idiot, and I've heard he was a piece of shit, and I've heard, he got fucked. So it's I would have to go do a deep dive. It's very difficult when you're reading some versions of history, because you can read a lot of versions of history that treat the Harvey Oswald lone assassin stories if it's plausible. You can read a lot of versions of that. Where you go, oh yeah, I guess so. But then you'll read, David Lifton's book, Best Evidence, and you'll be like, there's no fucking way they killed him. They killed him. They fucking
let's just get it out of the way. They killed him.
They didn't just kill him, Joey. For sure, someone in the CIA had something to do with it because of Jolly West's involvement. Jolly West was the guy that was the head of MK Ultra. He was the guy that dosed up Manson, and they ran the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. The CIA ran a free clinic in San Francisco for fucking decades. And then they ran Operation Midnight Climax, where they would dose up Johns with acid. These guys would go into brothels. They'd dose them when they think they'd go to have sex. And the woman would give them a drink, and they're drinking acid. And they just get dosed up, and they'd study these guys. They did some wild, freaky shit. One of the things Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald, he went to visit Jack Ruby in prison. And from that moment on, Jack Ruby lost his fucking mind. He was hiding underneath the bed, saying the Jews are being incinerated, they're coming to kill us all. He was tripping balls. I think they just dosed that guy into a fucking coma. And then after they dosed him into a coma, they gave him cancer. And he was dead like within a year. Wow. And it's all connected. And the idea that no one was involved in that assassination other than Lee Harvey Oswald, that doesn't make any sense. Lee Harvey Oswald was the only one who pulled the trigger. Even if that, Lee Harvey Oswald was traveling back and forth to Russia. He lived in Russia. He was married to a Russian woman. Like, the fact that this is in the middle of the Cold War, they're not investigating this guy. They're not. Get the fuck out of here, Nazi, bro. I can't say that's up from A to Z. Yeah, somebody was giving him money, let him go. It's interesting because when, listen, you don't want to base yourself on certain things, but that speaks that dude gave that cousin. Which one? JFK. Yes. What was the guy's name? He's the guy. Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The guy, that motherfucker, got offered a deal for Animal House. He would have been like $11 million. He took the $10,000 on payment. Really? Yeah, I read that somewhere. I still love Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland was a bad motherfucker. But that speech, Kiefer Sutherland's dad. Kiefer Sutherland. How? They already had information on him with him. Guy got shot. In 10 minutes, they already had a whole background on this guy. You know? And they showed him the newspapers. How could the paper come out of Brussels? I don't remember the whole thing. But all that made a lot of fucking sense. Yeah, newspapers were already reporting stories on him, on him, who he was, what his background was. Yeah, I think he was a Nazi. And that was a very interesting thing. I started listening to people tell you to watch the show. Yeah. Watch that show. I recently put on a show. I didn't know what to expect. On fucking, what is it? Godfather. What's that? Not about what you think. It's that dude that played Fast Times at Ridgemont High, the brother, and goes after Sean Penn, the big dude, Forrest Whitaker. Okay, fucking great actor. Season 3. Yeah. Prequel American Gangster. Oh, this show. So it's about that guy that Denzel Washington played. Yes. So this show is not you. I don't want you to think, oh, Joey showed up here with this show. First of all, the first season, basically what Mom Wow, you know, how he, what's his name? Okay, Malcolm X, and they already told him, listen, your name is Muhammad Ali. We're not going to change it to your witness championship title because so the white swan says the white devil and all this shit. He was already with them. But not only that story, it talks about civil rights. It goes to when they shot Kennedy. What they saw, like in Chicago, how they knew for sure bomb the CIA that killed Kennedy. They talked about how Malcolm X was going to be. I didn't know about this. He was going to do a speech in there at the United Nations with Che Guevara. Malcolm X was real. 1965, they were all fucking nuts. And it all ties in because they kind of play in the beginning. You have to tie a gangster political because then he blows up the politics, something really interesting. You know, I'm a fucking moron. I can't say this. And that's what they try to show you, that all these gangsters had something to do with this history. The guy who played that fucking dude that blows his head off in Full Metal Jacket. What's his name? Vincent D'Onofrio. He plays Vito Genovese. Fucking hell. Something completely different. I like how he cast it. I like the way
way he cast it outside the box. Again, like Tony Soprano was casting Vlad Vino, and the guy that plays Vito, he's very political. And that guy, Giancarlo Esposito, is a fucking cheat. He plays a congressman. And he's always meeting with presidents. He's white, works for him. So it's very interesting.
What's it on? Since MGM Plus.
Only the first 2 seasons in MGM Plus. The last season, MGM Plus is like, it's like Paramount. There's so many. You know, at the end of the day, it's an interesting show. You know, that's the most interesting show. You learn something. It's not about shooting, it's just heroin. It's all this little, you know, the Cuban dude, how boy, he battled that dude that we called up at DJ English. All he wanted, he was selling coke just to take Cuba back. Like that guy was, can you imagine you coming to me going, Joey, we're going to do this. But the fucking final result of this money is me going back to New taking my grandfather's village back. This is what that battle dude was in. He just wanted to go back to Cuba. That's it. I don't want no problems. I just want to kill Fidel and go back to Cuba. So they tried, they get with the CIA and they show up in time. They tried to kill Operation Mongoose, the fucking wetsuits, the fucking cigar that explodes, all those are failed CIA attempts.
How many times they try to kill Castro?
Watch that documentary 101 times. That's so remember that motherfucker walking on the subway in New York? When he came to the UN and he walked on, that's what they show in that. He walked on the subway in New York and he goes, you gotta move the best he lowers it goes, I got nothing. 101 ways to kill Castro. Wasn't that the name of the documentary?
Forrest Whitaker's a fucking great actor. Forrest Whitaker was in The Color of Money. He played the guy who hustled fast that he felt.
Yes. Remember that he had
That you mad?
Yes. 638.
He hustles him out of all this money, and at the end he goes, "Can I ask you a serious question? You think I should do some money?" And the guy was like completely broke. He shattered him. Fast Eddie went in there with a big ego, thinking he was this man, this big time pool hustler from the 1960s. And Forrest Whitaker plays this guy that's like super eccentric, who hustles him out of all his money. And that's his fucking end. Let me ask you a question. You think I should do some money?
Forrest Whitaker's played some fucking good roles. Any of me, that fucking. The last King of Scotland, I don't know if that's the same one. Yeah.
Ghost Dog. D'Onofrio. God damn.
That guy's been around.
That guy can act his ass off.
Oh, he plays it good. And it's not like, oh, no.
He seems like a guy would be a nightmare to have a political talk with him.
Yeah. No, he's
Like if you sit in the craft service table and he starts bragging about the Biden administration's new plans for this and that.
Can I run out here, people?
Yeah, run out of here. No worries. Gosh, I keep rocking.
Oh, I saw you went to the bathroom. I'm like, I should go. I'll hold it. Fuck you. You can hold it. Those holding days are over. I gotta go, Chad. I got a problem with my fucking car.
You got a bodily pain?
Yeah, I'm on from surgery, from any surgery years ago. I just took it home and left it in the back seat. That New Jersey Turnpike, fuck you. I go to the gym at 10.
Yeah.
You go to the gym, you're drinking, and then I go alone. Let me go up north to something, a meeting or something. Dog, I gotta pull over like 3 times. I'll just piss it. They got a light. I got it down to a science. I put the Cuban egg on the bottle. I piss it. I put it in the drink holder. I just drive like a mile. And then the next
And hit the brakes.
well, no, I don't. You know me. I pop the door open. I dump the little piss. I take the towel. I wipe it out. I take it back, fill it with water, and that keeps me going. That turnpike's a motherfucker.
Yeah, that traffic is
That
insane.
turnpike parkway's a motherfucker.
The traffic in and out of New York City is probably the worst traffic I've ever experienced.
No, that shit that we left in LA had its moments too.
Yeah, that's bad.
That goes to the 405 and 430. That was the worst.
There's some ways into the city though where it feels like there's only one way. Whereas if you're going down to like Orange County, there's a few different ways. You can kind of skirt around it up until you get deep in. Once you get near San Diego, you're kind of fucked. those rough days. Driving from LA to, remember we do like the La Jolla Comedy Store, we'd have to leave at like 1 p.m.
You would leave at 1. I would leave at 6 and do 90 on the shoulder the whole way, because if you left at 1, it was still 4 hours. So either you had to leave at 6, or you had to leave at like 6 in the morning, or you had to leave at like 6 o'clock at night, which would give you a 2-hour window there. And I was featuring, and I would fucking make it all the time. Could you tell them to go long? And get down there. And you remember I used to make it back from San Diego, and I think like an hour.
That was it 117 miles, I think.
I would leave San Diego, La Jolla at 11:12. I would make it to my co-people's house by 1 a.m.
What is that? What is, you're going 100 miles an hour, Joe. What is the distance between Los Angeles and
101 miles.
I think it's more.
So I would get
I
on
think
the
it's
5.
110.
Okay, I would get on the 5. Okay, I had to, this is it. Get on the 5, do 75. Once you're like 5 miles away from immigration, where they ask you to stop for fruit, I would kick it to 100.
118.
I would kick it to 100. And then once I passed the fruit, I'd slow down to the speed limit. And from there to Irvine, I'd do 100. And the next thing you know, it's in LA, 29 miles. I used to I got stopped a few times.
Yeah.
And the cops pulled me over, how fast you were going, because I wasn't drinking. Fridays and Saturday nights, we were drinking. I'm better than that. Okay. Slow down next time. I gotta go try to meet by 1 o'clock. I got shit to do. My co-people will close at 1.
Aren't you glad your coke days were before the fentanyl bomb?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Joe.
So I always think about anything I get from who I know. Yeah. I'm to a point now where I just deal with laughing gas. That's it. I eat the mushrooms. I eat anything from them because I know where I'm getting it from. Yeah. I feel a lot safer. In LA now, you gotta be really careful with anything you touch, even if it's prescription. You gotta be fucking careful. When I heard that people were buying testing kits for cocaine,
Yeah. You kind of have to do that.
you don't have to do anything. Why snort coke? You know, snort coke was always a fucking Russian blood, right? Right? But now it's even more Russian. Like now you can either die of a fucking heart attack or fentanyl. You know, so now, and that goes for everything. That's heroin, that's prescription pills, that's fucking reefer, the edibles in LA, that's everything. And somebody just die again from fentanyl, coolio or something, just you know, this and that. So you gotta really, if you really gotta be careful what you put in your mouth. Yeah. Thank God I wasn't doing any of that shit now. Thank God. Because you're gonna die. It's very scary. They put that shit into this country. I mean, that's all you read about. How much fentanyl's coming in and how many people are dying from that shit. So, didn't they say now they're giving you Narcan at home? You can buy that at CVS or something like that.
I don't know if that's the case, but I know a lot of people are buying Narcan and sending it to their kids at college. It's very scary. It's scary shit because it's like this is not something that anybody had to deal with before. This level of contamination is something that's so deadly. You get like I think it was like 100,000 people one year died of overdoses. What the fuck? From fentanyl.
Tom Petty died.
Yep. Prince, Tom Petty.
Now, what is fentanyl?
Fentanyl is synthetic opioids. It's a very potent synthetic opioid. It'd be like a tiny little piece on the penny. Like there's an image that's online, like a famous image of so you can find it. It's an amount of fentanyl that can kill you. It's next to a penny, and you look at it, you go, oh, fuck. It's the tiniest amount. So it's super, super, super potent. So, you know, medications, it's used, but they know what the dosage is. You're getting it from the cartel. Someone's mixing it in the bathtub in Tijuana. Look at it. Look at that amount next to the penny. How crazy is that? That'll kill you. That'll be nuts, man. It's basically the amount of coke, the amount of fentanyl that's in Lincoln's beard. You take that amount from Lincoln's beard, you're looking at a penny, that'll kill you. That's crazy. That's a potent fucking drug. The fact that they mix that into everything, it's fucking nuts, man. Scary shit, man. It's scary how they just hand out pain pills to people. Nobody just deals with pain. Everybody's got to just be zonked out.
And I gotta tell you something, I learned a very valuable lesson. My last surgery. Very valuable lesson. The lesson is I learned that I took those fucking Oxycontins. First I do. I really fucking do. I can tell you this now after the surgery, because when I had the right knee surgery, okay, number one, I gotta give it to New Jersey. New Jersey, listen, I know a pharmacist, and she tells me that she used to work in Staten Island. When somebody goes in there for pain pills in Staten Island, they give 100. Tell me they give me in Jersey, 19. They would give me 19. Take them for pain every 6 hours. I know that. They didn't give you enough to get in New Jersey to not fuck around.
So they're worried about you becoming addicted.
Yeah, like when it's Jersey, you can't get nothing. You know I know everybody. You can't get shit in Jersey. Shit, not the way it was in LA.
But Staten Island's open.
Yeah, just New York State is different. Prescription things. So when the doctor prescribes Oxycontin in New York with Staten Island over 5 barrels, they give like 90. You know, in New Jersey, they give you 90. So I got the pharmacy was robbing me. Like I would get home and go, where'd all the pills go? And I would sit there and I'd think, oh, I just got it. My wife would give me, how the fuck did this? They don't give it to you. Drive me crazy. No. But I had one prescription. And then it took me 3 days to get another one. I just stopped it. And then I took another prescription. And by the end of that week, the pain had gotten worse. And it got to the point where they would that bone on my ankle. I guess they screwed something in there. I don't know. And I said, you know what? I got the prescription. I go away. And the pain went away. So I think the pain was promoting. The pill was promoting my pain. Because once I threw the pain pills away, I didn't know what pain.
And what was the decision to throw the pain pills away? Just
I
decide.
don't know how they make you feel. You know, listen, you go to the dentist. I'm happy for 2 hours. They either give you a Vicodin or something. I can live off of Vicodin. I can dodge a game, smoke a joint. I'm good. If I want to do that, it's when you do those things every day, like when you get a surgery and they give you those things every day. That's when I think it's a problem, because I took the fat ball out of my thing. That was horrible. At the end of that prescription, and I was a full junkie then. I did not feel good about it. I think God didn't feel good. It took me a couple of weeks, and it was, not the beginning. You do probiotics, you do all that shit. Now let's take it back to the Xanax. When I was on the Xanax, it was basically doing the pandemic. I had 10,000 of those things at the house. 10,000. Because he was sending me 90 a month from 2012 on automatic monthly. I was just stockpiled. They would just go in the closet. They would just go in the fucking. When did you take it? 2012 was when I got it prescribed. When I had my little situation at the comedy store that we went through about, that was not good. There's no way I should be in a standing walking 10 count. That's what that was that night when I had to follow Morgan Murphy.
A standing walking 10 count.
No, I asked Wally Shaw. I told you the story, and we laughed about it. But dog, now thinking about it, I should have done something. I went to the comedy store. I'll be back. You weren't there. I think you were coming later. Yes, you were coming later. Because on Saturdays I used to close the original. Talking bullshit with Wally. They were in the back. No refill, maybe a joint before I got there. Saturday night, just like the girls. I get there, they say, oh, Joey, you're up next. I'm walking to the thing. As I'm walking, I walk up the steps to the original, and Morgan's on stage, and we're all standing there laughing at him. And I walk up, I'm like, man, I don't fucking feel it. Like, this is not working. I was starting to get anxiety. I couldn't breathe. When I went to look at that window for years, I never had anxiety in the original room. I had a window. When I'm on stage, I got a window on the right, remember? Yeah. At the sunset. Yeah, it was always good. That day in particular, when I went in there, I didn't see a fucking window. So I was waiting for Morgan to get off, and all of a sudden I got this anxiety trying to breathe. I couldn't fucking breathe. So I walked down the stairs, just got worse. It got worse. I couldn't breathe. I thought I was going to fucking have a heart attack. I go, Wally, I can't get on stage. I'm having a horrible anxiety attack. He goes, I just went up there. And I walked up there, and I told you, but I didn't explain it to you correctly because I was cracking a joke. I went up to the door. I remember walking past Wally, and that's it, Joe. That's it. And then I remember waking up on stage and people laughing. And I was probably on automatic pilot. I had admitted that it was on automatic pilot. That was scary when you got on the stage. No, it was a couple of weeks after I went to the doctor. I kept having these little panic attacks. And I was okay. I was going to take them to Xanax. And it would help it a little bit. I would take it on the road if I got on a plane or something like that. What does it do for you? You got to remember, too, it was you were walking contradiction. I'm going by myself because you said it was, 2,000 milligrams of THC and scaring the fuck out of myself. Right? You're walking around fucking scared. And the Xanax, I would take the Xanax to calm me down. The anxiety. Come on, man. That's not going to work. Those edible sessions, when you do too many of them, I do think they make people very anxious. I think they did the shift. I think they shift the pole of your brain. You know, I put some water. But now I eat them want to sleep. I got them on my big problem, Joe, still to this day, sleep. So now, 3 nights a week, I drink bodybuilder, sleeping thing. Did you have a hard time sleeping because you're not tired? Do you have a hard time sleeping because you're thinking? I'm dying till 9:30. And I look at her, come on, man, it's like comedy time. I don't want to go to bed at 9:30. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I never want to go to bed at 8 o'clock. That's when you know you're almost done. Yeah. You know, I want to go to 8. Fuck you. Yeah. I'm not going to stay up till 4. I'm not going to bed at 9:30. So I'm tired about 9. And I push the envelope a little bit. I can read. You say 11:30. I'm like, you want to read shit on the computer. I'm 11:30. I try to read it. And then I turn the TV off. Once I go over there, bro, I'm thinking about the guy who came to my house who asked me if he could take an orange. But he told me instead, he took 9. He took 9 instead. Yeah, and you're like, that was 11 years ago, Joey. I think about the time I bombed in the original following down my river, like, doesn't matter. I think about the time I ate a bucket of dicks in North Carolina, in Chapel Hill. Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter that you ate a bag of dicks. You know, I think it's stupid shit. Yeah. And I fall asleep eventually. I'll tell you what helped. I got to watch the recovery because I was lifting and going to do jiu-jitsu with my back. So I want to figure out what kind of calories I can do, and I won't go over those. If I can do those 5 days a week, that's fine. But I can't go in there and burn 800 fucking calories in jiu-jitsu and expect to deadlift the next day. I don't have that. So I've got to watch put me on to sleep. It's helped me sleep better because I finally realized, you slept 4 hours last night. I want you to feel like shit. Right. So now I'm in a contest mode. So I got enough 4.5 hours of sleep to 8 hours pretty much. Last night I only slept like 5 because of the flight. But I'm sleeping 8 hours. That's great. Yeah, now I'm sleeping 11:30 to 8. Don't get me wrong. Once every 2 weeks, I have a little hiccup. I go upstairs, I think of something. I go back down, I smoke some pot. I breathe all that out, I'm all right. But when I was doing comedy, there was no sleep come. Let me tell you why. 8 cups of espresso a day. You know, everybody thought I would leave the store because I wanted to do something bad. I was leaving the store before midnight. Why? Because Starbucks is open until midnight in Studio City. And God forbid I didn't catch my flat white before midnight. God forbid I didn't catch my grande flat white before midnight. And then I'll call you tomorrow and tell you how I didn't sleep last night. So you would drink coffee later? We would always have espresso after dinner. Yeah, no. Now I have an espresso at 5 and I'm not sleeping. I can sleep right after. Oh, I love it because in my world it takes you up. Yeah. So you catch it on the way down. I eat a chocolate something. I can't fucking sleep at night now. I've really focused on my sleep the last couple of years. You know, especially since I got this about 16, 17 months ago. That's what's really improved in my life is sleep. And I've been taking naps. I do jiu-jitsu, I do class, I do nap jack. I did a little nap from 5 to 6. You know, that's where I am. But when I started popping the Xanax, the high point was maybe May during the pandemic. Like I couldn't leave the house, not popping the Xanax, and then when I get in the car, I pop another. And it would stay in your system. Thank God I wasn't drinking.
What was that doing for you? What's the feeling?
Calming me down. I can't take sleeping pills, and I can't take the strong Xanax. So I have to take a little bit of pills. And I was taking 8 to 10 of those motherfuckers a day. And then when I landed in Jersey, what had happened was, you know, you were done. Had that conversation about my tolerance. Yeah. Okay. That tolerance. Dog, I think as you can tell, I think a lot about this shit. Yeah. I had a conversation a couple of years ago about your Romero getting punched in the face with his eye socket. And when he got to the green room, the doctor saw him after the fight, his eye socket was healed. It was healing. Healing, okay. I think about what you were talking about, my tolerance. Edibles and stuff. Now let's get back to early children years. When I was a child, the doctor had to come to my house 2 days in a row. For years. And I would shoot penicillin on Monday, and then come back on Tuesday and shoot it again. Because I would never take the penicillin. You know, I had a lot of problems with my throat as a kid. Fucking tonsils and shit. So I was always in the hospital as a kid. I was a sick kid when I was about 8. All years, everyone said this should be penicillin. Penicillin, they would give you one shot of it and have to shoot me. So I don't know if always had a high tolerance. Always. Except for alcohol. And even alcohol. Because I could drink some Jamie right now and I won't fall over. I don't want to do it. But that's what's always pissed me off about alcohol. I can drink a few alcohol shots, feel okay, but then if I push the envelope, that's when I feel shitty. But my tolerance with alcohol, and with cocaine and alcohol, shit. I can drink a case of Budweiser, you know, cans. So
My friend Johnny, who had a coke problem, I always used to have to take him to the corner store, the liquor store, to get 40 ounces.
Yeah.
Calm himself down with a big malt liquor.
He
was always trying to like
20 himself down. 22 years. It would calm me down. So Xanax around me. What I realized when I got to Jersey that year, I got to Jersey August 9th of the summer, August something. It was 2 days after I got to Jersey. I had something like a weird, mild heart attack. My heart didn't stop pounding. And that was because the Xanax turned on. I didn't realize that until I went to the knee surgery. One of the assistants called it. Because I couldn't sleep when they tried to get me something to sleep. The chick goes, you're Actually, that's why your heart rate's going up. That's why you fucked up. It's very dangerous. And she told me about the Philippines. So I had to read a journal about this, about transitioning. You just can't quit. You can't quit alcohol and you can't quit fentanyl. Yeah. You die. So what I had to do was take whatever I was eating, which was 8 of those things a day, and work myself backwards. How long did it take? 6 months. Work myself backwards. But Jordan Peterson's fucked up for you. Dog. It fucks with your central nervous system. You have no idea what life is until your central nervous system's about. You get cocaine, you get all that shit. Yeah, how's it fun? Your heart rate. I'm talking commercial. You could be watching TV. You can see how scary that is. You can fucking see it. So your body's just freaking out that it doesn't have a system. Freaking out. I had to go on calm support. I had fucking. I changed my diet. So even the 6 months slowly transitioning off, even that was rough. Oh, because I had to break them into 2 parts. Xanax. So I would get up in the morning, eat breakfast, work out, and then pop a Xanax. and then go the whole day. I'll tell you why I did 6 months, man. I would go the whole day without a Xanax. But that whole time, I would go to the pool every day. I would put my feet in the grass and try to, just get me back because of the central nervous system shit. A lot of keys just felt off. Oh, you feel off.
How was it fucking with your comedy?
I wasn't doing comedy in the pandemic. I was just getting back into it. It was just starting to open up. I went and did a parking lot. I was out doing comedy. Yeah. Rich Voss told me to go fucking go park lot, me and the Jimmy. Oh my God, they were fucking bats. Right? It was like a mall outside of Jersey. There was a little stage. You can see the bats flapping behind the comics and shit. And I told Rich the next day, Rich, what's one of those bats? Fuck that, I couldn't get glass because there was a bear behind this. He goes, I jumped right off the fucking stage. Jesus Christ. This was place in Northern Jersey. Jersey's got a lot of bear shows. So when I was going through all this, I could just sit on my bed, put my hands and walk straight. That's all I could do all day. I couldn't really keep a conversation. And a hurricane now. I couldn't wait for him to find me. That's my brother. That's my brother. I was happy with the dog and the girlfriend, of course, and the Chinese food. Great. I couldn't keep eye contact. I couldn't fucking do much. And I always noticed that after I get the pill, that feeling would start again. So when I went to the gym in the morning and did all that shit, I was fine. Once I took that Xanax, I felt like shit. Once I took that nighttime Xanax, I felt like shit. And I cut down, what's that called? Cut back. What's that called? Progressive doses. What would it be called? I forget. You have to cut off, you have to shave. I know what it is. It's just like we need the camp this week. So you have to shave a little bit. Yeah, that's what I did. And then I realized one day, tapering. I got myself, what's the doctor? Go to the doctor. The nurse. No, the doctor, they call it something. They can give you prescriptions. Okay. They're not really a doctor. Okay. I signed up with one of those, and she put me on this plan, like just what to eat. And do all that stuff. But one day I called her, I said, listen, man, I got a funny feeling that every time I take these pills, it makes me feel worse. And she goes, why? I go, because when I go to the gym, I feel great. I go in there, I'm talking to people, I'm feeling great. And she goes, what are you saying? I go, no, stop taking them. Because I take clonidine already for blood pressure, and that stops strokes. So I almost stopped doing it. I stopped. I never took Xanax again. Wow. That was it. But I was the dog. I wouldn't Debbie. Withdrawal was hard. I was wishing on anybody. Well, that's what Jordan was saying. He had no idea. You had no idea. Damn. Listen, if I was buying this shit on the street, some kind of fucking Pedro or something, then I would have a problem. When your doctor gives it to you, you think it's normal. I did the study. Xanax is only prescribed for 2 weeks. That's it. It's for short periods of time until they figure out what to give you. Whether to give you whatever from how long does it take for your body to take? I don't know. I was living well. There's so many of these chronic medications that people just take. You know, there's a medication that people will kill themselves. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's true. Well, there's definitely medications for side effects or suicide. I just didn't want to feel like this ever again. And, I stopped drinking. Like, I had never really drank. But when I moved to Jersey, I was drinking sangrias when I went out. And one night I thought I was bad, Joe Rogan. I got an Italian old-fashioned. Oh, my God, Joe. That set me back. Fucking. That was it. I was done with alcohol after that. Alcohol is a dangerous one. Really? It's food poisoning. Food poisoning every time it's fun. You know, I was going to balance out bad. I don't drink. Well, I drink. I feel horrible. I don't drink wine. I wish I could be social and have a red wine, Joe. I wish I could have did it. It doesn't matter. Oh, no one cares. It doesn't matter. Joe, I grew up in the 70s. I know. Where you walked into somebody's house and people just gave you a drink. I Joe, it was like a drink. Yeah. They don't have it. In the 70s, they didn't have those tables. Yeah. Like Sinatra. Yeah. People. What's his name?
Do you know when you do the Tonight Show, they would have a cart, they would pull a fucking bar cart into your green room, into your dressing room. Would you like a drink? When I did the Tonight Show with Jay Leno, he gets you booze before you go out there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, what's everybody relaxing? Got a good time.
What's it, Joy?
Relax.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You see the laughing guys?
I'm sure Mar probably smokes. He definitely smokes on his podcast. Jesus Christ, Joe. What do you got there? I'm so terrified of that bag.
It's a great
Bill Maher, okay. I'm taking it there.
shit. And you got your own bag with the Joe Rogan experience on it. You don't know another bag.
I'm so excited to show you this club.
I've heard fucking. I have people that are not compensated. Not
This is just a lot of noise on the This
I'm like that.
come on, we're good. Here.
No, we got much going. Laughing guys got it all. Pop up. They're gonna open up an AC.
They gotta fix the laws in Texas. Basically, marijuana is decriminalized in the city of Austin, but the fucking laws are dumb. And these people don't realize it's dumb because they got it connected to leftists and hippies. It's about freedom. There's a lot of ranchers and farmers who like to smoke weed. It's great. Weed's great. It makes you love your children more. It makes you stare at the stars. It makes food taste better. It makes sex feel better. You fucking idiots are making it illegal or ruining the world. And they say that's going to ruin people. Yeah, it's going to ruin people just like cheeseburgers are going to ruin people, and gambling's going to ruin people, and alcohol's going to ruin people. All those things are illegal and should be legal. Because you got to give people the opportunity to fuck up their own life. You should work on counseling. You should give people advice. You should give people some sort of resources where they can get out of any sort of hole they're in, whatever addiction they might have, but you gotta leave people the fuck alone. That's what this country's founded on. This country's founded on freedom. And if you don't have the freedom to choose what you put in your own body, especially when we're talking about something that's beneficial medically, psychologically, physically, not physically addictive, doesn't kill anyone, the only way you die from it, you literally have to do something stupid because you're high.
If I haven't died from it, ain't nobody gonna die from that one.
The only time you die, it's a fucking brick of marijuana falls out of the sky and hits you in the head. But we're still dealing with a bunch of goofy laws. And I think they keep these laws goofy on purpose. They keep the culture war going because it's an easy distraction from other things. More
Except to gamble either, right?
What's that?
You don't gamble either, right, Jamie?
There's some gambling here, right?
Like poker.
Yeah.
Okay, but not like
Not a casino. Casinos are magnets. Sick people. You know, when you go to those casinos in like Connecticut, Jesus Christ, so many people that are just sick. A lot of people having a good time, just out on a date. Let's go to the casino, play a couple of hands of blackjack, seems like a good time. But there's a lot of this sick fucking gambling junkies in there. Just lost.
casino. They have wheelchairs. They have the oxygen test. This is still smoking at a casino. You're like, wow.
You see a lot of those.
Different strokes for different folks.
Hey, you gotta let people do that if that's what they want to do.
How about the chick last week that was winning so much money she just got pissed at the casino? Did you see that?
That girl just pissed on the fucking
Pissed
seat
on the fucking
while she's playing slot machines.
Bro,
She didn't even move. She was on the phone.
She didn't try a monkey either.
What a crazy bitch.
That's disgusting. That's I don't want to get cheap. She might be in the mouth and look at you and try the helmet off.
Maybe she was on Xanax. Yeah, this is her. She seems kind of hot too.
She looked hot from the side.
Just pissing. It's so ridiculous. Lady's wild. It's crazy though. Imagine that you. It's not uncommon. Not that uncommon. Hold on. Scroll up. Scroll. Look at this. Regardless of the video's legitimacy, urinating on casino floors isn't as uncommon as one might think. 2000. Oh, many people probably did it. Though they had adult diapers. This guy said that Arnie Wexler, a recovered problem gambler who operated New Jersey-based gambling hotline and counseling service at the time, told the Louisville Courier Journal that many heavy gamblers don adult diapers to avoid having to leave a slot machine or gaming table. if they don't come prepared, he said, they just pee in the seat. Oh my God, you dirty fucks. Imagine walking in a casino, you smell piss. You know, so many people have pissed on the floor, you can smell it. Oh.
I don't know if I'm ready for diapers. I don't know. Well, Pete, your pants, you gotta leave that shit on.
Would you rather have diapers or be paralyzed? Don't take diapers. You just do it. It is what it is. You know, you can only control what you can control.
You know, tell me you're gonna shit in the diapers.
I don't think the shit thing's a big of an issue. I think mostly it's a piss thing. And confidence. You might be shitting your pants a little bit too. depends on your digestive system and your diet. That's good worse. Gastrointestinal problems. Horrible. That's good worse. There's a lot of problems out there in the world. Babies die of leukemia. A lot of problems. We're lucky as shit. We're alive and kicking in 2023. One of the most interesting times to be alive. And you and I grew up in a time where there was no internet. We got to experience this whole wave of change over the world. The erosion of faith in politicians and media is at an all-time high. People are just starting to wake up to how fucking insane this world is organized and run. And we're starting to realize that, hey, you know, this is almost over for whoever is listening to this. If you're listening to this and you're in your 40s, you're halfway there, kid. Right? If you're listening in your 20s, nothing terrible happens to you. You don't accidentally overdose on fentanyl. You got a solid 60 years left if everything goes great. If you're taking care of yourself, maybe you make it. So I'm 55. So how much time do I have left? I'm pretty robust. I work out a lot. 20 years. That's it. So 100. After that, I think I do 130. Yeah. I think I'm getting better. I think I'm getting better about it. I think if you can stay alive for longer, make less mistakes, you understand yourself more. It'd be like the value that you can give to other people if you have energy. Like people can learn things from other people that have already experienced life. That's why I love hearing stories, hearing wise people talk about things. The more I experience life, the more I understand me and other people. The more I talk to people, the more I understand people, the better I get at it, the better I get at life. I really, really, really believe that. I think everybody does. Everybody listens in their heart of hearts. As long as you don't give up, as long as you don't give up, as long as you don't get cynical, as long as you don't get hateful, if you can just stay positive and stay around loving people, and be a good person, be someone that people like to be around. You can get better all the time. You keep getting better at being a human. You get better at podcasting. You get better at stand-up. You get better at everything.
Let's talk about something really interesting. You said that your biggest fear was during the whole you want to be in good shape.
Yeah.
You know, my biggest fear all these years, honest to God, was not being. I hate to say this to you. You're going to understand what I'm saying real bad. People at all might know. I didn't want to become one of the comics in the store when we got there. I'd rather shoot myself. I didn't want to call you when I was 60 and go, Dog, I'm picking the screws. I need to come on the podcast to change my life. That's we both heard from people. Yeah, I did not want to be one of those guys, and that is what I'm proud of. I'm proud that I put them together. I'm very proud that I found alternatives that I have to keep bothering people at clubs to put me on. Yeah, and you know, Joe Rogan sucks, Mr. Shaw never gave me the love I needed. I love Kennison. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, but those guys, they're always going to exist. You know, they're a lesson for you. This is the path that you could go down. You see that path, you know it's negative. Where we got very lucky, Joe, is that we both experienced, like we did movies, The Longest Yard, we did a bunch of stuff. But then the internet came along right when we were like fully developed, like real comics with real headlines. And then when everybody transitioned into podcasting and everybody transitioned into like YouTube became like the best platform for putting out a comedy special. And we all learned who's the great comics from listening to each other. You know, people would talk about, have you seen Shane Gillis? Holy shit, Mark Norman, oh my God, that guy's funny. And then everybody here, and then it becomes this organic network. And it all happened. We got so fortunate. We caught that wave every step of the way at the right time. We rode every wave in, every step of the way. Take the mainstream stuff to use it to transition and to put your stuff online. You realize online is the real mainstream. Everybody's addicted to their goddamn phone. Everybody's on social media. Everybody's watching YouTube. Everybody's listening to podcasts. There's just, we caught that wave every step of the way. And that's the same thing with this club. Joey, when this club, I was not going to open up a fucking club. What did I always tell you guys? I said, be nice to club owners. You don't want to be one of them. We need those freaks. We need these crazy people that are willing to deal with stand-up comedians every week and hoping that they don't have a fucking overdose after the Friday night show and hoping that they show up for radio at 6 o'clock in the morning to promote the gig. Those people are crazy. We know them. We are them. We're all crazy. Anybody who wants to do stand-up comedy is out of their fucking mind. You don't want to be a club owner. So I was always like, be nice to those people. I want them to be my friends. These are people I work with. I want to look forward to seeing them and hugging them. I don't want to think this guy's fucking me out of money. This guy, my bonuses are short, or all that. I don't want to be involved in any of that. I just want to give everybody a hug, say hi to the wait staff. What's up? What's up? I want it to be nice, positive experience. You don't want to be a fucking club owner. Now I'm a club owner. And it came about during the pandemic. It was this wild series of opportunities. First of all, COVID, me looking at all the chaos in LA, going, this ain't getting better. We're getting the fuck out of liberal friends calling to borrow guns. Like, what? You can't borrow a gun. Jesus fucking Christ, there's lines around the gun stores. You remember the lines at the gun stores? Joey, I was driving through I think it was Burbank. There was a line.
Both of them all that.
Great for people looking to buy guns. They didn't have enough guns to sell me. So I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. When I got to LA or got to Austin, I was like, shit, I need a club. There's no clubs here. We were working out the Vulcan, which was nice. It wasn't set up as a community. It wasn't set up that was like where we could all be together and hang like we did at the store. It's like, Jesus, that's so important for the culture of stand-up. It's so important for the comics to have a sense of community. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go for a club. And at the same time, everybody had been fired from the comedy store. The comedy store shut down. Everybody was unemployed. So I got all the best people from the store to come here. I got Curtis, Adam, and Eric, and Jody, and Jesus Christ, and Kerry Mitchell to run the bar. Like, holy shit, man. It was like, this is the dream team.
Imagine how many people were ready to leave.
Bro, and Adam, he did. That guy's the fucking man. Everybody was ready to leave. And they come here, and it's so beautiful. People are so nice. And it all, like, every step of the way, it's like I rode this wave perfect. This building that I got, this building, they didn't want to sell the building. One family's owned it for 100 years. They didn't want to sell it, but they decided if they offered me a price, I didn't even negotiate, so I'll take it. And they were just happy that it was going to stay alive entertainment venue. They were worried it was maybe become a hotel or something, or a restaurant. They wanted it to be a live entertainment venue like it always was.
I'm ready to go back when you were talking about that way. When your liberal friends asked me to stop and you brought up, because I always feel that the beginning of my downfall, the fear just wasn't a pandemic. I'm not scared to fucking die from a fucking cold. It wasn't the pandemic, but the pandemic was fucking me. The thing that fucked me the most was what my neighborhood had become. And not from you telling me, people tell you shit, what I saw. And once I see something, that's it. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells me. I saw a guy get hit by a 4x4 in a train at the bus station in North Hollywood. Drove by thousands of times. I saw a guy hit people with a 4x4, not a 2x4. Who leaves the house with a 4x4? Okay, I saw a fucking CVS in New York City. I saw a white guy and an African American woman fighting at CVS at 10 in the morning. In Studio City. I was on that fucking thing for 5 years at CVS. That's why I got all my prescriptions and shit. I saw like 3 or 4 things. Then I had the glass door of my house. So I kept feeling that they were going to kick the front door in. So I went right to the Armenian. I'm like, no, I need a gun. You ain't got time to stand online in Burbank. And he brought me like a fucking 45. suit and shit. And I gave him like $2,000. I go, don't come back with it. Wow, this motherfucker came back 3 days later with like a fucking AR-15 in a suitcase with a violin. And I'm like, oh my God. So now, one thing I don't like weapons. I'll shoot you. I don't have a weapon. I can't have a weapon.
You don't want to have a weapon, right? You don't want to feel that you need to have a weapon.
No.
Worry
I
that
don't
just
ever want to
energy
feel
of it. Yeah, you don't want to feel it.
I messed around with weapons for years. You know, I got in trouble with weapons. And I always said that when I put weapons on, I met more people that had weapons on. You know what I'm saying? When I was a civilian hugging people, I never felt a weapon. When I put a weapon on in 86, 3 years after I got arrested, most people I dealt with had a weapon, so I considered it a magnet. It was, for me, in my mind, it felt like a magnet. Yeah, fucking bad shit. Those 2 guns I had in the house, and how scary it was. It was scary for a few weeks.
It got very strange because it got different. It felt like everybody was more on edge. I saw a bunch of things. It was crazy. Someone broke into this clothes store. They smashed the windows and ran into it. We were by this Target, and these people had blocked the door of the Target with a dumpster and lit the dumpster on fire. And they were telling everybody to get out of the building, down whatever you're purchasing, run out the exit right now. It got real weird with all that Antifa stuff. It got very strange. People were emboldened to do things. And after the George Floyd death, when it was the riots and they lit the cop cars on fire, there was this real feeling, this real fuck the police. We're going to do whatever the fuck we want, and no one's going to stop it. And the police seemed hesitant to do things too. And that was when I was like, check, please. I was like, this is not the place. No one here is. You got to recognize when things are changing and when they're not going to get better because there's no resources in place, there's no leadership in place, if you're defunding the police, that is a totally wrong approach to deal with an excess of crime. Like all you need is better funding, and you need better training and better people as police officers and better respect for police officers. You need to have an understanding that they're very, very necessary. One of the things that people found is that as soon as crime starts fucking scaling up, in every city, people are calling for the cops. Even politicians in San Francisco that were actively like saying we should defund the police. They were tweeting we should defund the police. Then the crime starts kicking up. They're like, we can't even get the cops to come out. Like, why do you think that is? That's crazy. Maybe it's because you defunded them. I mean, out of your fucking mind. Like, do you think that somehow or another having less police equals less crime? Like, that's the dumbest scenario. Like, wouldn't you think everybody's going to kumbaya? No, you're just going to embolden criminals, and you're going to terrify people. And then things are going to scale worse and worse. And if you keep doing the same thing to try to fix it, it's never going to get better. And that's what you're seeing in Portland. That's what you're seeing in San Francisco. It just keeps getting worse, and it's chaotic.
You go to a fucking club, and they play like disco music. Some fat fuck like me yells, "Well, on Skinner." And nobody listens like we want that idiot. When I heard the term "the police," that's what I thought. Defund the police, put on Skinner. Until people started saying that's a great idea. Like, what the fuck? And that's what was going on. Too many people were yelling, "Put on Skinner." Different ideas at that point. Yeah. And you're like, what do you mean? God, listen, let's get something straight. You're gonna hear this from me one fucking time. I was born a nice kid. Somewhere along the line, I lost my fucking way. Somewhere along the line, when you suffer a traumatic experience when you're a young man, you stay stuck for a few years, or a young woman. You stay stuck. That's why women become, they become, what is that word? Prostitutes. No. Prostitutes. When you like to fuck, promiscuity, whatever the fucking word.
Nymphomaniacs?
No, that's not the promiscuous. So, when you suffer a dad or a mom or a grandmother, you're tight with, you get stoned for a couple of years. I'm not making excuses. These are all proven things. You gotta read the shit. You just don't grow until the reality comes to you of what happened. You're still in shock when your mom dies or your father dies. There's somewhere on the line I'm off the rails. And I'm sorry for that. I never disrespected the cops. In all the stories I tell you, never hear any disrespect to the police officers. Never.
Well, you knew cops.
Never. Fuck that.
That's part of it too.
You know what raised me when I was a young kid? PAL. Police Athletic League on 88th Street in Amsterdam. I grew up in there. That's where I learned how to shoot. That's where I learned how to shoot guns. They took you to the 25th precinct, and you shot at targets. They took you to the park. I was a big PAL guy, and I moved to Jersey. Fucking baddest PAL boxing coach, Cuban coach, Mr. Cameo. I didn't trade him. He didn't like me. But I knew his son as a kid, you know. But PAL, Mr. Marina, I do used to drive us everywhere. Again, he didn't like me too much. Why did he like you? Because I was like, you know, something, I don't know. Once I got to Jersey, I was out with a rough crew or something. At that age, they didn't like me mini basketball, so I didn't play me in the city. But I always had respect for the PAL. And all those years, I always knew they had a job to do. And I was trying to be a criminal. I can't take it out on them. Right. You never heard me say bad shit about cops. In fact, in 60 years, the only cop I've had a problem with is one of the guys that arrested me. In fact, the other dude, I just wished him a happy birthday. James Coleman, it was his birthday on Wednesday or Tuesday on Facebook. I followed a friend on Facebook. That's hilarious. So that was the only cop. So for a guy like me to only have a problem with one real cop in all those years, can I tell you something? So when I heard that, they bumped the fucking cops. Go fuck yourself. So you're the same motherfuckers that are going to be crying for the same cops to come to your house in 5 years. 100%. And then they were talking about having people come over to your house and just talk to you. Like, you know, 2 safety officers. And now this shit that they're doing with bails. It's crazy. It's almost like they want everything to fall apart. This is like something that you hear. Yeah, we're going to have bail reform. You're like, okay, yeah, but I'm scared. Again, yeah, bail reform. So what you're telling me is right now they have a huge problem in New Jersey with stolen cars. And these motherfuckers got it down to a science. They're stealing them, and they take them right to the court. There's no more middlemen. You know, in LA, they got the Armenians shopping them cars. No, they just take them right to the court. You could see it on the GPS of your car. They take them right to the court. They're waiting for the car. They know where you live. They know it's a half hour. They know the ship is there. And where do they bring them? They take them to whatever. Brazil, the stolen currency. I don't know what the fuck they take them. But my point is that when those guys get arrested, they're out the next day. Yeah. And half of the shit that's going on, people are out the next day. Again, did you see the thing, the shoplifting statistics about New York? Of all of the shoplifting, it's like 600 people. And they've been arrested thousands of times. Thousands of times. See if you can find the statistics, because it's so crazy. You can't believe that that's really it. In New York, it takes 2 cops to arrest you. So here it is. Okay, excuse me. Only 327 people collectively. They were arrested and rearrested more than 6,000 times. Some engage in shoplifting as a trade, while others are driven by addiction or mental illness. The police did not identify the 327 people in the analysis. 327 people. Hey, maybe you should lock those folks up and you'd stop all of the shoplifting. Well, the idea that you shouldn't do that is so fucking... Do you understand how cities work? Do you understand how law and order works? Do you understand how peace works? You need peace officers. If you don't have peace officers, bad people are going to run amok, and they're not going to listen. This has been the case in all of human history. We know what the fucking equation is. It's not that all cops are bad. It's that there are some bad cops, and they should be exposed, and they should have better training, and they should be better funded, and they should be appreciated. And maybe if they're more appreciated, there would be less of this. And maybe we should figure out why the crime is happening in these cities in the first place. Maybe figure out why these disenfranchised communities are the same every fucking year, decade after decade, with no federal funding, while we ship billions of dollars over to Ukraine. And what do we spend in Afghanistan? And what do we spend? Come on. It's not like you can't, make some real steps to fix this nationwide as a country. Defunding the police is not one of them. That's a dumb way to approach it. Punishment is so fucking important. Yeah. I understand the slap in the wrist. I got a ton of them. What did that do? Nothing. What did that do? All those slaps on the wrist, that was cool. Right. Made shit on the letter. No. What did they do? What did they do? They let me run amok from 1983 to 1988 when I got busted. I wish I would have got arrested once and for all. But all those stupidity things, that I was doing, whether it was in San Francisco, I got arrested in all those places. But they were dumb enough to let me out.
What'd you get arrested for?
Doesn't matter. You know, stupid shit, theft of over $200, possession of stolen goods, possession of this, you know, only one weed possession. That was my second arrest. It was weed, and I got a 6-month probation, which I had a half ounce on me. I get it. I paid a fine, $1.25 or something like that. But it defrayed me, it deter me from getting high. No. You know, I wish they nail you. And that sentence that judge gave me, that's a sentence they gotta give them. 0 to 4 years. Reconsideration after a year. If you really do. Just to show you the bowels of what it is. If after a year I don't reconsider you, pretty much you're gonna be in there for the rest of your fucking life. You take somebody, you punish them heavy the first time, and then you see what direction they go. One thing when I walked out of that prison cell, I know I was going to still go with Joe. I knew I was still going to steal. I just knew how to change my ways. I knew I wasn't going back in there. This goes back to shoplifting. You shoplift, they have theft over 200 and theft under 200. And in different states, different counties, it's all different. I don't know what it is.
Well, now places it's like 900.
Yeah, 900.
People are just walking out of stores.
Exactly. Exactly. So it used to be that I could go to a place, a supermarket, and try to rob a fucking box of town for $100, and they give me a ticket. A ticket. I'll live with a ticket all day long. I'll take that ticket and shove it up my ass. It's me going down to the station, getting processed, fingerprinted. That's what deters you. That's the shit that deters you, Joe. And that's what they're not understanding. They don't have enough programs for people. Listen, we're going to prison in this country. All you're doing is warehousing me, we'll be back up. You warehouse me with guys that are smarter than me, and now gave me new ways to make money, to steal. If I was stealing with a gun before, now they taught me how to steal with a computer. What do you think's going to happen? There's no programs in there. They don't talk to you. They don't give a fuck. It's up to you to give a fuck. There's no Chinese food in prison. There's no fucking tons of things in prison, so I didn't belong there. So I know I wasn't going to go back when I got worked out. But think about the people who weren't as lucky as me. The percentages are horrible.
The percentages of most men who grow up in crime-ridden neighborhoods are horrible. It's very hard to get out. You got to find something, whether it's music or entertainment or sports or something that might have a wild idea for a business that catches on. Jesus Christ, the odds are stacked against you.
The odds are stacked. And what happens when you pick that up? I can't do nothing. Still to this day, I can't do nothing. I can't go get a retirement job at Costco. I can't volunteer at Costco. I can't get a volunteer's job at a fucking rec center and help taking old people out to or something like that just to give back to the community. I can't do that. Can't do that. That eliminated me from anything. I found out the last 3 years how worthless I really was. That's why some people.
The last 3 years, why so the last 3 years?
Because I was always looking for options. Like, what else can I do in my life? Maybe, you know, whatever. Just what can I do when I go back to school? Anything. I don't know. I'm always interested in learning more. I talk to them.
So you're just thinking about doing it just as an interesting thing to do.
Yeah, like maybe go back to school or something. Take online classes. Something. I love to fucking learn all this shit I've been away the last 30 years. You know, I didn't read what I used to read as a child. I didn't read geography. I didn't read history. I read, books. So I'd love to take classes again or something like that. But anything, I have no options. I can never do anything with that felony. Is that the fucking thing you should be sending?
It doesn't mean just if someone pays their price and does their time, I feel like they should just, as long as they're not doing anything else, as long as they're not committing more crimes, they should be a regular member of society.
No, let me explain something to you. In my world, for me to get to where I got, when I walked out of that prison cell, I became a regular member of society.
But imagine if you're 20 years old and you do something stupid, you get locked up for it, and then you are no longer a voting member of
I
society.
was 25.
Yeah.
I was 25.
Yeah.
1987, I'm 24. 1988, I'm 25, Joe. I got out when I was 27, 27 and a half, maybe. And God, thank God I could sell. I could fucking sell ice to a fucking Eskimo. You know, thank God I got that skill. I mean, you can sell cars, or insurance, or whatever. I can't get registered. I can't work in stocks. I can always be like, you're a stockbroker. I can always make cold calls for you and shit like that. But in my world, I didn't want to go back. What was I going to do? What are you going to do? I can't be an acupuncturist.
That probably makes a lot of people go back to crime.
Exactly. People give up. When I found out that they didn't do background checks at comedy clubs, how fucking happy was I? And I was still skeptical. And then there was one guy that saved my life, Tim Allen.
Tim Allen, I was just going to say that.
When I heard Tim Allen did, boom, boom, I'm like, okay. And the little motherfucker got on Disney. And I'm like, okay. I just want to get to the comedy store. I don't want to get on Disney. I don't really want to be singing.
Let me ask you this. What happened to you when you figured out how to be funny on stage? Because you were always okay on stage, but you would have some rough sets. And then there was one day in the OR, you were telling stories backstage. You know, we'd have that little back parking lot area. You were telling stories and you went on stage just fucking guns blazing and you murdered harder than I've ever seen you kill before. I was like, this is crazy. It's like a different person. Like, you were stiff on stage before. You're like, oh, you didn't like that joke, all right? And you go to another joke, and like, you had a joke and a joke. And then one day, you went on stage just guns blazing. And it was not, I was telling everybody, it wasn't like, it was a slow, gradual, it got better. It was like, you were here, and then boom.
Bro, you get punched in the face one punch. Well, that's it. I'm not doing this. And I just want to tell you something because I talked to Ari about this. I'm definitely going to do 10 minutes tonight. Fuck around. I have a plan, Joe. If you know anything about me, you know I always got a plan.
You got plans.
I always got a plan. For me to do stand-up again, I don't want to travel. I'll come down here. Residency down here for you, whatever the fuck you want, storyteller, whatever you want, I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to hang dates all over me. That gives me a lot of anxiety. And I don't want to be doing anything else. First time, if I go back to comedy, I told Ari this. I go, Ari, because Ari says he might not do a podcast. And I go, you're done. I go, if you want to do it, don't do it. Just focus on stand-up for the next 5 years. He's about to turn 48 or something. Just to stand there for the next 5 years. Nothing else. Right? No podcasting, no films, no, you don't have to worry about anything. You know you got a good point because I wrote a special when I couldn't edit no more. I fucking, this is not happening show. We've always spoken about this. Just do stand up. When I got to LA, I was there just to do stand up. But then everybody started throwing all these things at me and I got confused. And then I realized I'm at the store. I came here to do stand up. That's what we are. I think even now, the stand-up comic is too. We're all over the place now. We just do stand-up. We just do stand-up. They got comics doing everything now. It's great, but it takes away from who the fuck we really are.
Well, when I was doing Fear Factor, I didn't tour hardly at all. Oh, because I was really working a lot. It was a lot of hours. And I was mostly just doing the store. And I remember hearing about people that were doing the road and not getting jealous. I was hearing about people just doing stand-up and not getting jealous. But I also knew I was very fortunate. I also knew, like, hey, not a lot of people get a hit television show. You gotta keep doing this. This is money that you could literally do whatever the fuck you want now. Like, literally not ever worry about money. But that's a giant thing to have. So I was like, okay. But I remember all these guys are just doing stand-up. It looks like so much fun. I was talking to dudes after they did Thursday, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And I come to the store on Tuesday. And I'm like, where were you? Like, oh, I was in Columbus. How was it? Oh, it was fucking great. Saturday night, the fucking show was so weird, telling stories and this and that. I'm like, oh. You know, like, oh, your hour gets so tight. You know, you roll in Thursday with a new joke. By the time Saturday night show, it's fucking cracking. Like, all I was able to do was like do like weeknights and weekends occasionally in the store. Well, we really didn't have time to travel.
Well, they should do that. Think of all the guys that came to LA as good stand-ups, got a job on a TV show, and say, fuck stand-up, fuck stand-up. Yeah. And they got caught up in the TV show, and then they did stand-up again. And that's one thing I always really respected about you. And I told people all the time, I go, in the height of this game, this motherfucker would still do his 10:45 on Friday night. After you just grabbed a huge paycheck all the way on some TV show, radio, the other one. You'll never be late for your Friday night spot, and that's character. That builds a lot of, that made me, it inspired me. Like, this guy doesn't give a fuck, because 9 out of 10 comics don't tell you how much they love comedy once they get on a TV show. And so, they're not coming down there again. And I get it. I get it. But you didn't really love comedy the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You've always, and that's what I like about stand-up. I don't have to travel, Joe. I could just sort of stand 3 nights a week with 15.
And you know how you prove it? It's in stand-up was because like the store wasn't even giving you any money. Like we're just getting like $25 for 15. 15 minutes for a 15-minute set. We weren't doing it for money.
No.
We were doing it to work on stand-up.
I enjoyed being broke. It was accepted. I was accepted, and I was being broke. You accept being broke for the fucking runner to come here and run 5 nights a week. Mm-hmm. That's when you switch. You give away that, you take that. When, think about it. People watching this right now. How much does stand-up mean? Wait, I don't care no more. I didn't care what happened to me at that time. I didn't care where I slept. I'm on the road. We think I had fucking, shows to an open mic on a Lamborghini. It was like nobody, right? It's funny. No, nobody shows up to the land on open mic on a Lamborghini. Nobody. No, one kid, when I started with, he had a rich, they call those rich hot mamas. He had a sugar mama? Yeah, he had a sugar mama. This kid was horrible. He did impersonation. One. His resume, you opened it up, his bio was a living 3D resume. Well, she had made like 100 copies of this fucking book that came out. It was him as Tony Montana, and him as like Charlie Chan, and all that stuff. And that was his name. He's probably the other was the man of 1,000 voices. And then I said, well, you only heard one. And I still remember him going down to the comedy works, one of the best clubs in the country at that time. It was 94. And him doing open mic and me doing open mic and me like doing okay. But he just go bomb on the stage. This is how crazy comedy is. He would have his tape on the old one. And he would keep pounding. I go, what's the matter? He goes, this fucking tape recorder don't pick up the laughter. Go. You know how many times this guy would call me up? After that, like I left, I was living in Seattle. Question. He goes, I just got down to Coconuts. And he put me as a headliner. And then after the first night, he put me to a feature. He demoted me. Now I'm the MC and I'm seating people. Should I stay? Because in Coconuts, you had to seat people when you were the MC. You didn't know that? No. Those chains in Florida, I don't even think they're still open. That's how far along the road it was. So when you were in the Coconuts, if you were the MC, you had to seat people. He got hired as a headliner. When he got there on Tuesday, he was the headliner. He ate such a bag of shit on Tuesday. They made him the fucking feature on Wednesday. He ate such a bag of shit on Wednesday, they made him the MC on. That's how bad this guy was. But he was filthy rich. The chick would get him suits. Unbelievable. He had a guy on stage already as an open mic. He already had a sound guy. People you fucking meet this trouble, my friend. I know. It's interesting when you stay with them the whole time. One of the interesting things about being good friends with Greg Fitzsimmons is that we literally started out a week apart from each other. So we were there for all these crazy shows. We were there in a car once, and we were driving to this gig, and we were with this guy, and we're just talking about different stuff. And this guy was this little feeble guy with glasses. And, we're talking about, like, one guy was complaining about his girlfriend, she does this. He goes, well, my woman insists that I put a dildo in my ass. I'm like, what? You put a dildo in your ass? It's like, yeah.
She wants me to do it. And it's not bad. We're just in the car driving. To this day, Greg and I will talk about that. Just fucking cry laughing. We're like, what the fuck are you saying? She does what to you? Like those people, they're insane people. Like a single camera, like a Louis style. Come on, let's just talk about this. That helped you a lot too, because you got loose, like fucking around in between the acts and making fun of things.
Right there, I was working really close with Mitchie. Mitchie was a confidence there, funny bone, getting showcased. And I'm not the type of guy that after I did great. But after it's like, well, I don't like when I stopped. I'm like, oh, stop. I don't mean any disrespect. I perform for a Mitchie show. Okay, 3 times a week. Shut the fuck up. And I had that confidence in my heart.
Right.
Saying the bitch. I'm in front of Mitchie.
Yeah.
Saying go fuck yourself.
She was the ultimate mentor.
She was. And that she gave me that. That was the other thing. Like she just, when you're in front of her a lot, and she don't have to say nothing to you. Just killing in front of her. That's it. I'm wearing my dick on my fucking shirt. I don't give a fuck.
She also was the very best at taking comics and putting them in dangerous spots. Taking people and putting them after people that they really probably shouldn't be following.
Me.
Yeah, with all of us.
She would put me after Irera or that fucking dude I've told you 1,000 times. I still have nightmares about that dude. What's the brother? I just, I still have nightmares.
This is driving me nuts. You're killing me. I can't remember his name.
Great kid. We'll figure it out. I can't even figure out what to tell Jamie to find him.
Yeah. God damn it. It's just me. We're a problem. Those 420 shows. I can pull his name out.
Yeah, me.
God damn it. Just 2 alpha brains. I'll fucking pull his name.
I just saw TK Kirk. Oh, shit. On the podcast. I was dying or whatever. Godfrey, TK Kirk. I got to TK Kirk. We're still early days.
Early days. You were always talking about it.
Yeah, I liked him a lot. I liked him.
Have you seen him? What's also
I see him online.
I haven't seen him.
I send him messages. He won't return my messages.
I like him. If he was in front of me,
Dog,
I always loved him.
listen, I think that you and Eddie, regardless of what you might say, would be a good podcast.
I would talk to Eddie Griffin for 3 hours.
I think, come on, dog, how about the night we're behind the comedy store? Tell these motherfuckers what he said to you for 1,000 times. I was there with you, so I can't, you can repeat this, because I was there with you. I remember we walked to Big Dog. You're like, I don't know about it.
He just loved telling stories. It didn't even matter if the story was true. Did Bruce Lee fight 1,000 guys?
I don't know
what the fuck it was. It was so
But you heard it too.
Yeah, the whole thing is happening while I'm working for the Ultimate Fighting Championship. He's telling me about how Bruce Lee fought 1,000 people. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's me. It was 3 in the morning. I was the first one I walked.
Yeah, Last Dragon.
Okay, the show on the hall. Wheels was there, and I was in a Monday night. I worked down Paris with me on a favor to nobody. So, and Eddie saw me. Didn't say nothing to me. But then I got a showcase. And Eddie was there, and he told me that I was saying.
Yeah, and they would laugh. The Todd did.
He would walk me for fucking 6 hours, but I never really got mad at him for that.
His set on Def Jam to this day was one of the, at the time, I remember thinking, God damn, this guy's talented. I had to go like, how high you gotta be? Bro, he had some great bits, man. He was so physical. He was real lean back then, real physical on stage. He had all this energy. I remember watching it. I think I was living in New York at the time. I think I watched it on HBO. I was like, oh, fuck this kid.
The West Nights.
The Wayans brothers?
No, other brothers. Your friends will be up.
Oh, the Tories.
The Tories.
Guy and Joe on stage with like a vest on. Bill Constant. Jamar Neighbors can do it too. Jamar Neighbors goes on stage shirtless and he's fucking shredded. Box. He showed me a video of him fighting. He's had amateur fights. Jamar Neighbors can crack. No Instagram, I think he's got all his crazy workouts he does. That he's in shape, right? Pretty simple. A vest on. I was like, what?
You're smart.
Shredded.
White slave.
He's wearing Nazi hat. Shredded Jamars. Find Guy Tori.
Okay, the best performance ever on fucking Def Jam. D.O. Hughley as a host. You got a standing ovation. I'm dying to shoot a motherfucking man. I can see me with a gun hanging outside an ATM machine with a tuxedo on. Come on, the bushes, I'm gonna shoot you. Here's his brother, good dude.
You think about dudes who didn't make it, but you can't understand how. Like, you're like, God damn, that guy was good. What the fuck? Boone was like, no, didn't talk comedy, but it didn't matter with Reggie. If Reggie's act was clean, and he murdered. I mean, to the point where I was like, I'm looking at the next Eddie Murphy. I'm looking at the next superstar. Because this is a can't go wrong talent. He was so, he burst through the window on stage and where are you? And he was so funny, man. He was so talented. And I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened. People change. People say things they don't want to do. Corey Miller was one of those guys.
What happened with him? Yeah, but what happened with him?
He just went back to raise his kid. In Atlanta, he still does comedy. Still does comedy in Atlanta. I know somebody saw him in college and he said, fail out of it. People just change their priorities, man. It happens all the fucking time. You know, you think about the two original Guns N' Roses, the guy AC, and just left. What does he feel like that? You know, then you have a guy out from Soundgarden.
Jason Everman. Yeah.
Jason Everman. Was he an original guy? Or?
He was in Nirvana.
Okay.
And then he got kicked out of Nirvana. He was in Soundgarden. He got kicked out of Soundgarden.
How do you think he feels today?
He was not very happy. Well, now he's happy. Now he's fine. I mean, he really is a very much at peace guy. Very intelligent guy. He's also had like a fascinating life. He's a special forces guy. He did tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, multiple tours in Afghanistan. Went to Columbia, got a degree at Columbia. He's a brilliant guy. So, I think he's a very thoughtful person, and his path was a great path for him. But at the time, he felt like total dog shit.
Just honored the guy from the original bass player, Soundgarden. And he was like in the first 2 hours. That was what happened to that fucking dude now. And they had an opportunity for us to reband, you know.
Isn't that the craziest thing about artists? Guys like Chris Cornell, who's so fucking talented and so universally loved, and still takes his own life. The thing, I mean, that motherfucker was beloved. Like, his voice was fucking insane. It had so much power.
He's a really fucking
Spoon Man?
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
And the
I remember one time you and I were listening to Spoon Man. Remember as a bourbon with all the big speakers in and shit? And we were sitting in, there was a Denali, it was a Yukon Denali. And we were sitting in the Denali in the Comedy Store parking lot just jamming to Spoon Man. You were screaming. If you don't like this song, you're not real, cocksucker. You don't like Spoon Man, you out of your fucking mind. You were just so into this song.
And I still remember the night he came up to me out of the cold and go, how can somebody listen to the Beatles after they listen to Blow Up the Outside World by Soundgarden? And I said, Diego, you know what's crazy? That you can tell Chris was a Beatle fan. Yeah, that jam. But I get what you were saying that day. Like, it was such.
I changed my perceptions on that. I became a much bigger Beatles fan later on. But back then, Blow Up the Outside World is a masterpiece. That song's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece of sound. Everything about it. It's like a spiritual experience, that song. That song is fun. And if you're high, if you're like sitting in your living room, you smoke a joint, you put the headphones on, you listen to that. Oh my God. That song's incredible.
It's crazy how I had Beatles. I hated the Beatles.
Yeah, let's get some of that. Especially if you're high and you listen to this, Joey. There's some music that's just accentuated by weed. What a song.
I like it towards the end when they do the drum thing and he says that he holds out one note. Oh my God.
Keep going. What a talented motherfucker that guy was.
Now, from the Beatles, after we didn't have appreciation for the Beatles growing up, not because I didn't like them, because everybody always broke like balls and how good they were. And I've told this story before. I love John Lennon. But the day John Lennon got shot, it was the happiest day of my life. Because I won the argument now. Because every time you couldn't fucking say nothing with Beatle people. Every time you said, like, oh my God, I went to see the Stones last night. What a great album. Shattered. What a great album. Miss You is. Some motherfucker would say, yeah, it's a great album. Wait till the Beatles get back together. Fucking Stay With Heaven's a great song. Yeah, it's great, but wait till the Beatles get back together. They always had me. I always lost that argument. You gotta walk away like, hey, you got a point. The day John Lennon got shot, that argument went out the window. Bitch, they ain't getting back together. So shut the fuck up now, okay? It's Led Zeppelin. It was running things. In fact, they had a Beatle mural in my high school. Somebody put an X for John Lennon the day after he got shot because we didn't want to hear that argument. Everybody got sick of that fucking argument, all right? And I love John. I don't want people, you know, I love all those albums, fucking Shave Fish and all that stuff.
On my guitar, too.
Oh, I love all that shit.
Oh, my God.
I love the Beatles, the Revolver, Started Smoking Dope. I like all that shit. That's really good stuff. He loves you, yeah. It's okay, I get it. But no,
It was a different time.
Yeah.
Different time in the world.
When they went to India and spoke with that Maharishi and started playing all that shit and opened their horizons, they were good.
Isn't it interesting that the kids that grew up that were into like AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, those were not necessarily kids that were into the Beatles.
Some of them were.
My crew was all like Jim Morrison, it was the Doors, Van Halen, Led Zeppelin. Van Halen was current. That was like current band that everybody was into. But when it was old bands, it was always Let's Tear It. And then somebody wanted to get crazy and play Freebird. When that guitar solo goes on in Freebird, you're 16 years old and you listen to that song, you're like, holy shit. To this day, that is, in my opinion, that's the greatest guitar solo of all time. That guitar solo is fucking insane.
This is so much good. It's just
So much publicity.
it's so like you get caught up when we got back into music. I put on like a vinyl. I got into vinyl again. I fucking love it, you know. And it's so weird how an album will take you back. Like I got an album now. It'll take me back for a week. I'll play the album when I'm writing, when I'm doing shit.
Take you back to those days.
I just, but you also hear things. That's why I don't like doing music reviews and shit. Because I learn more about the music the more I listen to it. Like every time I put on, like I don't put on Led Zeppelin. When you're in your car, you had it back, you crank it up, you always hear something you haven't heard in a while.
I used to always crank a whole lot of love when I was on
I
my
crank all those.
That fucking jam. Oh my god. And then there's like a minute and a half of fuck sounds in that song. A minute and a half is like little cymbals in the background.
Zeppelin is very interesting. It's dirty.
Yeah, here we go. Can you see this?
It's dirty. You should love it.
Maybe it's because they don't want you to be a music down. Oh. That's more logical.
I mean, sometimes something's fine. And
Maybe she got a better cable.
I don't know why some.
That seems like it should be possible. 2000 Toyota Supra Turbo. That backseat back and these crazy speakers. And I would play this in that car. The music would dance around the car. Like you could hear the guitar being called that style of recording. Because that's what I was just saying. I had that crazy sound system in it.
Yes.
And that it was like coming and all the with the humping sounds like it's drifting around the car. Can you see that?
So when you do acid or something like that, that's what you do. Oh, it's dancing. You start hearing that fucking, those little speakers. I've always thought that they were. What's the name of the kid speaking of with? You got to LA, you bought a nice car, and you didn't want it no more. You saw that super time.
And I said, okay. But it was a nice kid. Nice kid. I was just starting to make some money. So
He was funny.
yeah.
What happened to him?
Man, some of them just pressure, overwhelming pressure of constantly performing. It gives them anxiety and they never survive it. It cracks them. Here it is. So this is me coming down Laurel Canyon. I would always time it. I knew like when to start playing it. I would start playing it when you hit that store, the little country store on Laurel Canyon. When I hit that, that's when I would start the song. And by the time I'm snaking Laurel Canyon, I see.
You hear that? Let's bring this up. You hear in the background, you can hear his voice.
Echoes, yeah.
Yeah, that's part of what happened with the tape. It's like an accident.
Oh, no way.
It was tight. Stored too tightly.
Meanwhile, it's perfect.
It sounds perfect. It's an accident.
Oh. As a really like this, the fifth album now. I've listened to Presence lately. Achilles' Last Stand. Oh shit. For Your Life. That's the House of the Holy. That was the second album that put me over the top. Got A to Z. Dancing Days.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No Court. Listen, I was such a fucking half a little fag when I was a kid. That when I first got Led Zeppelin too, I would play Dancing Days. Oh, you don't have to go. And it's supposed to be No Quarter and then The Ocean. I would skip over No Quarter. Scariest fucking song they had. I only listened to them like I was old. I was like, okay, I'm ready for this.
I love the Immigrant Song.
Immigrant Song. I could read. And that's what really shows you. Every album, they kind of changed it up. They got a Hillbilly song. Fucking Gallows Call.
It's a hillbilly song or a country song. Gallows.
Yeah, can you ask Jay to put on listen to the beginning of this chat? And it just picks up a Steve Quaylew for this. It's 80. Steve Quaylew from Bala Poopah. It's supposed to be pop vodka, POPOV, that fucking liquid. And we would fucking go over and over. In fact, I still got a busted eye thing, a vein from the equipment.
What did you bring me, my dear friends? Keep it from the gallows.
That does have a country kind of influence.
Speed up a little, Jamie. Here we go.
I couldn't get no girl. You know the way too damn long. Hey man, put it a little while. I think I see my brother coming right up many miles. Brother, you give me some silver as you get a little low. I want you to pay me my brother, keep it from the gallows close. Brother, Rabbi, won't you tell him silver? I'm gonna let him go. I'm gonna let him everything from the gallows close. Yes, I approach you, keep it from the gallows close. Hangman, hangman, could you get a while? I think I see my sister coming, right?
Football, Joe Rogan. Here we go.
Sister, please thank you. Saving my life of this man. Hangman, hangman, on your faces now. Tell me that I'm free to ride. Now, free to ride. Oh, yes, you got a fine sister. She won't mind good to go. She won't mind good to go in her. Even if I go, Really wrong, that's still. And your sister won't last long. But now I laugh so hard, she's singing on my own. Yeah. But now I laugh so hard, she's singing on my gallows. Singing on the gallows.
Listen, if you're beautiful. I used to get fucked up. This album's got Immigrant Song, this, and the best Led Zeppelin song after all those songs. Jimmy Page's best work since I've been loving you. Oh, shit. I'm telling you, they came up with something different every fucking album. I love music today. I can't also believe I just saw that picture for the first time of James Brown's mugshot. Yeah. Is that from the arrest in 91? Yeah, that was 91. They chased him in the truck.
My favorite thing is when he got in trouble that he was on some talk show, like right afterwards with sunglasses on.
That's right.
He was skirting around it. He was fucked up. Yeah, that's his mugshot. Yeah. What was so the other one was a different time he got arrested. It was a car. It was something else, I think. Was that something else? But that's a different one. See if you can find the interview with him. There's a hilarious James Brown interview where he's like clearly high as kite. He's singing and having a good time. It's very, very funny.
We welcome you, James Brown. We've been on America. Nothing wrong at all. Out on love or out of love? Which is it? I don't know. Now, this is the first time you and your wife have had a problem. Are the two of you going to be able to work?
Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo.
Now, your fans will have read all about this, James. Aren't you concerned about that?
No, I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
And what are you going to say to your parents when they ask you some questions?
I'm gonna say I feel good. We gotta grab the bag. It's a mad world.
Well, that's the second time we've heard that in 2 days. That's very interesting. Now, don't leave us, James. You stay right there. We have more we have to talk about. Well, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing.
Say,
What are you going to be doing on this trip?
I'm gonna be doing. I was got a brand new bag living in America. Sex machine, get up off of that thing. I feel good. Yeah.
Now, I understand already, James, I have to ask you one serious question here. I understand you only started divorce proceedings. Does that mean that you're now eligible?
No, yeah. Why is that, man?
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because I look good. I smell good. I feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we go. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got. Now, you're involved in publishing a gospel magazine.
Second coming. It's out of Augusta, Georgia, Atlanta. Joseph Young is the editor. And mine one of the advisors. And we're doing a fantastic job. Second coming. It is on this week. I think we have a performance. And I believe it's going to be. And last, next week we'll have Rabbi Shop. And we'll do a lot of good things, and hopefully we'll get Brother Ted Turner on the show. Ted, where you at?
James, we want to thank you for being with us today.
Wait a minute, I just got here.
Oh, is there something more you want to say that we
Yeah,
haven't
I'm
covered?
going to sell everybody.
Okay, go ahead.
I love America. I love everybody.
Well,
I feel good.
it sounds to me as though you're not trouble. James, you walk on your floor. Thanks for being with us. I guess we're going to hear lots more.
Absolutely.
There's a guy that didn't give a clears coat up to the gills. See if you can find that. Oh my God, yeah.
Let us splatter. This man will freeze you. If you will, let's all welcome the world is real.
He has history when he did something. He saved Singer James Brown. Wow. Okay, I'll check that out. These guys, I don't know. These guys were different era, different world, pioneers, real pioneers. You know, they were running against different. Watching that fucking, they wouldn't put them in the green room. They wouldn't let them perform in the dining room with other people. Raised, it was crazy. They really got a lot to these guys. It's pretty impressive. 15 years old. 5 years before Hendrix was not playing a lot, man. And that shit has all stuck. You did about getting off the road. Yeah, well, I was just anxious. Knee surgery. I was thinking now. I didn't even know I was withdrawing. Like I said, I did the knee surgery. And something really hard. Doctors came in. We started talking. They were looking at me. It was Spanish. And I phoned him. He gave me his card. And I called him. When I got out, he goes, come see me. Something wasn't right that day. He did the physical. And I went back to see him. But that type of shit, he was never right, you know, it was okay. I don't know if anybody was sure. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And his assistant said, are you still taking the Xanax? And I go, yeah. And she goes, that's what's going on. Really? Well, I didn't get it. Like I was 3, they took him away from me. But then I was strategic places. And whenever shit got dangerous, my mom had a jukebox at the bar. So every week, the guy comes in, he gives you the old, I lived on the 3rd floor. And if you go to 205, 305 West Day, even today, you go up to it, you'll see where I live, where I grew up, right down the 3rd floor. You always had this. Later in time, I would put them on the street, and I was when I was playing basketball or something. So it was like an indentation, and all our windows, you can't see that great. I would just sit and hold on to the heads of shit. They're like, where'd you go? I'm like, well, what's this to go to bed? You missed it. The crazy guys wanted something to like help you out. I always had something. The lumps. I didn't know that shit existed. They do it easy. Get a hard on you, fall asleep. I never knew we were treated for anxiety or whatever. Fuck, gives a fuck when you're on the street doing drugs, what they're treated for. Just shit. I always remember I had to do something, singing up with stuff. I go for an audition. Now my shit, I go, insert Xanax now. This is what I would be putting my Xanax in. My anxiety would start creeping up on me. I'd lose my breath. My breath would go away from me. Anxiety. I would breathe. I'd go out of breath work. I slept a lot. I went back to my boat and I sit on my balcony and I look at the mountains. 20, 30 minutes. No rush. I got nowhere to go. I go a little grateful shit. I'm grateful for my computer stuff. Don't get up. Don't get up over the raspberries. Even when I can smoke 13 joints. I don't know. Gotta wrap this up.
Russell's here. Russell's here. Tony, Brian Simpson, Hassan. Ron might come down. Ron was sick. He's been sick for a while. Okay.
It's one of those that she gets pissed off at. I don't know what shame is yet.
Okay.
I love you for having me on watch.com.
This episode is brought to you by 511 Wondered. What the heck is that? Well, if you're in the know, then you know. But if not, here's a quick introduction to the world of 511. 511 stores are your one-stop shop. Incredible backpacks, purpose-built boots, functional fitness gear, and, of course, their legendary tactical pants. So the next time you see one of those 511 signs, tactical.com, hurry at your local 511 store, or head to 511 Tactical.
1974 Ric Flair.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
She's very excited. Tony Angelo and Rick motherfucking Flair. This is an honor, dude. This is like to meet a guy like you, like a human living legend walking through the streets. Even the way you look, man, you look like Ric Flair. Thank you. Hope that's good. No, it's great, man. It's awesome. I love the suit. He's the man.
He's literally the man. Like that's like you have like some licensing on that or something, right?
I did, but somebody the WWE borrowed them without asking me.
They borrowed your licensing for calling yourself the man?
Yeah. They gave it to regulation.
Sons of bitches. This guy is a gigantic. So he's, if he like seems like a lost right now, that's what's going on.
Yeah. I was raised on pro wrestling. I didn't know what a Rolex or a jet or anything was until you came out. I was 8 years old. I'm like, what the hell is this guy beating the good guys? When it literally
just preposterous. That's what it's called.
Well, you took the art of the promo, like the interview, to a completely different level. You made it so fun.
I was having fun making it.
How did you develop that sort of style? Like, was that something you always had? Is it something you cultivated from pro wrestling? Like,
no, I love pro wrestling as a kid. I watched it all the time. And my dad would take me to my birthday or something like that. I was going to play football at University of Minnesota and academically eligible after a semester. Stayed in a fraternity house for 2 years. But when parents came to town and they got a chance to bring me over, I just kind of grew up on Joe Namath. You know, going back to where I got when I saw Joe Namath, Miami, the coach with shaking up the shit. Then he had slept with 300 women. I said, that's my game. I can't figure out how to get there.
There's some video I'm sure of all these football players. You know what the team was?
The Colts, Sergio Brown.
Yes, and they're all. So see if you can find it, because it's one of my absolute favorite clips on the internet. And these guys are reciting your lines word for word.
Sergio Brown, yeah, but
let's see this.
Diamond green, just do it. Really do it. Limousine ride. Jet car. And I'm having a hard time holding
You know, I've done this at a show before where you could just say Ric Flair and you point the microphone out and the whole crowd goes, whoa! Thank God. That's amazing. I mean, that's an amazing thing. You're like literally the only human being that's connected to a sound. Yeah. You go, Ric Flair! And they go, whoa!
How did that, was that something that just came out one day, one promo?
I'm telling you, I used to drive, 3 miles, 3,000, 3,500 miles away, so 94, night, just listening to music and drinking beer, throwing cans, science, driving 100 miles an hour. And I heard Jared Lewis go, goodness gracious, great ball, fire. Oh, wow. But the emphasis wasn't on the wood as much as, the name of that. Next day after the said, da-da-da-da-da.
Wow.
1970.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Restoration, good balls of fire.
Oh my God. That's amazing. That was a wild motherfucker. Jesus Christ. That was wild.
Oh shit.
Got a couple of missing wives.
Yeah.
Some little good as well. Yeah. That guy's a wild motherfucker.
When he got off the plane with that 13-year-old England, that one.
Yeah, that was a wrap. That was like you're a little too country for us, fella.
He'd even bigger than Elvis.
Yeah, that sunk him, which is crazy because Elvis married a 14-year-old. He just waited 12 months. Yeah. Come on, man.
He was 14.
Yes. She was 14.
Oh my God.
Isn't that the case, Jimmy? I think when we met her, she was 14. Yeah.
On the base, right?
Jerry Lewis, one time, Richard got a follow in Chicago. He said, follow that motherfucker. Yeah.
Wait, Jerry Lee was before?
Yes. Yeah. But little Richard had a follower.
And so they were in Chicago, and so he just on fire after all this stuff.
Okay, they met when she was 14, but they tied the knot when she was 21. Okay. Oh, that's not bad. It's just a little creepy. She was a little kid. But, if she come watch it, like you say, hi. She's 18, I think. That's okay. 19, 20 kids know each other. Yeah. 21, you marry her. That's a legit age. Married and FY, honey, I'm the king. Yeah. This chat was for sale. I seriously thought about looking at it. The 707. Yeah, it's probably shit. But he was just like having regard. 2 podcasts from it. From Elvis's chat. Yeah. Come on. Dude, that might be boring. Get it? Put it in a hanger somewhere. Yeah, I bet it is. Piece of shit. That's wow.
Look at that. It's got like duct tape on it.
Come on, that thing was awesome. All the patina on it. That movie was good. Did you see that movie on the King? Oh, yeah. I Austin, was that Sheldon's name? Austin, the play. Elvis, Jamie, did a fabulous job. Fantastic. They said the kid was like, he talks like that now. It's fucked. Oh, wow. Come Elvis. Yeah, Austin Butler. He's fucking really good. Yeah, he is really good. That was a good movie. I'm sure it was on all those movies. Tom Hanks, fantastic. All-time meal. Oh my God, it's fantastic. That's so good. Man, so diversified. Yeah, that kind of girl. Yeah, no shit. Never run overseas. Look at the money left. I never run overseas. I'm scared. Control all this. Okay, story. The thing about a guy like Elvis, he just made his time because when you get that famous, like when you're that young and you get that famous, like the whole world's kind of crazy. Man. How does a guy like that? There's no Elvises before Elvis. Yeah. Right? I mean, I think he was like before Michael Jackson. He was like the first person like that was just like this big. This episode is brought to you by AG1. I love AG1, and you've probably heard so many of my guests rave about it too. It's easy to drink, tastes great. I have sustained energy, improved focus, and know that I'm covering my nutritional basis no matter where I am in the world. I've been taking AG1 since 2018, and you're gonna love how it makes you feel. But if you're still on the fence, the folks at AG are giving you 90 days to give it a shot. If it's not for you, just say the word and you get your money back. No questions asked. You've literally got nothing to lose. Each scoop of AG1 is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens that support cognition, immune health, gut health, and digestion. Order now and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Supporting your health should be simple and it doesn't get easier than AG1. Go to athleticgreens.com/Rogan to check it out.
The only guy I've ever seen like him that I've witnessed is close to one Pancho. There was I actually went to a Bon Jovi concert. One of my wives. So, and that must have been watching this in the whole room. There's 18,000 people in there. 17,000 were looking. I didn't recognize the guy in that kind of Bon Jovi. Yeah, I know. And what's the basic she said, well, yeah. And then she was throwing it off her campfires. Yeah, I was so jealous. I did a thing once in 15 years ago. Into the Gatorade Bunch. It was from VH1. And I had like one with the crowd. So I was stand up, one with the crowd, bring a bunch of yeah, we had to like bring the girls to the center. When those guys were on stage, those guys were sitting. These girls were so close. They were so close to like Bon Jovi. It was very small venue. A couple hundred people. They're like right there. And the look in their faces like they're getting hypnotized. Like you can't go. It's really, it's right there. It's like I think whenever that was wrong. Yes. God damn, that was great. Watch that now. Yeah, check your see if you can find that. The Elvis.
When you developed this personality that was like so partying and balling, it was so appealing to guys. Just like, I want to be that guy.
Yeah.
Like, look at you having so much fucking fun.
And it made it, you know,
They gotta do this. You're right around those parties. Yeah, this was his big comeback show. Exactly. Boy, that fucking take off. Yeah.
the hair, it's like a Darth Vader helmet or something.
Oh, he was such a talent. Oh man, what a motherfucker. Not too much.
So
What a cool motherfucker. I feel jealous. It's a fight just set Elvis. So yeah, Elvis the Japanese letters on it. It's a fight with some dope shit. Elvis karate is my favorite. Get fucked up on pills and just start doing karate. Yeah. Your character, man, was like, was there anybody else like you before you? Who was your influences? Well, your name, of course. But I mean, was there anybody in pro wrestling? No. No, Ali. I loved Ali. And of course, I got to the travel to North Korea with him. And he refereed. I never had a drink with him, but I sat in the bar with him. This is long after he retired. Just like Elvis. Well, imagine now. He was a joy of nowhere right there. Yeah. I did too. Oh, that's right. Noki was a fascinating character. What an interesting thing. Did you ever see that fight? Oh my god, it was like kind of a real fight. Because Ali was boxing, was put right in, and he got on his butt screw, and started kicking his legs. Where Ali couldn't punch him. You ever saw that? Wow. He fucked Ali's legs up really bad. Because like Ali had never been like kicked before, and he's facing the Noki. So this thing was lying on his back. And I think, I don't know what they worked out, whether that was going to be a legit fight or whether Ali had any idea of what he was going to kick his legs. I don't know what the agreement was. But it's very interesting to watch this because Ali's trying to, entertain and he's also trying to punch him, but Noki's like kicking his legs. See, mostly just butt scooped and tried to get Ali to cuff him. But he fucked his legs up where Ali was having a real problem with his legs after that for a long time. It's so dangerous. You're like a legit pro heavyweight boxer, but this guy can't come. I don't know what the rules were. It's weird. You can see you can find it in a video where he kicked his legs. When you had a match with him, you got a match with him. Was scared of him. How do they talk to him? What was the premise? They wanted to forward force forms and know that they wanted to force, and they can't pick that up. So they came to me and they said, you know, I was famous awards Taylor saw. And we never been talking. I never worked for the so I distrusted me. Well, that's cool. So did you know when those girls, I had no idea. I know I was good friends with Jesse Hill back then. Senator Hill, so I call his everybody I call him, politics. I don't know. Just always a volatile situation with his killings. And they hate the Americans. They hate the Americans and they hate the Japanese. Why? It was called, it was like football games. I don't keep the war, they're trying to war. I don't know what they're trying to get North and South Korea together. I don't know North Korea, I don't know. They literally hate the Japanese and the Americans. Japanese. I wish you could pull up that card and show people that you would have one card like cigarettes and they show a bomb, show a rocket ship, $200,000. This is how you put the money. They showed this rocket. Okay, say don't speak what they say that make a speech before they give my passport that I thought was a very good defeat. It was a hands down, so I can't do that. And so I said, well, you know, I don't know. Oh, again, we're going to say, so anyway, I made it sound like they could be intimidated. Made it sound like they wouldn't back down. There's a possibility of breaking. And I said, yeah, before they gave my passport, shit, this is the way. Oh, they got their private jet. And then another way of put out the jet and kiss the ground. Smoke clap. We're supposed to be there for 4 days, we're there for 7 days. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Tell me later. Don't bring it. I said, you just get it. Other food's good. I love Korean food. I do something like that. So they took care of you guys when you were scared. Yeah, but just intimidate. You don't have any, you have no control over your destination. Yeah. I don't even ride somebody else's car when I'm so long. Can't trust anybody else. Is that the only time you ever rode so sketchy? That's sketchy. Rock like this, he's 350, but he hasn't gone in a while, but he has all the income. So they gave him 250s and a bucket to 25 equivalents. I'm going over there for 150. I'm better, brother. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, he's so hot. Yeah.
I'm sure he pays him to let him meet him or something.
So weird. So weird. This is a wild fellow. Yeah, don't look at here all the time. Yeah. Listen to this. How about that? They Madonna broke up with him for cheating. He cheated on Madonna. He's in India. He's cheating on Carmen like Grego Dennis. How do you cheat on Madonna? He's living with Elvis. Did you ever see, because David Williams had a bit about when Magic Johnson and HIV back to basketball. Because everybody was scared of him except Dennis Rodman. Because Dennis Rodman was like, motherfucker, I'll spit in your mouth and accelerate your symptoms. He doesn't fuck Madonna. I'll spit in your mouth and accelerate your symptoms. So, it isn't a trip, man. Oh, he's so wild. He was on that celebrity rehab show. It was hilarious. Everybody else was like, oh, I don't get off pills. Yeah, Dennis just jogging. He was on the treadmill and shit, reading the newspaper. He's like, I'm fine. I just wanted to do a TV show. So we partied a little bit too much, whatever. Yeah. They actually, you know, that thing was the last dance, right? With Short Jordan.
Oh my goodness. I don't remember what it was. I once watched an animated thing. It was in a hotel on the road doing some gig, and then covered that. It was just this half-hour show. It was like in the middle of the night. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's an animated like cartoon. And the Chicago Bulls, the Chicago Bulls were like in the playoffs. There was like an important thing, and they're like, okay, we can go to Vegas, but they send like the water boy with him. They're like, make sure he doesn't get in trouble. This poor water boy is just in the weeds the whole story is so off the charts. It's insane. Amazing. Yeah.
Characters, you know, guys like Rodman, really guys like you, they're so important to young kids because they make things so much more exciting. And you know, Jordan to me has been a thing because he was just such a massive progressive fan as a kid.
And it's real, and you can feel that it's real. When Hogan, which is all I had up until, you know, I would glance at WCW again. I was 8, and everything before that, even though I was young as hell, I'm like, that guy seems like it's fake. He's just telling me to say my prayers and eat vitamins. Like Hogan, even though I liked him up until that point, when you got there, it was you that switched me to heels, bad guys, and villains. Everything changed. But it was take your vitamins and say your prayers, and that's what the teachers at my Catholic school in Youngstown, Ohio were telling me, and I didn't like them. And I'm like, this guy seems real. At 8 years old, I'm like, yeah. And the fact that you actually lived that life.
I did.
Every other wrestler was playing a direction. The Undertaker was a really varying bodies. Roddy Piper was Scottish playing bagpipes. All these legends, somehow you combined all of the worlds. The only difference is sometimes you would wrestle and still be that same guy.
No, I don't feel like it was always cost effective. But it's such a fun life. What year did you start? What year did you make your first pro wrestling match? 73. I started training in 72. Yeah.
You started wrestling after the plane crash, right?
The plane crash. Tell us about the plane. We were going to Charlotte. I wouldn't have my old bills here. We didn't know at the time it was so we get there. Unbeknownst to us, the guy in front of us was like, So how bad did you think? Expression friend.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. I love AG1, and you've probably heard so many of my guests rave about it too. It's easy to drink, tastes great, I have sustained energy, improved focus, and know that I'm covering my nutritional basis no matter where I am in the world. I've been taking AG1 since 2018, and you're gonna love how it makes you feel. But if you're still on the fence, the folks at AG are giving you 90 days to give it a shot. If it's not for you, just say the word and you get your money back. No questions asked. You've literally got nothing to lose. Each scoop of AG1 is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens that support cognition, immune health, gut health, and digestion. Order now and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Supporting your health should be simple, and it doesn't get easier than AG1. Go to athleticgreens.com/Rogan to check it out.
It is to the good of the rest of the
That was in 75. What did you say? It was in the article.
75 back in the big March 76. I went from 255 to 180 back to 218. I never got myself to that. Yeah, I just couldn't get myself to that. It was like a motor I was wrestling. It was like, take it back. You can't wrestle now. So, after 2 weeks of wrestling, so it's just psychological.
That's one of the things it's so rare. There's only probably 2 handfuls of wrestlers that famously in the WWF would have these long, hour-long, and then when it was the main event of the pay-per-view back then, they would have, an hour was normal.
I did 330.
Yeah, so like most pro wrestlers. So those pro wrestlers that are famous, like if you're in the main event on a Monday night or whatever, it's maybe 10, maybe 20. If it's a crazy match, maybe 30 minutes. But him versus Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels versus Hulk Hogan versus Andre versus everybody. Just long matches. Steamboat, Randy Savage.
Because in the old days, if you're the WWE champion, it was either you win or Robert is one of the owners from Robert is another guy who wrestling himself. The last time is
Putting on a show in the ring.
So when you would have a match like that, it's an hour match, we just kind of flow and figure out that you have like a preconceived ending to it. You just kind of just always just call it a ring. That be the call. They don't really know, but put all this together. So when we get out there, we got what we're working, call things. So just sort of orchestrate. Wow, this is from how yeah, the insane shit. It's like riding a great almost riding. So you can't insane shit down the amount of physical beating that pro wrestlers put on your body is like nothing in entertainment. It's the amount of shows you guys do. Because it's every day. There's no season. Yeah. And there's no time off. That's there's no time off. So WrestleMania is go right. It's 7 days off. Right back in. So they get 7 days after WrestleMania. That was it. We didn't have all of that.
But there was also even crazier stuff that happened in your era that doesn't happen anymore, like steel chairs to the head. And all the blood. I've seen this guy bleed more than any other human ever.
Get her 120, get her 145 minutes. Just a small just with a bring it on learn that so we can do if you want to make your they shoot like that and right then I would make $50 look at myself, I got 50 more, I got 100. Oh my God. It's said, no. It said no more cuts.
Great.
Fucking jack. Well, that's pretty healthy. How much did you, since you're doing that much touring, that much wrestling, how much time did you get to like work out? Did you work out every day about it? Well, I don't know. If I get like 4 in the morning, I work out 5. I never missed 500 free squats, push-ups. Mostly all I wanted for going to working full time. So an hour and a half. 500 free squats. Stairmaster. Was that common with other guys up here? It was just your work. That was my plan. It's out of my mind. Work on that. You want to tell you, flying town, get there. Work out in the morning. A couple hours.
So that was the only way you would be a wrestler 9 hours a week. If you were in peak physical condition, that is a schedule. I don't think anybody really understands 9 hours a week is bananas.
One year I wrestled 30 wins.
Wow, shit.
That's not all hours. That's 20 days.
That's
30 matches I wrestled.
The amount of impact that your body falls, the slams, the fucking clotheslines. Holy shit.
I mean, the epitome of work hard, party hard, because right after those matches, what is the routine? Take us through, like, when you...
Hey, little girl in the house got the sweater. Joey should have had my day. I should have.
So, like when you go back through the curtain after an hour-long match, what goes on then? Take us through a night of this normal routine. You're working out, then you'd have the match, then what?
Well, you remember everybody used to go like, because the old days, I used to say, you don't have to write, you don't have to go just stay small. 18 to 28 look like it's Marriott.
They come visit you at the hotel, right?
There'll be 300 in the lobby. That's what but it was not a guy so opera that man was. Oh my God, yeah. They knew we were coming. They were ready. Oh my God. They were tricked out. They used to talk in the Morse code.
How did you pick?
Oh, I went with more than me. I can't think of it. Right. Of course. I mean, it was all the guys. I just want to throw their names out there.
But you were the ultimate wingman.
I just couldn't put it. I go to bed.
But also, your personality and like your persona, they must have just flocked to all the crazy ones.
Like some of the
crazy ones. And if you're gonna get gussied up to go on a great flag, that goes on a mission. I hope so. What was the like touring back then? Like, what was the whole scene like? Because it's just like,
I know it's a guy so low. There's no and in social media, like guys, I would have never survived this.
no, this current climate.
Yeah, I couldn't. I have a hard time doing it right now. It's 74. Lay low.
You got a gigantic diamond wedding ring. So the wedding ring is just a wedding ring. It's a wedding. Yeah, that must be the last one.
Yeah, this is that's a sales ring. Yeah, that's one you care. She's the one. It took a long time. She's the one. Here's Manny. You are the one. By the way, Joe, she runs RedFlareShop.com. And you give that a shot. All right, now bring it up again. RedFlareShop.com.
When you were like a young single guy, I mean, how did you maintain that pace? If you're wrestling 9 hours a week and you're cardio and you're meeting girls in the area, how do you have the time for this?
I don't know, but I found it.
I mean, like, where are you getting that energy from?
I just love it so much. A lot of self-energy. That's still very energetic, you know, for because I'm actually, regardless of the surgeries and stuff like that, I feel great. Everybody's starts sounding great. That's a reason I figured out about this diet 5 years ago. Tested I just, I've been lucky.
What operations have you had that?
I had 2 rotator cuffs. It's kind of a third, but I decided not to do it. It doesn't hurt, can't bend it. It doesn't hurt, so far it doesn't hurt, but then I cracked C5 my neck. And then I 3 compression fractures. But when I tested it, it was 2007. It was septic. You know what happened was that they tried to make it scary until they had breaking us. What it was is 2 days later, from the operation, that's crazy. It turned into this is wild. Wild adults are on top of that, smashing each other. Yeah, that's the much more the kids everybody. And they're forced to buy social media. Yeah, that's the bomb. I know that's the week. Yeah, I watched it in the back once in a while.
Unbelievable. I can't.
Thank you for being
Yeah. I mean, she is a freak athlete.
5'11", 150. I'll show you a picture. I get everything about that. You saw the brand new Germans.
Unbelievable. Freak athlete.
That's what I'm talking about. Little kids. 5'10". American German. Just the sheer amount of showing the coach traumas.
Well, also she does, of course, a figure 4 leg lock, and she pops it up into that cool bridge.
Figure 8.
Yeah. So she's literally, he invented the figure 4 leg lock, which every fucking human anywhere around my age was doing to each other at 8 years old in backyards and on trampolines all around the world.
That is such a crazy thing. Is that unbelievable to be that tall? It's just so stupid. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. To do that every discs, shoulders, this, wrists, health, strength is doing she trained and it's that kind of work ethic that you have, did that rub off on the other guys who wrestle? You're like, that's something, it's kind of like, those two people still talking about it. I can't prefer it. I was in better shape. But, it's saying that somebody's saying fatigue makes power to us all. You're dragging your time. I don't care what they are. You're somebody's bitch. You're these guys coming out of the first half hour or 30 minutes to go. And no probably done 7 matches.
Again, 92 Royal Rumble. You come out number 1, 30 entrants. You know how the Royal Rumble. Oh, you were number 2?
Yeah,
but it's the same thing.
I passed DBS. I knew I was seeing the fire of the match.
So he comes out number 2, 30 entrants. It's basically was it your actual debut in the WWF, or was it like they built you up a little bit and then you're in the Royal Rumble?
I think I wrestled more than the night before.
Right. But basically we're meeting this guy who comes out number 2 with fucking white hair. I mean, it's just like, who the hell, what is going on? And he goes the whole match, ends up this guy. Imagine being 8 and you're like, what the fuck is this guy? How does he have white hair? How does it match his robe? What's going on here? I've never seen anything like it.
Since 92.
92.
This is 20 years. Having a doctor tells you
Exactly. So
wild.
So he ends up 30 people come out every minute. He ends up throwing all of them, or everybody else ends up going over the top rope. The winner of this wins the WWF Championship. It was even cooler and better back then. You would win the belt straight up. It was like a vacant belt that year or whatever. It's all for the championship. All of a sudden he's beating up on Hogan. You win. And then he cuts after the match, which they definitely don't do anything like that anymore. This diabolical promo that's wrestling folklore.
Congratulations, Ric Flair, becoming the undisputed champion of the World Wrestling Federation. Today, after being distorting the belt and proclaiming the real world champion, I'm going to go with a tear in my eye. Only way you can be number 1 is to be number 1. And this is the only title in the wrestling world that makes you number 1 when you are the king of the WWF. You rule the world. Think about it like that. Let's get a big one. I was never so excited together in all my life. He went up there for over 60 minutes. No one took him back. Look at the hope. Look at the young. Look at the delivery out there. What he is. It's not be told about here. Heavyweight champion. We're going to have to find a guy to say, we told you so. We told you so. This brings Tony right back to his childhood.
It's just a show. He barely blinks the whole time. He just did the craziest physical shit possible.
It's the greatest moment of my life. I want to choke. I want to fight. But I got to tell you like this. For the Hulk Hogans, the Macho Man, and the Fingers, and the Sticks. Now it's Ric Flair. And y'all, pay homage
That's the shit.
That's the shit. So when you started, like the early years, like what was the tour like? What was the travel?
3,000 miles a week, 3,500. When I was in the Carolinas, we would do like, in Charlotte, 30 or 40 years. Drive to Greenville, going to next day, back to TV and Raleigh, Russell Raleigh.
What was the organization of the tour for? Like
Jim Rock, and then we drove to run TV there, and you go 250 miles. So, 150 miles. So, 250 miles. We did over 250 miles back to Charlotte. We did over 250 miles down to Savannah, Georgia, or Charleston, or started all over the next week.
Did you have a place to live? Did you just raise a total animal?
So I had a home. That's what I was in. Well, I was there at night, but no, and I got every morning and I would train at 7 o'clock, take my daughters over and have lunch and pick them up.
These shows
So now that okay, champion, I was like, okay, be like, the longest way we ever had it was in Sydney, Talk, St. Louis, to Atlanta, back to Tokyo, 7 days. That was an elf for all the match. That was crazy.
the early days when you first got started, so you get into it, and are you doing like 100-seat places, 200-seat places? Just
Well, there were big arenas, but I was so far to the
early states.
Winnipeg would sell out. Denver would sell out. We'd fly to Denver, actually. Chicago would sell out at the amphitheater. Chicago would sell out, but I was so far down the car, I couldn't make it home. Winnipeg, that was 5 each way. 1,000 miles up there, and then car, Grand Springfield,
And how many of these kind of small organizations exist? Just shaking
Georgia territory, Carolinas, Michigan, South Dakota, that's Dallas territory, San Antonio territory, Washington, Ohio, Georgia.
It was all very separated, and it was all they all respected each other. And Vince McMahon was the one that just went in and started literally just buying them up slowly and strategically, even though his father he made a deal with his dad where he got the company, and his dad's like, all right, just let the other territories be. All right. He's like, sure, Dad, totally. And then he made it the biggest, craziest multi-billion dollar form of entertainment, a total different thing that people had, they was like down south, like they were filling big venues in the early 70s because that was that. It was like a monster truck event. Like they knew about it. Like you'd see a billboard, oh wow, we can go to the arena and see a wrestling match. And it was Vince that bought everything and took all the best characters and made them go against each other when normally they wouldn't even get to do that.
Endeavor. Well, they're smart. They know how to promote things. Both of them. Just getting out there.
That'd be a strange one for me as someone trying to tell.
Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. We don't know.
I doubt it. They all seem so smart. I think that keeping them separate, but I think you give Dana full control there. Vince full control there.
Right. I think it's just all about the same company. But the way they've treated the UFC, they're very smart. WME just said to Dana White, run this. This episode is brought to you by AG1. I love AG1, and you probably heard so many of my guests rave about it too. It's easy to drink, tastes great. I have sustained energy, improved focus, and know that I'm covering my nutritional basis no matter where I am in the world. I've been taking AG1 since 2018, and you are gonna love what it makes you feel. But if you're still on the fence, the folks at AG are giving you 90 days to give it a shot. If it's not for you, just say the word and you get your money back. No questions asked. You've literally got nothing to lose. Each scoop of AG1 is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens that support cognition, immune health, gut health, and digestion. Order now and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Supporting your health should be simple, and it doesn't get easier than AG1. Go to athleticgreens.com/Rogan to check it out.
This episode is brought to you by 511 Tactical. Have you ever driven down the road and spotted one of those signs that say 511 and wondered, what the heck is that? Well, if you're in the know, then you know. But if not, here's a introduction to the world of 511. 511 stores are your one-stop shop for some of the world's most innovative technical apparel, footwear, and gear. They have incredible backpacks, purpose-built boots, functional fitness gear, and of course, their legendary tactical pants. So the next time you see one of those 511 signs, make a pit stop and explore the world of 511. Or if you can't wait, visit them online at 511tactical.com and use the code JRE to save 20% in-store and online. That's code JRE at your local 511 store or head to 511tactical.com. To learn more, tap the banner or click on this episode's page.
I'm sure they're listening to the audience. How could you not? Right. Fucking knows more about wrestling than I do.
Right.
Yeah, it was good.
Can you give us some?
He was getting involved in scandals. I just want to say, duh.
Yeah.
Like, duh, you got an 80-year-old savage building a fucking gladiator. Gee, you think he fucks? What do you think Vince McMahon is doing that just for a fucking hee-hee? That's right. Of course, he's got some influences on the side. He's a hero.
Really?
I as an animal, I judge people how they treat me. It's true. Like, I've never anyone else treat me with more respect. That's awesome. He's a great guy. I don't care what he does. Before he met Earl, there was really no one with that cow. No, there was no one who put together organizations. He's got balls bigger than because when you're talking about the early days, you go into these places and local people know it's kind of obscure nationwide. For someone to take wrestling, there was always small shows on television. There's a turn into something like the WWF. To have that vision, to be able to pull something like that off, would be wild.
The most watched cable television program for 28 years or something like that. The most watched thing.
30 years.
Yeah. It's a record every Monday. On a Monday.
Try to imitate that success. Organizations, but they need a kingpin.
A long-term storyteller that sees things weeks ahead. Like what you do tonight, he still, from what I understand, I read recently, he changed the script on a Monday night right before the whole taping, changed all the things around him. Everybody's panicking, like, oh wow, he's changing all this stuff, but it's like for a reason. If something's happening, it's like how you could have planned your matches. You could do an act in stand-up comedy right down the barrel, but being present, listening to the crowd and feeling stuff, that's what he does. Yeah, and he was supposed to be there being a leader and and he's supposed to be fixing this situation. You goddamn idiots, you don't know what I can run a show. He's mad at both referees because they tied, so he's supposed to be the leader of this all right now. And then boom. Now he can't stand it.
He's sitting there, he's still in character. Everybody else goes wrong. Realize something's wrong. So how did they realize, like, why he was sitting?
They don't. They're just improvising, and he doesn't have enough time to tell them the blue spots. But what really is happening there is he's been in gorilla position for pay-per-view for 3 hours. So he's been sitting in the back with headphones on, hitting a button, communicating with referees, communicating to camera guys, communicating to everything, making the entire production, everything. And then this thing wasn't actually supposed to go like that. They literally, at the end of that Royal Rumble, the two final people literally tied. One, I mean, if they did it 1,000 times, they wouldn't be able to land how they landed. They would literally land the same like never have, right? It's just one in a million. So the refs don't know what to do at all because they're watching the replay and they tie. They tie no matter what angle you watch this. Vince improvising has to get up out of this chair that he's been sitting in for hours. And he's like, okay, I'll go yell at them and tell them to restart it. But sitting, controlling everything. So all the blood, here's how it happened, is all the blood is in his fucking brain. And now he's like, oh, bitch, when he's coming down that ramp with his jacket, there's nothing. He hasn't moved his legs in 3 hours. So that's how it happened. Non-stop messing with the comments. Controlling everything. Did you ever imagine?
Don't drop. God damn it. I want to hear any more kissing me away. I'm trying to take this slam up and up.
Oh yeah, that's scary. And also back then, not only for these guys coming in hot after going to sold out arena, extreme high. And
why do guys want to go down there? You look good once you get the shit.
right.
Why would anybody some dumb motherfucker tell you?
Exactly, and they're drunk, and if they say anything, even if hey, what you do isn't even real, back then, before they admitted that it was entertainment, like back then, they were, I mean, a whole different era, very, very.
We walk in and all the girls are these guys coming out with them, young and stuff. Start running them out. But back then, it was kind of like, now you can't do it. I'm not really going to do
There were cell phone videos back then, thousands and thousands and thousands of cell phone videos of them beating people's asses all around the world. How often did you guys get involved?
Oh. Not me. I don't know about the players around. It depends on what time, what I know. It's funny, it's small town, and we come and all the girls are in the small town, of course, local stuff,
guys that are in 7-day a week, 1 hour max shape, working out for 2 hours every day.
But Harley with it, twice a week. Something about especially in Texas, when we're couples that whole business. Yeah, real couples, yeah, I'm sure. One couple more tough. Yeah, you get feedback, I'm sure. But then, don't go to right and all that. I'm thinking of somebody. It is more on the race time. Something for Jack Miller, or not the world. Some guys do that. I'm sure. There's something so romantic. We'll just travel around and fucking go bars, yeah, back to the insanity of your life. And again, it's like you live something that's just not going to ever be available to young guys again. It's that you can't live that way, No, I'm being a mom and better. It's mom, like one more than the environment. Yeah, but to us, to hear these stories, it's like I'm so glad you lived that life. Yeah, we're the last of them. Yeah, it's much healthier. Very tough to just tell how did guys get by with pain? Some of them rock pills to find them on their own. No, it's been a way back. It's all been a way back. You know how to take care of that stuff? The only thing I've ever taken is that all the edibles. Oh, you really? Well, yeah, bro, this stuff is short. Oh, shit. That's all I finally got. I was walking over to the box and put all my stuff in. Hey, blue chews. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. I was just looking out. Yeah. Wake up. Yeah. That's just energy. Oh, yeah. Energy focus. Yeah, the newest one, they're doing erectile dysfunction. They were cannabis. They're going to call it right thing. This is fucking tasty. Is it good? They good mushroom blend, it says? What's in here? I don't know. Be careful, read the ingredients. Sparkling mushroom elixir. What's that? Of your choice. Sparkling.
High flying.
Have you seen Rob?
I only have one hill. Okay, because that joke is strong. That's the infused.
How strong? Jesus Christ. It smells like that's something Rob might have.
Yeah, it does make Mike get smoking like crazy.
Mike goes home. Rob might have this joint. It's all confused. It's got the THC crystals, like you keep that shit. Like, I'm not fucking with that. Like, everybody, remember Brian Simpson was just sitting there, like, Brian, you okay? He's like, what the fuck was in that?
I gotta give Chad Bronstein, Aristotle, and Adam Wilkes a shout out, man, to the guys that were full business.
When did you get involved?
6 months ago, right before I grew. Other things are good.
Crosses off my bucket list. Yeah. First time I got high with Mike Tyson, I'm like, okay. I got high with Mike Tyson, I got high with Snoop Dogg, with Khalifa, Be Real, all the stars, all the cheap guys, all those cheese. This is fucking amazing shit. Yeah. See that guy's right now retained? Wiz Khalifa got really into Muay Thai. Like, to the point where, like, I think he was thinking about taking a fight. It's really good, man. It's fucking incredible shape. It's fully ripped. Wiz Khalifa with the shirt off, shredded. Dude, he looks like a UFC fighter. Like, no bullshit. It's built like Jalen Turner. Yeah, he works out at Unbroken, a big place in LA.
I work in Hutchins, and we're in the gym.
She Snoop's kids. Snoop can spawn, too. Snoop throws it. But look at Wiz Khalifa. He didn't want to fucking work out with shirt off because he's fucking shredded. He's been dedicated to this for like years now. It's Jay Glazer's gym. Jay Glazer has this big gym called Unbreakable in LA. Wow. It's like kind of like a private gym, but like a lot of MMA fighters train there. You know, like some serious pro athletes and celebrities. That's how they do it. It's nice to see him.
Oh, yeah, come on, man.
He's a rapper. He's like trying to more tough on it. This is good, man. What flavor is this? Do you know what flavor is it?
I didn't know
It just says mutton. That's really good, man.
Strawberry banana.
Ah, this one is. What you drink? This is mine. This is spicy pineapple kill cliff.
Well, there you go.
That is really good.
That one is taking it specifically because of injuries and inflammation. Just
Just to get off of that. No, I did not blackout work.
John Diaz was telling us yesterday on offensive line was really good. Just got on. Trying to just jump off and say, no one drawn.
There's one.
How long do you have confidence issue? How is that possible? That's when you start taking songs. Wow. So it's just a career trajectory.
No, I just, once I got rid of
Jesus, whose idea was that? Oh my god. Do you think that he almost killed the
what fucking amigo.
So this guy doesn't know anything about wrestling. It comes to you simply inside the media and tells us.
and like with that you drop I'm sure the suggestion was to drop everything that you had at that point except for your physical news in the ring, but like your promo,
No, nothing about that.
just the name.
What year was this? Well, so this freaks you out, and then how does the saddle So how long did it take to get off this house? Okay, that's right. You gotta record it. You go to the bar, right? You record it. Sure. So when you were taking it, like how much were you taking a day? You gotta go into the monthly off. Because I know a lot of them, Joey took 6 months. No, I worked for a while. I took months would be a lot, 5 weeks. I did work with 1 to another bar. Oh, so that was what, so it was just a sleep. It's a sleep out there. That was so that would last, when I had that anxiety about it. So, I've got the ring in the plus for that. That's so crazy because I saw you for so long. So, you can imagine the conferences ever wrong. That show was like this. Well, it's great to hear confident enough and honest enough to tell people about that. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would imagine that kind of like never figures any stuff out. A lot of them. I've had a lot of help coming back. This is all I've been for. Oh, Jesus. They have the building interest. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, world champion. Oh my God. I can learn from that too. I finally got a rebate at 74 this year. Get a rebate. You still paying outlook? No, getting a rebate. Oh, really? From overpaying. But finally. How long did you have to pay outlook for? Well, I started paying. I paid my first life $2,500 a month. The second wife, $17,000 for 2 years, $16,000 for 2 years, $12,000 for 2 years, and $10,000 for 2 years. And then 2 other wives. Out the door. I know, guys. It's kind of nice hanging out for winter sports. It's kind of amazing we have that many sports. Yeah, it's big. Well, it's in the record. It's in the record for most.
Some guy that's still on Xanax.
Still, though, it goes with the story. No one would expect anything less. You know, it's really good money. A string of failed marriages and lots of fun. Yeah, good lord. When you look back on it now, when you first started out, it has to seem kind of
You're making more money with cannabis than I ever made wrestling. Is that crazy?
That's wild. That's great to hear. I never made big millions. I was a farmer at that moment.
Yeah, but you were a huge bridge and all that right before the Attitude Era. And that is when Stone Cold came out, The Rock, and Shawn. I mean, everybody, NWO was on WCW. You could say anything, you could do anything. 10-year-olds all around the country were telling their teachers to suck it because of what we were watching on Monday nights. Stone Cold's giving people the double bird and then stunning them and throwing cans of beer around.
Is it commonly known as the Attitude Era?
Oh yeah, very much so.
That's just when remember Mike referred to Shawn Michaels.
Yes.
There was a Monday night where the episode started and it's Vince. It just comes Vince from the intro music straight to Vince in front of a black curtain or something, and he basically goes, "Look, we've been telling you for a long time that wrestling, yeehaw, blah 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 blah." He goes, "This is the end of that. Now we're going to give it to you real. We're going to give it to you raw, right?" That was it. We're like, "What's he talking about?" Things just got a lot more funny, a lot more crazy.
This is all Vince's idea.
Yeah, of course. And Dogger's definitely Overarm's definitely great. Shawn Michaels is the best.
It's just such great content every Monday, every Saturday morning, every Tuesday or Friday or whatever the other show was, and every pay-per-view was just ridiculous. I mean, football stadium, soccer stadium, baseball
All the
stadium.
sports are copied in the movie. All the hosts on Saturday one to the rest of the show.
Turns his name into wrestling and that. Now, what do you think about now that they have celebrities to guest master, like Mayweather, Logan Paul actually does some wild shit.
It's really good.
He does some wild shit, or even jumping off the top ropes and slamming into each other. Like that. It's serious athleticism.
I know they're more looking to it.
Very tough.
Yeah. But that's away from them.
I mean, because I'm away from because of YouTube people. I always tell people, why just forget that Jake Paul is a YouTube guy and watch it box. Can fight. And goes to a split decision against a legit undefeated boxer.
Yeah. He doesn't have to do the one he doesn't want to do is
Why? I don't give a fuck if he's 55. That's still like Tyson. Oh my god,
He's trained every day.
he trains with Rafael Cordero, who's a legend. He runs King's mixed martial arts. And Rafael is a fucking world-renowned trainer who's seen events for Tyson. Tyson smashed him and said, Jesus, that guy can still fuck you up. In this world with hormone replacement, vitamins, he does all this electromuscular stimulation recovery stuff. Like we're gonna train Mike for that Roy Jones fight. They would use it state-of-the-art science. I don't give a fuck if you think he's 55 or something. That guy hurt you. If Jake Paul's on the other side of the ring and sees Mike Tyson just fucking bobbing you, he's gonna have a recognition. He's gonna look over and go, "Oh my god, that's really Mike Tyson. Look at this." But I'm talking, it's still a 55. At 55, the power is the last thing to go, but the speed is still there. Yeah. He's fucking terrifying. And I don't know what he did with the series. I don't know what he did with Roy Jones Jr., but in my mind, it looked like he made some sort of theory where Mike wasn't going to punch him in the face. So, most of the hits that he hit him with, unless it was a jab or something like that, was too hot. Probably most of the players. The girl boy looked really good against Dennis. I know what the boys he has. He certainly has. Yeah, well, I think he just still loves it. Yeah, no way at all. He had a boxing match with Anthony Pettis. It was a very close match. He lost his split decision. I thought that's Anthony Pettis is a legit fighter, legit MMA fighter. It's not like it's the first time he's ever boxed like that, but boy, to be able to do that and fight 8 rounds at 54 years old, he still loves to compete, Because in Roy's time when he was the champ, he was a fucking assassin. Oh my god. He's got one left arm, which is left bicep. He's like twice the size of his right. Because he was always throwing nasty hooks. So it's like his style was like a lot of left hooks, not even a lot of jabs. So he has like one bicep that's twice the size of the other one. Like he flex to it. Whoa, that's crazy. It's crazy. Boy, his mind is something pretty special. His speed, his timing. I mean, it's hard to see a guy like that fight way past his power. Jesus Christ. It's like a nuclear. Without a doubt, it's probably one of the greatest of all time. Oh, it's so much fun to watch. Oh my god. There were assassinations.
It's like somewhere entertainment wise, he was somewhere between like Prince Hassan Ahmed and like Mayweather. Where I think it was like as silly, but so technical.
Oh my god. It was a different style. Nobody knew what to do with it. He made like left hooks and just starch with it. He was so fast. I forgot, but I see a point. This Vanderbilt. I saw Vanderbilt boxing George Elford and knocked out the first round. Like he's 60 years old. This is crazy.
Is there a concussion that stands out to you as the hardest your bell ever got wrong? Is there a moment or something?
To my knowledge, I've never had one.
What? Oh my god.
No, I'm sure I have.
Yeah, but you should. There should have been some time in all these hours.
I've been knocked out, but I don't get back going. I'm talking about so you just didn't even think finally got this thing.
This is all mind-boggling. The thing that surprised me.
I'm getting the fire.
The thing that surprises me the most is the note that you were able to avoid pain pills and that entire addiction the entire time. With all the physical stuff, like, did you have a natural like hangover cure or something too? Because mixing with the night, there has to be something. You're like a medical anomaly.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I know it's like that. Jesus Christ. Come out here and let's see. The nature boy has got for you.
Crowd goes wild.
Wow. I'm pressing at the way. Hit my lightning. Hit my sunshine. I don't want you back. I want you back. You're covered in your blood.
Look at this young buck.
How did you get that slice in your forehead? Just cut it immediately. How many times do you think you've done that over the course of your career? No. It's hundreds of hours. Thousands of scores. That is crazy. Well, you know what? Because I was. Steel chair matches. That's what I want to talk about. Because how does someone take a steel chair to the bed? There's no way to do that not get fucked up. You just got fucked up. Regarding is a glass engine. As long as the guys in the way, no brain. I don't want them to talk. So actually, I'd rather see Ross Whistler and the guys were chairs. I'd rather be in the middle of the chair with Rock on the back. Those middle chairs on the back, but the way Rock goes, it's never going to do it more. I know the first time I wrestled Rock, it was so ridiculous. I go, bye. Oh my God. Oh my God. Man, so I get so all that shit. I get a chair. Oh my God, dude. No way to not get hurt. Absolutely. You walk back in like you're going. What do you think? You can hit too hard?
I have a question. You once cut a promo when you were back in WCW and NWO and all that was happening, and you start taking off your Rolex and your clothes and you're threatening Eric Bischoff. And at one point, you take off he's tearing up $100 bills. He's trying to get the owner of the WCW out. You're gonna come out of your handcuffs himself. The thing, another. I mean, it is so funny. It's epic. For some reason, you do an elbow drop on nothing at one point, which is. It's better and better. At one point, you gotta see it. He drops the elbow for no reason. I think it's that. At one Uncle, you're ripping up $100 bills, and you take up Gucci shoes, and you throw them into the crowd. Did you ever get those back?
No.
I always wondered, after I grew up older and learned about like production and stuff, I'm like, oh, there must have been an assistant over there that he threw it at, because there's no way he just throw it. It's a bunch of
Just free ball the whole day. Did you know you were gonna take your clothes off? Yeah, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to buy anybody. I just asked because I get never going for it. I was pushed down so far in the company. Like everyone was featured out. Not that girl. That's your second. You're gonna multi-millionaire. But then I went to the rest of it. So I was waiting for that all for a year. It cost $1 million. And I'm going to go back. They went for it. They came out checkers.
exactly. Do you going to any other forms of entertainment before? Like, how were you able to cut promos like that?
I never did it. When you legitimately don't like someone, it's like I would say something. Yeah, but it's not just saying something. So, like, how will you stop the rest of the time? And that's not something. Whoa. Wow. Which ever match with? It's crazy. It's crazy you were so durable. You were doing it for so long. I can't believe you don't know what you're doing. I would just say whatever changed about this sex part. Then I would say one day we could find out. Oh God, should we have to come to this condition? Oh yeah. But God, all we do is burn up the door to the bar. 28 is that what it's like? And then the other guy, I quit. I said, fuck this. Don't ever forget. And you what? You go down around. You get up there. Walk it out. Put a sugar in. Put it in. And then Robbins. Killed us. No, you did an Irish equation right now. So guys. On my way. And freezed out. And forget the tractor. I override. Never did those. So Billy came up to the wall. Crazy shit. Like, I was the first guy that hit someone with a chair.
That's why I love this stage chair thing to me. It's one of the most unbelievable. Because I know how many times we run over Rabbi, take those chair shots to the third level.
It's probably the first thing, because there was steel chairs there with the crowd, so it's probably been forever.
St. Louis, so why were you allowed to grab a room? Because in St. Louis, it's broken. Sam ran to St. Louis, like everything was broken.
The rope grab, though, in pro wrestling means that you can lift where you're getting extra power, extra leverage, so you can be hard, but it's more entertaining. I don't know how to say it. There's more magic involved.
When you first saw the UFC, did you think that it's going to work? Well, you know, it's funny is that it's all really good friends of Sherlock. So I'm a Jim Brown. And the first time Gracie to Shamrock was in Charlotte. So probably longer than that long. And I went to the Gracie like that. He said, so we had to change the rules because they said that they rolled on the guys came in and a lot more action. Watching Gracie, it was basically like I was looking for the shit in the world. Oh shit. That's hilarious. Watching him and laughing. It was so hard. I went there to watch. I just saw Ken wrestling. I love Ken. He was one of the first guys to have shit fighter that went over to WWE. It was WWE at the time or WWF? No. Yeah, that was at the time that he was going back and forth. You know, that was like in the middle of the state. He could work. Not all of them, he definitely could work. He was fucking jacked. You know, catching him on his day was mad. He would say it was, yeah, I thought so. Oh, yeah, he was a fucking. He was trying to break the strength and conditioning.
And I feel like it could have been really different in this rivalry with Gracie if Gracie was in the heat, right? Largely.
Only a few guys mentioned CM Punk was the one who took the most chances, right? Because he didn't really have a martial arts background.
That was crazy. That was bad for everybody.
I knew it was going to happen. I mean, I watched him hit the pads and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. It's not going to happen.
There is no, oh, I'm going to do this with all my heart.
I know it's all going to kill, right? I got fucked up a couple of times. He fought this kid, Mickey Ball went over with the freight train. And he fought, I think, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson just kind of pissed him off. He didn't stop him. He just wasn't good enough. It's just so hard to do that in your 30s, to learn how to do MMA in your 30s. He had a background. He had a background pro wrestling, but he didn't really have a background in martial arts. So I admire the fact that he was willing to take the challenge. That's what I like. We never had him. I'm very crazy. Yes, for sure. And he did do it the right way. He went to Roof Sport, which is like an elite, top quality MMA gym. He trained with world class guys. It just takes so long to acquire those skills. And certain skills with certain body types, if you don't learn how to strike, it's very different. It's depending on the person. Some people pick it up in their 30s. But a lot of guys, if they don't learn how to strike when they're young, they just don't have that speed ability. They were having submission moves when he was a kid. And he went into MMA with this kind of physicality. He would what did you think of John Jones? Yeah, John's background. Yeah, he's just bullshit balls. He's a loss for him. He was destroying someone. Because Brock was so fucking big. Brock's wrestling was so good. And he knew the volume of striking for a heavyweight, Cain Velasquez, that's what he did, right? But he had that kind of weird fake MMA match with Brock over, so, yeah. Why didn't he stick with pro wrestling? Do you know, Tony, what happened with Cain Velasquez?
Such a freak athlete, like so well rounded. Kane's a great fighter. You have to hobby a little bit.
Oh, that's a ton. There's another guy that fought him. There was another guy that had a mask on that fought Crow Cop. The blood trickled out of his mask. It was that kickboxers of all time. And for some reason, he's doing great to have a fight, like an actual fight. So imagine, watch this. Oh, let me see the blood just trickle. Oh my God, he's terrifying. Crow Cop was destroyed. You really know. Crow Cop still had some fights up until, I think he's retired now, but he had a bunch of kickboxing fights fairly recently. He had some MMA fights fairly recently. That guy's a real legend. The crossover between MMA and UFC, or UFC pro wrestling, is like there's a lot of guys that know the game. Really, when you think about it, other than Ken Shamrock going from MMA to WWE, very few guys other than Brock, and who else was it? Besides Brock and CM Punk, is there anybody else in here? Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley fought a bunch of legitimate guys. Ronda went back. She went the other way, though. Yeah. Batista did. Batista had a real MMA fight. Yep. Yeah, he won.
See, I mean,
what about Matt Riddle? Matt Riddle's another guy.
Yeah.
Went over from MMA to WWE. Right? He's right. Yeah. You know, he kind of got fucked over in MMA. You know, he tested positive for weed. That's how he got kicked out of the UFC. Which now is Dan Severn, of course.
Yeah.
That's right. Dan Severn went over. Well, Dan Severn did a lot of pro wrestling matches before and after. Yeah, that's right. Don Friday, didn't he do something in Japan? Japan's got a whole different scene. You know, I'm good friends with Josh Barnett. Josh Barnett does a lot of top pro wrestling. There's so much pro wrestling in Japan. It's like the feel. The reason why Pride got so big is they had guys like Takada, who was like a big pro wrestling champion over there. Fought Hicks and Gracie in a real fight. Their pro wrestling was giant. When I was growing up. Yeah, pull that microphone up. Oh, when I was growing up, so many years. Two companies. All Japan. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, the A's are making like $15 to $20, maybe $25 an hour. Wow. 30 weeks a year. It's like party in Japan. My life goes up for a party. Unbelievable. So oh, Joe, tell me. Talk to you. Can't sing karaoke.
what was your go-to song? What would you sing over in Japan?
I didn't sing. I just went in there. Talk to girls. No suspicious minds on the jukebox. No karaoke, just the women serving the drinks. $100 American for a beer. You're in the right place. It's really, it's almost. That was $25 for a Diet Coke. Tokyo. Wow. Yeah, the bars over there are expensive. That's why you gotta buy sponges. You can roll champagne. No, I said someone to work and take me out. And there's Shinjuku. We're on that north. That's a whole different story, too. What's that? That's like walking a red carpet to get your bath. With all kinds of candles around you, liquor. Can I bring friends?
Was there ever a time where you were with so many women having so much fun? Was there ever a moment where you were like, maybe I should say, this is crazy?
It's not even half a millisecond there.
That's, never waste that time. Only we get it at. The longest I was there for 14 days. But Japan's fun. And Tokyo and the big cities is great. The small towns not so much. Actually, when I started going in the 70s, there was a little bit of hostility. Oh, towards what happened to the guy in the small town, for sure. And when you were the cheap restaurants at night, so they all went small town. And just relax. Well, what else? What else was there?
Yeah, a little bit. A few things happened. Yeah. So when you would go
Back and forth. Back then, now the Japanese restaurant, there's a few of them, but the old days was kind of revolved to I'm not tough. I can go in there. Beat me up. I just I was like Jumbo Circles or a little bit. When you're eating, long leg, Jumbo Suplexes. It's a quick old wrestling. So, I'm not afraid of anything. I just can't do much with those guys.
I saw a bunch of videos of Japanese pro wrestling trying to go an actual fight, whether, like we thought it was working, turns out to be a shoot. And you were seeing the guy recognizing in the middle of the match, it was the actual fight that got beat to the fuck out of it. But it's just basically, they for a soccer kick in the face and pounded on him. When you would go over there, you would have a wrestling match with a Japanese pro wrestler. How did you know? Did you guys talk about it in advance, like who was going to win, or how would that work?
You have the phone. I think they understand good, but they can't talk, so they understand our language enough. They can work things that make sense. So that's all they have.
So, what you know is they were going to try to double cross? Yeah. So, a move like a suplex is something people are discussing. Well, you gotta know how to fall out of it.
Elevated back.
You notice how he's bringing him down, he's hitting his shoulders first. He's just rolling all this. He's got control. That's a guy who's done that probably 150,000 times. Well, it was
Safe for that.
Bird is obviously. I asked Dana what they worked on. Who's going to stop that guy from getting him out? MMA, so that when you get to that level of wrestling, I say that wrestling is the absolute best skill, the most important skill in MMA. Because if you're in there with an elite wrestler, like Bo Nickel is a guy who just had the UFC, elite amateur wrestler, who just had his first MMA fight against like a good solid champion. It's like a good solid mid-level MMA fight. Just fucking just make this look the difference in the ability to control bodies. The way those wrestlers are, the thing about a real elite wrestler is you're always worried he's going to take you down, so he's going to be able to hit you easier too. Because he's like faking shots and throwing punches. Because the threat of the takedown is so quick.
It makes the toughest athletes, the strongest mentally, because the grind is so rough, it's tougher. It is fucking tougher. I mean, there's elite tough kickboxers, elite tough everybody in this world. But just in sheer numbers of wrestlers, those guys are just fucking tougher, man. There's no glory in it. If you want to get anything, the glory is all of being recognized by your peers and people who know wrestling. Nobody's gonna give a shit at the grocery store. There's a shit on the answer to it. Those guys that are the Jordan Burroughs of the world, those guys are just respected by people.
Eating groups.
Speed, technique, everything.
Undefeated can be, it always freaked me out when I see a movie is when you already have somebody on their back, you put his legs underneath their legs, now their feet are just kind of underneath. Now you didn't have a chance anyway, but now you can't even begin to have a chance.
Those sambo guys are the masters of that. Combat sambo, Gordon Ryan is the best Brazilian jiu-jitsu practitioner ever. He's openly said that that's better than jiu-jitsu for him. That style, because it's wrestling and then control, and then your submissions are all based on top control. And they're so good. They're so good. Do you watch UFC now? Oh, yeah. What do you like to watch? Well, I like,
You created Conor McGregor, so.
I just watched John Dolan. Oh, nice. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Juliana's having a rematch. Crazy. I guess there's not that much compelling in that weight class up here. Another fight. This is Juliana beat it once, and Amanda beat it the second time. It's gonna be interesting. Juliana's a tough cookie. You don't want that. She's tough. She don't want that. She got to drive her. She's your manager. To enjoy it, yeah. No better person. It's just like being around UFC, same sort of thing. You can't imagine that anything else to match on. You know, I have it in my contract. It's like, one day, he loves it. He loves the Minnesota thing. He loves the setups. I called him at 1 o'clock in the morning. We're talking for 3 hours on fights. Just talk about this and that. This is telling us the change. Talking about negotiations, all the behind the scenes stuff. Ariel help one. Yeah. No, I don't want to see that. Well, I thought he wanted to go. No, he did at one point. I don't know. I like it. Shows what it is. I don't know if he's working with people as well. I don't wish I could see this. I thought he would have been doing it for work. Oh, okay. But I'm always shocked that you like to have guys don't you. It's kind of interesting because I really understand what's happening. Unless you know something really gets really. I thought about I mean, the catch wrestling, did you ever meet the old school submissions? No. I mean, I've demonstrated I'm sure. You have no desire to learn that while you were hanging out with those guys? No, I wasn't hanging out with the rest of the guys. Like, they were hanging out with the coach. Robert. My God. Yeah, catch wrestling was a particular style of grappling. Yeah, it was a legendary catch wrestler. One of the stunts that used to do, he would do a dead man's hang and a drop from a hang rope. And his neck was so fucking thick from neck bridges that he could literally hang the fucking tank of a man. Who would go to these car literally hanging by his fucking neck. I mean, how insane? I mean, these are different fucking human beings. It's a different time. He has a bunch of instructionals, like images and stuff, which you can see that are real moves that people like submitting you on Gracie, submitting to the rest of that's the same old school though. Learned all that stuff from guys like Robbins, learned all those strength and conditioning. Where it all started out. It all started out with like legit wrestling, and then yeah. I don't want to do the hour, but I don't want to play a role. Did they ever bring you in to talk to young wrestlers, like to get them ready? Yeah. What's that like? Do you want to talk about cancer? So we're in LA and they brought in. I want to see college athletes all the country. One of the LA and then parents training. My daughter, which is really weird to work at. In the last 5 years, all the kids over there, really like Austin Theory. That's the last 2 years. One time was revolution. But it was not sure.
Oh, totally. His daughter, to their credit, they basically did that. It's almost not even a mid thing.
Yeah. Which gave it a big shot.
Good for Ronda. But meanwhile, because of the judo, like when we've had some comedians that might be a little, let's go watch her set and see how it goes. And they're like,
she's the most successful.
It's not like, oh, they really made that entertaining or they learned that one little
they were. I think it's so bad. You know, it wasn't for that diverticulitis we got again. I think he got like 6. I think it was only his 4th MMA fight, which is bananas. Hey, that kind of stuff was so big. It was so ridiculously big. Yeah. Right? So understand the size of Brock. So understand this. Frank Beer, like, I think it was always Steve Rose and everything. So good off his back. Fuck Frank. Fuck guys like Frank up. You know, or guys who fuck Frank. It's like, it's very unusual when guys that big, so good fighting off the finish. Well, and not only is it hurt, but I think this is so dangerous. Like the position this is in, like he's tapping, and last guy doesn't stop it quick enough. Like that's an extra 2 or 3 cranks face. Like so I think it was like his even stronger. He smashed his face in strawberries.
Speaking of leg locks, how did you come up with the figure 4?
Oh, I don't know what was the original. So we gotta go right in. No, like Robbie did with Jack. But it never worked for me in that end. It was never getting taken out. No one took it out.
He's a big company. We put on the most fun and Gerald Briscoe said that was the fit between we were on the stage at a table like a podcast in the ring before the pandemic. Everything was moving so fast. We were actually just about to announce the second one, and it was crazy. Crowds booing me. I put this all on myself. I was full heel. It was so fun. Oh, we had the best times where everybody was different wrestlers. And someone was Ric Flair. I was the Macho Man. There's been a lot of wrestling in the. They did a wrestling podcast.
Rabbi was always in the store.
He was a great mentor. He actually, I never heard of the playing card workout thing until I worked out with them once. Throwing up in a trash can in the first 15 minutes. Oh yeah, there it is. Like, very serious about it. We brought the Shockmaster back for the first time ever. Oh, that you have to see. That we have to pull up for Joe. The actual Shockmaster is one of the greatest things in wrestling history. So, there's 4 guys on one side, and there was Tugboat, right? He had already been through a bunch of characters, and he was? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. But anyway, hold on one second. I just to announce our partner. They're trying to make it exciting, but it's just this guy in the stormtrooper helmet, like a Star Wars helmet, and they just put silver glitter all over it. So they had this, thought it was so dumb that they put a piece of wood. Well, I'm just gonna let you watch what happens. It's so legendary.
All I have to say is our partner is going to shock the world because he is none other than the Shockmaster! Yes, Turk, too real with a glitter on it. This is so dumb.
So real quick, hold on, pause it real quick. So right now, so there's another guy off the stage with a microphone who's supposed to be doing the voice of the Shockmaster because they couldn't put a microphone inside the helmet. But the guy didn't know that the Shockmaster was going to fall like that, so he's literally cracking up, holding him up, he's off screen, dying of laughter, but he's supposed to be going, I'm the Shockmaster, and he's supposed to be reacting to that. But what ends up happening is the guy's cracking up that's supposed to be doing the Shockmaster's voice. Yeah, and what's epic about this, and everybody knows it, is that if you watch from the beginning, Rick gravitates out the back door. He leaves basically the promo as the thing goes on because somehow you knew that the shit was about to hit the fan completely.
There's my wife Wendy in the corner.
That's your wife now.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is just it's the right. So starting at the fall again, and now that you know that there's supposed to be another guy, but he doesn't know that the guy that's supposed to be doing his voice is laughing. So when Sid starts yelling to cover for the fall, he's reacting to his voice. So he's going like that because he thinks that's his. Now the guy. Shockmaster. Oh my god. He has to pretend like he's scared. This is supposed to look legit. That's what Vince was competing with. Laughing it up. Sorry. That's fun time, man. When you look back at all of it, it's gotta be proud. It's what an amazing career.
No, I mean, there's big ups and downs, but I've survived. It's big time. You know, like people have that hell really know.
I'm really happy that you're doing this cannabis business now too. I like you guys find a new thing where you can hear this, choose, putting the move back and head around cannabis as well as nature boy can. And where can we buy this stuff?
And we're in 15 states now. The ones that were
Where you live these days?
I live in Tampa. My wife's got 2 places in town. But we have 2 places in Roseburg Beach, 38. Like this, because you know we won't run away. But she calls my house in Tampa, so nice. Yeah, I don't know what we did.
It is nice that you got this new posture.
Absolutely. And that's not out of that food. So you gotta get wax and everyone shut up and he's been around life, so it's a good deal.
So you essentially just travel around with these cameras,
And then travel along with buying and supporting video shows, comic books, stuff like that. Enjoying it? Loving it. It's so great that you've got such a great source of revenue after the quarter. This is more than I ever made. It's amazing. 2.5 times what I would make. That's great. That's fantastic. Exactly. It's nice. It's nice. And it's so beneficial to it. Yeah, it is. And the stuff is legit. There's nothing. It's a lot of these is over really good. And it has my background. It's over out of it. So they became all my friends did and all that. The bottom just wasn't like that. Just take my wild practice and that was like the was. It's nice to see and it was absolutely working about for that. And then no handle. Yeah, no handle rate. And also the fires works. Can you get much better? It's like reduction of information. It's so good. I know so many people fried and so special concerns. Yeah, that's not very good. Wow, it's just like went away. I'm growing up. Oh, okay. I just like smoking around and I like it, but I was always like, yeah. But we like, yeah, that's fun. Why is it playing a little bit of go through about me right now? Yeah, there's nothing quite lower than we do. Yeah, 100%. I don't need time for a lot of fun. Like, I can stay here. One more day. You can visit me today. Yeah, you gotta come visit me, please. We changed over. We changed over. I paid us over. Yeah, 100%. And I should sit down so long. So let's do it. 100%. I want to FaceTime with Flair. Hell yeah. Awesome. Well, listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Honored to meet you. This is fucking cool. Thank you. Very cool for me. Trust me. Thank you. Very honored. And my friend Tony, like, all week, this guy's been like chomping, and he's so excited to be here. And he's like literally one of the greatest pro wrestling fans in the history of the world. Right? Like, he knows it all. The history of his work for the WWE. Awesome. He was going to write for them. He just didn't want to go to Canada. And I wanted to keep doing stand-up comedy. Yeah, thank God. That's pretty good, that Dolph. Yeah, I'm friends with Dolph. Yeah. Yeah, you have to hang out in Austin next time. Let's go. A little less jet flying and a little more. Hotel staying. Yeah, hotel staying. Okay, you got it. I'll come in. Let's do it. Jake could come on too. He's here. I know. Yeah. He can bring a jacket. Okay. Oh, I know you look at that comic, brother. He's home. You can hear me. I lost 2 roads, so I don't bring a Jack Daniels. I just lost 2 roads. Well, one I heard I threw no balls spaghetti and told some chick that I had 13 of it home. I did hear about this. Wake up with 2 girls in bed, right? And I go, I'm going to watch for a while, right? I'm in Baltimore. And I was with Tigger and getting Morris Grant, the one that played for Washington, Harvey Grant. Capitals, but not Capitals, but was the best one. Well, it's not the best. Yeah, so, and I guess I got hammered. I went down to 17 because I went to my Joker market, and every time I take out my Rolex, out of my pockets. But we've had so much fun together when we traveled. And Europe is just a great guy. He had a great podcast. Yeah, he does the best. Yeah. We could all 4 of us get together. We could do that. Let's do it. We'll be here this tomorrow, brother. Coming back to Austin. Next time we'll do this, we'll schedule Kill Tony. I'll come on with him as a guest. We'll go out to dinner. Sounds fun about that. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know why, though? Absolutely. Alright, so if anybody wants to buy your stuff, it's available at all legal hemp shops, Roadshows, Ric Flair approved. It's fucking man. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate you being on. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Good job, Robin. Experience.
Try my name, you're working podcast my name. All day.
How are you, Dan? Great to see you. Great to see you too, Joe. Listen, man, I know I've talked to you since I read Coyote America, but god damn, that's a good book. It's such a good book, so I'm very excited about this. I'm sure this is going to be awesome too. Wild and World, the epic story of animals and people in America. I've told so many people about coyotes because they seem so smart. Well, I appreciate it. It's such a crazy animal. You know, one of the things that's interesting about coyotes in our area is they don't howl. I think they learn from it. That's happening in LA too. They learn not to howl. Really interesting. It's such a conflicting thing because I hated them because they killed my chickens and but they also honeypotted my dog and killed my chickens. And I tell you that story, oh boy, listen to this. This is how smart these motherfuckers are. I had this dog, rest in peace. His name's Johnny Cash. He was the best dog. I would say. But kids really love that dog. Yes, I just lost my dog last year. This dog was just such a sweetheart. But he was a big dog. He was a Mastiff, a Regency Mastiff. His father was actually on Fear Factor. And his father was this sweet. We put people in his big bike suits and they had to run. And we did it with Belgian Malinois. And the problem was for like really super athletic guys, like we had some real high-end athletes on the show occasionally. We've got like amateur football players. Guys were just stacked and strong as hell. And a Malinois, no matter what, is still only 60, 70 pounds. And so we brought in these Regency Mastiffs because they wanted to figure out a dog that could do light work but was way stronger. This dog was like a $160 and built like a brick shit house. His dad, my dog's dad, was actually in the movie The Hulk. If you ever saw the movie The Hulk with Eric and Anna, when they turned the dogs into Hulk dogs, that was actually that dog. So my friend Joe, shout out to Joe, who raised these dogs. He raised them for intelligence and temperament, and he wouldn't let any dog breed that had any aggression towards other dogs or any aggression towards people. So they were the best dogs. And so this dog was hanging out with all these other dogs that were doing light work and everything. It was just so chill. Just hanging out and going, how is this dog so chill? And just like this, he's just fucking smart. He's smart, he's well raised, well trained, loved. So anyway, I had his son. And he was the fucking best. But he was in the yard during the day, and a coyote would come by the fence. And the fence was 6 feet high, like a wrought iron fence. He couldn't get over this fence. He didn't try to go over it. It was a nice big yard. But the coyotes could get over that fence like it didn't even exist. It was wild to watch. I watched one with a chicken in his mouth jump and put his feet at the top of that fence. We had this large coop where the chickens were that the coyotes couldn't figure out what to get into. And then, if you ever raised chickens before, my dad raised chickens. Because they do a thing called brooding. And what brooding is, chickens lay an egg, almost every day. But none of them are going to become chicks because there's no rooster. So these are unfertilized eggs. But they don't understand that. So they decide every now and again that this egg is going to become a chick, and they won't let anyone near it, and they pluck their feathers out, and they just sit on this egg, and they stop making eggs. And they get real weirded out. And the only way to cure them of this is to put them in a smaller pen with a post, so that they have to hold onto the post to stand. They can't sit and squat like over an egg. So you put a post in there, put a small coop next to the coop. It takes a little, I forget how many days it takes, but they get over it, and then you can put it back into the regular fence. Well, that little coop, this sneaky ass fucking coyote, had figured out that he could get my dog to destroy that little coop. Because my dog was huge. And so, somehow or another, this coyote became friends with my dog, just kept hanging around. And my dog's like, oh, it's another dog, because he has a little dog friend. And this is my other little dog friend. Hey, what's up, buddy? What are you doing? He's like, hey, I'm doing the chickens up. And my pool got fucked up once. And my wife and I were playing some sort of game, I forget what game it was, but I saw in the background a coyote run across the backyard and hop the fence with the chicken in his mouth. I'm like, motherfuckers. I thought maybe somebody left the coop open or something happened, so I run outside, and there's Johnny standing over this destroyed coop that he was so proud that he busted apart. The coyote tricked him into smashing that coop, and the coyote grabbed the chicken and ran off with it. Doubt in my mind that that coyote tricked that dog into doing that, because that dog had never destroyed that coop. And then afterwards, he realized he's so strong, he can go right through the whole coop. So he tore a hole in the mesh, the chicken wire, he just tore it apart. In one, like, just as much time as it took for him to get out there. He fucked up a couple other ones too. He was just grabbing and shaking and grabbing and shaking on the animal culture. You know, I make an argument for it in a wild world that this is something that happens fairly common. Animals, just like us, have culture and they teach one another things. That sounds like a pretty good, for instance. But they're so clever. They're so clever. And it's so interesting, our thoughts about intelligence. Because just until recently, we realized how intelligent ravens and crows are, about how they can use tools. They understand water displacement, so if they can't drink out of something, they'll drop rocks into it so the water level raises so they can drink out of it. It's brilliant stuff. So I wonder, because we don't have a way of measuring that with coyotes, I wonder how smart those motherfuckers are. Well, they are, I think, probably among the smartest of the wild animals, certainly in America. And, you know, we domesticated wolves and created dogs out of it was because, for one thing, we understood them. They live in the same kind of circumstances we do with social groups. They have to acculturate their pups just the way they have to do with kids. And so I think that part of the explanation for why dogs are our oldest domesticated is because of their ability to understand us, to understand human language. Theories for early domestication of wolves is that there were some of them that were not only hypersocial and so amenable to being with humans and hanging out with us, but also because there are some that were gifted word learners. We didn't have to learn their language, they learned our language. And I think that is probably an indication of, you know, coyotes are out of the canid family. All these creatures come out of the same family from 5.3 million years back. And I think coyotes in some respects may be the shrewdest and cleverest of all those groups, because unlike wolves, they're not the big brawny dogs on the block. They're the ones who have to play this game of, man, I can't let this big burly wolf get me. I've got to figure out how to elude it. That's responsible for a lot of their intelligence and cleverness. Is they co-evolved alongside wolves for so long, they had to learn how to be the real guy who managed to survive by his wits. Yeah, and also one of the things that I love from birds here is that they are not directly related to gray wolves because they didn't interbreed. That's right, they breeding with red wolves. So when the gray wolves were around, the gray wolves just slaughtered them. And so they have developed this ability to spread their terrible city in the country. And this is, well, what did that happen? This episode is brought to you by AG1. I love AG1, and you probably heard so many of my guests rave about it too. It's easy to drink, tastes great. I have sustained energy, improved focus, and know that I'm covering my nutritional basis no matter where, and you are gonna love how it makes you feel. But if you're still on the fence, the folks at AG are giving you 90 days to give it a shot. If it's not for you, just say the word and you get your money back. No questions asked. You've literally got nothing to lose. Each scoop of AG1 is packed with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens that support cognition, immune health, gut health, and digestion. now, and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at athleticgreens.com/Rogan. Supporting your health should be simple, and it doesn't get easier than AG1. Go to athleticgreens.com/Rogan to check it out. Really recent, right? Yeah, the expansion started really out of two things that took place in the early 20th century. One was the elimination of wolves in the East, which created an open niche for our mid-sized predator. And the other was this campaign that first the states and the federal government began launching against coyotes and wolves in the West. And the government hunters were really successful in taking out wolves because wolves are so attuned to be pack animals. If you can kill one wolf in a pack, you can use the scent from that wolf basically to catch, trap, kill every single wolf in the pack. Coyotes respond to that basically by going, you probably remember a conversation about this, Joe, back in 2017. They would go into what's known as a fission mode. Coyotes, like humans, are fission fusion animals. And when they're in fusion, they can exist in a pack. When they're in fission, they break apart the packs, and in singles and pairs, they scatter. That's what they do when they're pressured. They learn how to do this from wolves. And so when we started trying to take them out with poisons and gunning in the West, they went into this fission mode, and it caused them to start spreading across the country. And that started in the early 20th century. I mean, when I was growing up in Louisiana in the 1960s, coyotes were first beginning to appear in Louisiana, which is how I got fascinated. First beginning in the early 1960s. I started seeing them in about 1962 or something, 61 or 2. Is there a historical record of them ever being on the East Coast previously? No, there's not. Other than they were just a West Coast town. Well, there's a couple of archaeological sites dating from the Pleistocene, from 10,000 years ago, that appear to show coyotes probably fairly randomly appearing in places like Virginia and Pennsylvania. In the historical record that we have, they weren't on the East Coast until the middle of the 20th century. They start showing up in northern New York and upstate New York by about the 1920s or so, and they start coming down south from that point until finally they're reaching Manhattan, for example, in the 1990s. Have wolves already been extricated at this point? Wolves have been taken out. I mean, the great, I can talk about it in Wild in the World, the whole wolf campaign. But the two guys who put together this classic volume on wolves, the wolves of North America, Stanley and Bullman, and they argue that by 1944, there are no wolves at all left east of the Mississippi River. They are all gone. There are wolves down in Louisiana, in the deep south. There's still some red wolves. There's 1,400 or so gray wolves up in the Great Lakes country. But even in the West, I mean, in their book in 1944, they claim there are only 6 wolves remaining in the state of Wyoming. Even with all those animals and all that public lands, I mean, the campaign against wolves has been less successful. So, yeah, by 1950 or so, there are no wolves in the East, and that opens up this niche for coyotes to come in and fill it. And one of the other things that I learned from you is that coyotes, when they do that roll call, when they scream out and howl, if one of them is missing, females will make more pups. Yeah, they are able to, when they howl, one of the things they do with howls, they can do all kinds of things, but one of the things we're pretty certain they do with howls is to take a census of how many coyotes are in the area, because of course howling is infectious both for coyotes and wolves. Whenever they hear a howl, they'll respond to it.
And if during the spring mating period, if howling produces fewer responses in a particular area, it can trigger something exactly as it happens as in the food base is larger. So if you have a coyote pack has say 7 pups, if there are fewer coyotes that have been taken out by trapping or poison or whatever, it's possible to get more of the pups up to adulthood because they have more food resources. So it's kind of a loop that functions like that. Coyotes are certainly playing a role in it, but of course our attempts to take them out are producing this feedback that often causes them to have larger litters, to be more successful in raising their pups, and they will respond by rising to the level of the carrying capacity of the landscape. And it's just amazing. It's amazing how well they adapt to Los Angeles. They're everywhere. I remember the first time I saw one. It was 1994, and it was they had these pre-furnished apartments. I got one of those when I first moved to LA. It's the Oakwood apartments, and it's Burbank. I mean, you're in the middle of everything. It's where the Tonight Show films. I'm driving down the street and I see these 2 little wolves. I was like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, oh my god, it's coyotes. Because I had heard, but I was like, what? You see coyotes, like how often? You know, how often? Well, right away. Yeah, I mean, Walt Disney, they were there when LA was founded, and they basically never left. I mean, there were records back in the 20s and 30s of, the local authorities sending people out to try to take out coyotes way back 100 years ago. So they've always been. I mean, I would have talks with friends, that were upset about coyotes. I'd say, what's great? When was the last time you saw a rat? That's right. I mean, like LA, the hills, like where I used to live in Venturas, well, that's one of the great things about coyotes being in the east and on the whole, all of the East Coast cities have huge problem. They should let them loose in New York City. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, the rats, they'll take out your rats. I watched a rat trip a mouse trap, a rat trap. Have you ever seen this? Yeah, watch this. Jimmy in the nest. How'd you do this? He was right on top of the nest. So look at this rat. This rat goes, he realizes that's a trap. There's a nice piece of cheese on it. So he brings a stick. And he tricks the fucking trap. I mean, come on, man. How smart are those little motherfuckers? That little tiny ass brain. How smart is he? He's using tools. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, it's really incredible. And he knows what he's doing. He didn't even freak out. Look, see how he reacted? At all. Imagine being a wild animal subject to predators, subject to other territorial rats. And you're not even freaked out by a giant spring snapping down on a board. Easily. It's supposed to kill you. He's got to know, probably. These things kill my friends. I mean, that certainly is, it's a trait common to the whole wolf story in America, too, because wolves learn all these kinds of techniques. I mean, I don't really have a record of a wolf using a tool like that, but they certainly learn and taught one another over many generations how to avoid traps, what to do when people were trying to poison them, how to spit out bait if they smell strychnine. So that kind of thing is a fairly common response of animals that feel as if humans are after them. One of the things I noticed when I rented a house in Encino for a while, and we had a problem with rats in the garage. And one of the things I noticed is rats have realized that they get to the garbage in the garage, there's no coyotes and owls. And so the only time I ever saw rats was in my own house, it's in my garage. And one time the trap went off, and I heard it. I was in the kitchen, and I opened the door, and there's a rat like the size of my forearm. And it's a huge rat. I was like, look at that sucker, Jesus Christ. It was late at night. I was like, I'll clean this motherfucker up. I'm going to bed. I went to bed. I got up in the morning. There was nothing left of the tail. They had eaten. That's a hard world. And
that world is existing simultaneously with me, a fucking young kid who's on a sitcom, who's gonna drive a sports car into this studio in Hollywood. And at the same time, like this cannibalism, this fight for survival is going on in my garage, but I don't even think that it applies to me. I'm an agent. I have a manager I have to call. I have a sports car. Yeah, I have a sports car, a Toyota Supra. But it was like watching that, seeing that thing take place. It was very, I'll never forget it. Because it made me realize, oh, you coexist with brutality. You're just not completely aware of it. This is real nature. It's happening right here. Everyone's numbing themselves to it, buildings and fast food. But this is happening right where you are. And that's why coyotes are so fascinating to me. Even when I watched that one kill my chicken and hop over the fence, I was like, respect. You gotta respect this game. Oh, you gotta respect the kind of athleticism. The athleticism, but also the cleverness to figure out how to trick the big dog because he couldn't break the coop. He figured out because I hate the big motherfucker who broke that thing. They're amazing animals. But, fuck, it sucks if you're a cat. It sucks. I have a bunch of friends. And I have, family members. And recently, a very good friend of mine out here lost his dog. It sucks. A coyote just tore your fucking little buddy alive. Well, I know it does. I mean, I will admit, I've never had anything like that happen with a dog. In part because I always have really big dogs. I'm Alaska Mountain Fish. The dog I lost, as I mentioned last year, almost May, he was 140 pound Alaska Mountain. So it was unfortunate having coyotes in the truck in Mexico. And the alpha male of the pack would turn this show his teeth, but Cody, which is not the dog's name, was just sitting there on the porch and kind of smile. I mean, a coyote, even a good-sized coyote in Mexico, a gold male, is barely going to weigh 35 pounds, so Cody outweighs it 5 times. So I've not had that experience. I've lost cats a couple of times because I've always lived in the country. I mean, my whole adult life, I've bought places outside town, and usually, or built places outside town, half an hour away from the city where I was working or where I had to commute to. So I always lived around wild animals of all kinds. And I've lost cats 2 or 3 times. At least one time, for some reason, I never found. The cat just disappeared. But the other couple of times I lost cats, what I concluded was that it was actually great horned owls. And what I've often told people who relate to other stories about coyotes getting their cats or getting their small dogs is that one of the questions I always ask is, did you find your pet? Was it lying there? Because if it's lying there, that's probably an indication that it may have been a coyote. Coyotes often will kill small dogs, not because they want to eat them, but because they regard them as intermediate predators. They are invading the territory with them. But if the dog or the cat completely disappears, it's gone, and you don't find it, you only find it months later, that's usually a great horned owl because they will pluck up a small dog or a cat and they fly away with them to their roosting spot. There are instances where great horned owl roosts have yielded 75 cat collars, Kiki and Mousy and so forth on the names on the collars. But the owls have just stacked them and taken them off and eaten them, and the owners never know what happened. And a lot of people, because they're aware of coyotes, they don't see them, they will assume that it's a coyote. That's fascinating. 75 collars. Well, I love owls. One of the wildest videos that I ever saw was this night vision video of a nest. There's these hawks and whoops, and it just snatches a hawk out of the velocity. Watch this. The way it hits this hawk. So it's, are those baby hawks? Bang! Look at that.
the other one's like, what the fuck? I mean, literally, watch that. I love the eyes. You see the eyes in the distance. They're amazing predator, right? That's what happens to a lot of cats. Yeah, but imagine that. There's a story in a little town here where I live in Mexico of people sitting out on the front porch of a cafe bar one evening as a cat is walking the railing in front of them. And while 7 or 8 people are sitting there drinking beer and shooting shit, and the cat is walking the railing, just like that scene, suddenly out of nowhere, a great horn owl appears, bang, hits the cat, and they're all sitting there open-eyed watching this owl away with the cat squirming. Imagine a cat. And, you know, you can kill birds forever. If you're a cat outside, one thing that I found that I actually learned from our good friend Steve was the sheer numbers of animals that feral cats and wild cats, just outdoor cats, kill every year. It's unbelievable. It's an animal cost. It is billions of animals. It is. And, you know, there are ornithologists who are great advocates for coyotes appearing on the scene and taking out cats that people, either feral cats that are living outside or cats that people just let sort of roam so they can actually kill birds. Look at this. A recent study by the Smithsonian Institute and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service estimated that domestic cats kill about 2.4 billion birds and 12.3 billion each year in the lower 48 states alone. That is incredible. That's how ruthless those little motherfuckers are. Those numbers are hard to wrap your mind around. And so, I mean, it's an argument for people that cats don't let the cat do this. Yeah, don't let your cat do this or owls. That's right. I mean, so the owl problem we see, obviously, owls eat birds. The owl probably also thought of as the cat's predator, fellow predator, but also prey. Yeah, also prey. Isn't it interesting how there's certain animals that we have anthropomorphized and put these weird characteristics to? And with owls, they're like wise and they give advice. They'll give them don't pollute. Like the owls tricking the candy people. How many licks does it take to get to the center of it? What is it, a licorice? Tootsie Roll Pop. What's inside a licorice? It takes 3 months to 2 licorices, yeah. And he's playing a game. Like, they're clever. It's interesting, like, we always think of them as being very wise. Like owls in cartoons that wear glasses. Which is hilarious because they have the greatest vision of all time. But why they need glasses? They have giant fucking eyes that see crystal clear late at night. We give them glasses. No idea something studious, intellectual, but a bizarre choice that stuck with us. Like if you ask most people about owls, they think of it all the wise old owl. That's how it's a ruthless monster, a raptor that flies down and just swoops shit up and flies away with it, and it lives amongst people. Some people say, well, just sort of like rejection in your head about how many cat collars you like at the base of the tree. That owl is for sure. I saw one 2 nights ago. I saw one swoop across the road. It's like, wow, they're so big. It's like, it's kind of stunning how big they are. You know, you think of an owl as being a small bird, but you see the wingspan of their body, it's a pretty large. That's why it makes sense that they can snatch up a cat. Oh, yeah. And they sound cool. You know, it's one time outside with one bird. You know that that's a ruthless killer, a ruthless all-seeing killer just perched up on things. They're so good at killing things, you can get a rubber one, and it keeps everybody away. Have you know that? Okay, sure, I've done it. Have you done it? Oh, yeah, I have done it. Isn't that crazy? It works for a while. You didn't realize that. You realize it's fun. It works for a while. How long does it work for? Well, it depends on what you're trying to alarm. You know, some birds are quicker than others. I mean, it's a raven. It's not going to be triggered by something like that from more than a day or so. You know, a raven. Some birds are not so fast. radio books for shit. On purpose. Yeah. I actually have a kind of a wild pet raven at the moment. Yeah, I have had since I lost my dog. I just got rid of my dog. He's got but I had lost my dog. He was sort of my constant companion, and I realized that I spent a lot of time raised with animals from a kid. In fact, I'll tell you a story and sort of how this Law in the World book came to be, and how it came out of the first animal what happened to it. This particular raven started hanging around where I'm at in Mexico and Southwest, we have a lot of rats and mice. Of course, rats and mice do, which is the reason that East Coast cities have such a problem with rats, is that they're drawn to human habitations because of snakes and stuff for food. So commonly, I'll have a rat zapper out, and every 2 or 3 days I'll catch a mouse or a rat. And so I had this particular spot where I was taking these rats and mice out and dropping them. And I noticed that a raven started flying up on a nearby tree and waiting for me to eat us. And so after this happened 4 or 5 times, I began to look at this raven, and I thought, the way that raven is lighting on the same spot, this is the same raven. It keeps coming back to this exact branch. So I started experimenting with what happens if I drop the rat out and just back up 10 feet. The raven would wait a minute or so and then fly down to the rat. So then I started closing the distance into 5 feet and then 3 feet. This raven, over time, came to realize I was no threat. I was providing a free meal. And so, since that time, I started having about 6 months ago, since that time, I've got this raven that basically, when my new puppy and I go out for walks in the canyon below the house, outside Santa Fe, this raven actually flies along with us, lighting from one tree to another, waiting for me, hoping that I'm going to provide him with some sort of free meal. And what I've taken to doing when the dog is not paying attention or asleep and I don't have a mouse to give him is I'll pull 4 or 5 kibbles of dog food out and I can put those things anywhere and that raven will fly down, pick them up and walk around and talk to me and make these sounds that I actually haven't quite figured out. I haven't understood. I'm not as smart as wolves were about human language. I haven't figured out raven language yet, but this raven talks to me, and so we have conversations. I have no idea what he's saying, but he's very vocal and he's very expressive. That's an amazing story. And that was one of John Lilly's things that he was working on with dolphins. And he was trying to use LSD to better communicate with dolphins, and he used sensory deprivation tanks. His idea was there's got to be some way to crack that code and to at least intuitively understand what these things are saying. And he even tried to get dolphins to speak human language. They could apparently understand what we were saying, but we couldn't understand what they were saying, so they were trying to get dolphins that just don't have lips. They don't have a tongue like ours. It just you can't make the same noises. Their noises are so different. But all those people that are studying working as dolphins, they determined that there's dialects, they sound different in different areas, but they have no idea what they're saying. No idea, which is amazing. No, they are communicating with one another. They can't communicate with us. And the conclusion we draw from that, of course, is that other animals, other creatures in the world are not as intelligent as we are. But the truth is, all the recent science about animal culture and about animal consciousness is indicating something that I think we sort of, as early humans living amongst wild animals in Africa, in Europe, and Asia, and ultimately in the Americas, understood is that these are creatures that share with us all the traits that we tend to think make us distinctively human. We think that the ability to talk, the ability to transmit culture is what makes us exceptional among all other creatures. And yet, what we're discovering almost day by day from the scientific literature that's been focused on these things is that animals, just like us, have culture. As Charles Darwin said, it's just a matter of degree, not kind. They have all the same attributes and all the same abilities. They just don't have things like 8 billion other members of their species to be thinking of ideas and transmit to one another around the world through things like the internet or Twitter or 5,000 years ago with languages. I mean, what we've done is we've been able to amplify all those abilities by how many of us there are and our ability to communicate with one another. But so many other creatures, and there was a declaration on consciousness issued by a bunch of biologists in Europe in 2012 that argued that the higher species, in particular some of the ones that we've been talking about here, share the same level of cultural transmissibility, the ability to communicate with one another, the ability to plot out the rat who used a tool to set off that truck. So all these kinds of things that we've thought for so long make us exceptional in the world. This comes out of a long Western European tradition of thinking that we're exceptional, that we're the only creatures made in the image of God, the only ones with souls and all that. What we're discovering, of course, is that ancient people understood that humans were part of the mix. Charles Darwin gave us scientific evidence that this was true, and the more we study other creatures, the more we realize that all these animals that we've set aside as things that we regard as expendable, as useful as commodities, domesticated possibilities, they actually have many of the same capabilities we do. So it makes sense if you think about ravens. It makes sense if you think about their ability to use tools, their ability to displace water. They're obviously thinking. And so if they can make noises, of course they would associate those noises with different things. Did you see how many patterns when he would put the food down, he made specific sounds with the food down? Well, what he began to do, he would take the food and fly off immediately, especially when I was closing the distance between us. When I was getting to the point where I was only 3 or 4 feet away from where I would put down a mouse or a rat or 4 or 5 kibbles of dog food, he would come down and grab the food, and once he would say go through all 6 kibbles of that food, he would immediately fly off. But then at some point, when this raven fairly clearly, it seemed to me, as I observed it, came to some kind of conscious conclusion that I was not a threat, and that the sounds that I was making, my human voice inflections I was making, were something that were not dangerous to me. Then he started hanging around. So he would eat the food, eat the kibbles, or eat the mouse, and instead of flying away, he would waddle around on the ground 4 or 5 feet away from me, or hop up on a limb. And this is when we were having these conversations I was referring to, where he would actually respond to my voice as I talked. And as I said, the raven is probably better at understanding what I'm saying than I am at understanding what the raven is trying to convey to me. But very clearly is expressing what I sort of intuit as a kind of comfort, and I mean maybe even a thank you. Thanks for friendship. Thanks for the friendship. Thanks for all the fish. Thanks for the food. He's actually somehow come to realize that I'm completely trustworthy, and so he can hang out. And it's not too long after he began to do that he started accompanying me on walks as I would walk around the place and go for hikes. And now I'm doing it with this 16-week-old puppy that I have. the raven comes along. He spots us going out the back door into the canyon and flies along from tree to tree and just kind of hangs out with us. I mean, it's a really remarkable. I've never had another animal do anything like this, but it probably means that I've not had an animal quite as smart as a mature raven. Do you miss him when you go on the road? Well, talking about him, obviously. I would imagine I would miss that. I would imagine I would want to go back in the woods and put up some dog food and hang out with him. That's so cool. That is so cool. I'm putting a few kibbles in my pocket now so that when Kisko, the new young puppy, goes to sleep, because of course as long as the puppy is awake, he's watching the raven too. Right. I mean, this is a kind of an ancient relationship between ravens and wolves, and I think, I've hiked enough with my Alaskan mountains and the mountain approach that ravens do with wolves. They'll follow wolves because they know wolves very possibly signal for them. So the puppy is watching the raven. He's very aware of the raven, but as soon as he goes to sleep, I'll pull my kids out, drop them out for the raven. That's awesome. It's such a cool relationship. Yeah, it's been very fun. And it's so a lot of fun. I mean, that's one great way to test the intelligence of that animal. The fact that it's recognizing that you're a friend and communicates with you like a thank you, or at least some sort of a gesture of friendship. Yes, and I don't have to put the food in the same spot. I was starting out by putting everything in the exact same spot. Now I get sort of, he's watching and he comes in. That's pretty cool. How long do ravens live? They live to about 12, 13, 14 years old. And I have no idea how old this raven is. There's no way to tell it. I mean, ravens kind of tend to all look alike. But this particular bird conveys his presence, his individual presence in the body, as I mentioned, lighting in exactly the same spot every time. So when he sees me come out of the house in the morning, he goes to a particular spot and lands. And I mean, there are a lot of other ravens in the neighborhood, but I can always tell that it's this particular one because he goes, and it's a signal to me, it's me. He goes to a particular spot to land and wait to see what I've got for him on a particular day. That's awesome. What a great story. That's so cool. So you live in an area that probably has a lot of wildlife. I do live in an area that has a lot of wildlife, and most of my life I lived 22 years out. And certainly had, I lived with all the grand animals that still remain from the historic period in the West, in that spot. I was there when we introduced wolves to Montana and Idaho in 1995, and within about 3 or 4 years, there was a wolf pack on the slopes right above the house, and they began having litters. So we began having wolves there, grizzly bears, appears erratically. Their main range was just to the north from where I was, but they were steadily attempting to repopulate the Missouri Valley. And so about every 2 years there would be a grizzly and black bears, fairly commonly, lions, of course. Never saw lions, but I saw lions. And tons of elk, all those sorts of things. And in New Mexico, not so many where I live. I don't live in the foothills of the mountain range. I live out in the juniper country, about 10 miles from the Southern Rockies. And in that zone, you have a few mule deer. There are pronghorn antelope in the open prairies not too far away. But the pronghorn animals that I see all the time, which is one, back 7 years ago, one of the reasons is coyotes. I'm sort of constantly looking at coyotes. Elk have such a distinct language in the way they talk to each other. There's elk calling championships, I'm sure you're aware of those. Jason Phelps is a guy that is well known in the elk hunting world, has developed his amazing elk calls to he knows how to get them upset. He knows how to challenge them.
it's really interesting when you see a master caller at work. So the elk hunting that I've done, most of it has been ambush and sneak up on them. And I like that. I like this, stalking and trying to get close and playing the wind. But there's a lot of guys that they're so good at getting the elk pissed off that the elk, against their better judgment, will come, what the fuck is going on over there? And whack, they get hit.
Yeah, well, there is a challenge. At the time when elk were being oriented, they're looking for cows. Yeah, and so, if they sense there's a challenge from another bull, they're coming to vie for access to the females. That's how they also learn too. So when there's heavy pressure areas, they learn that a lot of these calls are bullshit. So they learn to shut up. So in a heavily pressured elk area, sometimes there's elk around you, you don't even know where they are because you don't hear anything. One of the best ways to locate elk in the morning, listen. Well, I have not hunted elk. I grew up in Louisiana, rural kid growing up in the South, and went to high school. In fact, I went to high school with the Duck Dynasty guys. I played football with the Duck Dynasty guys. That's awesome. Yeah, the older guy, Phil, the quarterback of the high school football team, and there was one guy in between us, a guy named Johnny Pruitt, was the next quarterback after Phil, but I succeeded Johnny Pruitt as the quarterback of the high school team. So, and I even wore Phil's number 10 in high school. Wow. And I played the younger Robertson side. He and I played when I was a freshman. He was a sophomore. We played in the backfield. Or I was a sophomore. He was a junior. We played in the backfield football team. So I went to high school with those kind of guys and grew up in that kind of world and hunted and fished. And I mean, but our paths, I guess, kind of separated. At one point, they stayed in Louisiana. So I went off to Vietnam and returned. And what I did was I went off to college in other places and ended up getting a PhD and getting university jobs and going to live in places like Montana. So our worlds kind of diverged. Do you still keep in touch with those guys? No, I don't. I haven't kept in touch with them, and I don't know if they're. I'm sure I'm aware of that because I've watched their shows on it. But I don't know if they are aware of anything that I've done. I don't try to get in touch with them. I loved the success of that show because I knew that there was people. Because I did stand-up comedy for 30 years, so I was always on the road. I was always traveling in the South. I was traveling to the North. I traveled all over the country. Talk shows, and you get a way better sense of what the country's actually like than if you only live in these cultural elite cities like Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, the idea that a show about a bunch of fucking duck hunters who have a dynasty from duck calls, how is that going to be popular? And it was huge. It was gigantic, and people loved it. People in these, what they would call the flyover states, disrespectfully, most of the country they're called the flyover states. That's why I love a show like that succeeds, because those people had no idea. They were like, what the hell is going on? And what is, I want to watch all the stuff that I want to watch. How do these people even like this? What world do they live in? Well, I will say that those guys, Phil and Saibo, they were not only really accomplished duck hunters. I never duck hunted, but I did dove hunting with them one time. And of course, they was on private property for which they had no permission. And halfway through the dove hunt, we had maybe shot 10 or 15 rounds. And here comes the landowner in a pickup truck driving about 60 miles an hour across running fields after us. And so my memory of going hunting with the Robertson boys is running through the Red River Valley trying to get away from an irate landowner. But those guys were funny. They were really funny as hell back in those days. And it kind of didn't surprise me when they were able to translate that into that show, because we all thought that they were, and they told so many stories. I mean, the South, of course, is storytelling part of the United States. those guys tell so many stories that we used to just number them. And whenever they would start on a story, we would just say, okay, it's number 112, guys. And so everybody would start laughing because we all knew what 112 was. Yeah, they didn't even have to listen to the story. It's number 112. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Well, maybe we can reunite you guys. And that would make this podcast a reunite.
Yeah, maybe so.
So this book, this new book that you've written, Wild New World, the epic story of animals and people in America. When did you start this?
Well, it's kind of my pandemic vacation book.
I mean, that's what I asked. A lot of people joined you and wrote this book.
Yeah, I wrote it during the pandemic. I mean, I'll say, you know, Coyote America and American Serengeti kind of set me up to be able to take a step back, farther back, to look at the bigger story of animals in the world. I focus very specifically on coyotes. The one book about the animals, all these grand animals of the Great Plains, is part of North America. Once, up until about 120 years ago, it was our version of the Serengeti. And somehow, while East Africa and Southern Africa managed to get these great game parks preserving their large charismatic animals here in the United States, we ended up privatizing all the Great Plains, turning it into farms and ranches, and losing our ability to do that, at least until the present day, where we're trying to accomplish something like returning the American Serengeti. But those two books kind of set me up for stepping back and looking at the really big picture of this. And so I was inspired, I'll admit, by Yuval Harari's *Sapiens*. You know, his big history of humans across time. So what I was compelled to do with Wild New World was to write a book that was a big history of North America and the relationship that people and animals have had in North America, starting from, the book actually starts with the aftermath of the Chicxulub impact. That's the asteroid that took out the dinosaurs and ushered in. The America starts acquiring its creatures. In the aftermath of the dinosaur age, both through continental evolution in North America and through acquiring animals from other parts of the world as they crossed the land bridges and entered North America. In that, those millions of years after the Chicxulub impact, Chicxulub, by the way, is the name of a little Mayan village on the north coast of the asteroid 66 million years ago. In the aftermath of it, that's how we acquire our creatures. That's how we acquire mammoths and mastodons and saber-toothed cats and buffalo and pronghorns and camels and horses. I mean, it happens through continental evolution, as I said, and also through this migration from other parts of the world. But what I try to create with that and try to set up with that is this bestiary of creatures that when humans finally get here, I mean, after all, North and South America are the last places on Earth humans find, except for a few islands in the Pacific we go into later. The last grand continents on Earth that humans get to are North and South America, by which time we have had, well, if you take this back even to the Neanderthals were obviously close enough to one another that we can hybridize. I mean, I don't think you've done 23 million. They go, yeah, so do I. Yeah, you know, and my wife has even more. And I think all of us that are from particularly sort of northwestern European backgrounds have ended up with a lot of Neanderthal. You know, for some people as much as 2.5%. Yeah. So, and it produces, you know, it makes you different than you would be otherwise. I supposedly, according to 23andMe, I had less hair on my back than I would if I didn't have Neanderthal. So if you date the human story, even back, and I start our story as wild animals in Africa, and I bring us in one of the early chapters, the first chapter, really up to the point where we're leaving Africa, going into Europe, going into Asia, and of course that process, again, if you start with Neanderthals, it goes back 800,000 years out of Africa into the rest of the world. But the Neanderthals never get to the Americas. But when modern humans, we emerged about 315,000 years ago in Africa, when we spread out of Africa and replaced Neanderthals in Europe and Denisovans in Asia, and finally get to Siberia about 45,000 years ago. As soon as there's a possibility for getting farther east, in other words, into North America, we take advantage of it. And, I mean, as I argue in this book, the reason we do this is kind of one of the reasons why all of us love to find spots where it's a beautiful morning, I'm out here on this mountain, there's not another soul in sight. It's just me and the world. That compulsion, I think, is really ancient, and it's what drew us out of Africa to other parts of the world to start with. And what we're looking for are animals that have never encountered us before, because they're naive about humans as predators. So this compulsion to travel, finally to get to the great plum of the Americas as the last great spot we get to on Earth, drives us to the point where, I don't know if you caught the news out of White Sands National Park about 3 or 4 years ago about the footprints that were discovered there, 23,000 years old. I mean, that's a high glacial maximum. That's when the ice is at its greatest extent. And somehow people have gotten out of Asia, we think probably along the coastlines, into what is now the United States. And the place that always seemed to draw them is the country south of the Rocky Mountains and what is Mexico